3, and we will go ahead and get started. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Clerk, will you please begin?
Copy of the Nebraska Open Meetings Act is located on the wall at the rear of the hearing room. Additionally, a copy of all written material to be discussed at today's open meeting is available from the county clerk's staff at the front of the hearing room. The material can also be viewed on the county's website at lancaster.ne.gov.
And I'm sorry, I failed to do introductions real quick. I'm the Lancaster County Board Chair, Sean Flowerday. On my left is Vice Chair and County Commissioner Rick Vest, Commissioner Deb Shore. On my right is Commissioner Roma Amundsen, thank you, and Commissioner Christy Yoakum. So please continue, Mr. Clerk.
Agenda item 1 are minutes. Approve the minutes of the Tri-County Legislative Breakfast Meeting held on Monday, January 13th, 2020.
I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundsen,
Yes.
Yoakum,
Yes.
Vest,
Abstain.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 4 yes, 1 abstention. 1B is approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held on Tuesday, January 14th, 2020.
I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundsen,
Yes.
Yoakum,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Next is 1C, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held on Tuesday, January 14th, 2020.
I move approval.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Yoakum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundsen,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. 1D is an approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held on Thursday, January 16th, 2020.
I move approval.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Amundsen,
Yes.
Yoakum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Next is number 2, claims, approval of all claims processed through January 21st, 2020.
Move approval. I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion here? Please call the roll.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundsen,
Yes.
Yoakum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Next are special presentations. First one is Lancaster County Visitors Improvement Fund grant of $10,000 to the Board of Regents of the University of Nebraska and its Nebraska State Museum for the Track, Scat, and Other Clues Investigating Animal Diversity Project. Mark Harris, University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and Jeff Moe, Lincoln Convention and Visitors Bureau Vice President and Executive Director.
We got it? We're good. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to sunny and 3 degrees in beautiful Lincoln, Nebraska. So today we want to talk a little bit about my role, obviously, with the Convention and Visitors Bureau as the Executive Director, and my excitement that I have as our attractions continue to grow in Lancaster County. One such attraction is Morrill Hall. The Visitors Promotion Committee heard a grant request on November 20th for the Tracks, Scat, and Other Clues. The exhibit itself was presented by Mark Harris, and A very exciting opportunity to further develop the third floor at Morrill Hall. Morrill Hall, as you know, is a wonderful attraction to many school kids across our state, but visitors alike from both national and international destinations. And their ability to develop the third floor is something that we're certainly excited about. So with that, the Visitors Promotion Committee did approve unanimously the request for $10,000 to go towards this exhibit. Mark did show an amazing video and had some great information, and I will let him talk a little bit about his passion, but I will tell you, I've known Mark for my 18 years coming up at the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and he's always been a great tourism partner and friend, and we were just sharing about bringing up our kids as we were sitting back here, and that we've had a chance to see each other grow in the industry. So with that, I will hand it over to Mark Harris.
Thanks, Jeff, and thanks for having me. As Jeff said, I am Mark Harris. I am the Associate Director of the University of Nebraska State Museum. The name of our planned Morrill Hall exhibit is Track, Scat, and Other Clues, Investigating Animal Diversity. This will be a 1,500 square foot exhibit in Morrill Hall's third floor temporary gallery, and it will run for 1 year beginning in August of 2020. This exhibit will be produced in-house, involving a wide range of museum staff and curators, along with other experts on campus and with Nebraska Game and Parks. This exhibit will be about animal diversity and discovering the signs and signals left and given by animals, with special emphasis on tracks and scat, but also including sounds, feathers, nests, and many other signs animals leave behind. It will also be about how scientists interpret those signs and why. We will also show and interpret images and camera trap footage of animals making their way through life in collaboration with people like Michael Forsberg. Nowadays, where does a Lincolnite, for instance, even find animal tracks? Cities are concrete and grass, and hiking trails in our state or national parks are well worn. From our snow-covered sidewalks, most people can identify big dog, little dog, and that's about it. Our exhibit will let folks know where to look and what to look for. We will dive into the science of animal physiology and behavior, and we will talk of careers along those lines. There's such an impressive diversity of animals in this country, and though venturing into wild places won't necessarily display the animals themselves, if you look down and around and if you listen, you will begin to know the area's inhabitants. The museum will bring this world of animal science to our visitors, each one a mystery to be solved, each an opportunity to learn about the animal it belongs to. And with every visitor's sparked interest in those animals comes a new level of caring. And it is this that protects and conserves our wildlands and our wildlife. Ultimately, we want to encourage our visitors to invest the time to explore the outdoors and to find these signs for themselves. Those of you who have spent time out in nature know about the ever-abundant evidence of animals, but imagine the excitement of a city kid finding her first wild animal track, or some mysterious scratch mark or a feather, maybe a skeleton, or yes, the ubiquitous pieces of dung, all different shapes and sizes, that instantly point to a particular animal. Imagine her joy in identifying those things and knowing, because the museum inspired her to know, what the animal eats, how it communicates, and how it behaves. And then imagine a lifelong appreciation of our natural world and a sparked interest in natural sciences. Thank you for considering our grant request for Track, Scat, and Other Clues. We intend on inspiring classrooms of kids, thousands of families, and people just like you. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, how long is this exhibit going to be around, Mr. Harris?
1 year.
1 year, okay. Well, we had the bird nerd last week, and now we have the scat expert, along with tracks and other assignments this week, so we're learning a lot.
I'll be that guy today.
Oh, we appreciate this.
Is this something that you developed in-house or borrowed from another university and built upon? Or?
It's completely in-house.
Okay, right. Very, very exciting. With that, I will, we have to wait till.
You know, I just want to say that this is the most unusual exhibit, you know, when you stop to think about it. Because those are some really telling signs, little details, and a lot of people would miss those. And so I really commend you for this.
Thank you.
I think it's really a good deal.
Appreciate that.
And I would move approval of this.
And I would second that.
We need new business.
Oh, it has to go,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
It'll be further on the agenda.
Correlating item 5A, yeah.
we want to.
Oh, wait, we're still in the special presentation.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
So, Mr. Clerk, let's just go ahead and
We
jump
know
down
where
to
we're
correlating item 5A in new business.
This is under new business, Lancaster County Visitors Improvement Fund grant contract in the amount of $10,000 with the Lancaster County as a sponsor. And the Board of Regents of the University of Nebraska and its Nebraska State Museum for the Track, Scat, and Other Clues Investigating Animal Diversity Project. The grant term is November 1st, 2019 through August 31st, 2020.
Now I would entertain a motion.
And now I will move approval of this grant.
And I will second that.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the Commissioner's Award of Excellence October winner, Matthew Anthony, Corrections, in the category of productivity.
Want to do it now?
Good morning, Brad Johnson. I'm Director of Lancaster County Department of Corrections. Do you have the?
I do. Would you like me to
I
read
would
it?
appreciate it, yes.
Okay. Matthew Anthony has been selected as the Commissioner's Award of Excellence winner for October 2019. Matthew works as a correctional officer and began working for the county on May 21st, 2013. He was nominated by Adam Powers, Corrections Sergeant, in the category of productivity. Matthew has been the second shift training coach since November of 2018. As a training coach, his responsibility is to assist and train new officers assigned to the Field Training Officer Program. This program is designed to ensure that new officers understand and can demonstrate the core task of being a correctional officer. At a manager's meeting in June, it was brought forward that Matt was going to have several new officers on second shift. Sergeant Powers states, due to the heavy load, I began working with Matt on second shift to assist. During this time, I was able to observe Matt work with the new staff. He was very complete in his explanations of why we do what we do. He emphasized the importance of being attentive to the inmates' needs and well-being. Over the next 2 months, I worked second shift with Matt. Each day started the same. We retrieved all the FTO manuals and we divided and conquered. Matt had several constructive recommendations on how to improve our current program. His ability to prioritize and divide up his time to work with individual officers is commendable and ensures they get started on the right foot. His work produces more productive officers and increases their confidence and reduces staff turnover. Because of his efforts, officers are better prepared for the rigors of managing inmate behavior. For these reasons, we're pleased to award Matt Anthony with the Commissioner's Award of Excellence for the month of October 2019.
So what I would add to that is that this position that he is working in right now is critical to the completion of our mission within the department. This involves training our new hires, and the department's only as good as the training that you provide and the staff that work underneath that training. And Officer Anthony here is a critical component of our training system. He works with, as I mentioned in here, the folks who are coming on the shift, and demonstrates all the different critical skills that they need to learn, and then eventually those officers then demonstrate to him that they've acquired that skill. So I can't say enough about the work that we have 3 of these folks, the work that they do, how vital that is to our success. And as you can see from the nomination here, Officer Anthony has taken on that role and done it in a very professional and serious manner, and we're very glad to recognize his actions here today.
I just want to say thank you again for what you've done. I've been a correctional officer myself. We used to call them FTOs at the state instead of STOs, but like, these are the people who actually teach you how to do the job, right? You go to the academy to learn the rules, and then you go learn what it actually is. And these are the ones who create the culture that makes the whole thing work. So thank you for what you're doing. I know how important it is, and it doesn't work without good training officers. It just doesn't fly. So thank you.
And I like the line, getting them off on the right foot. It's that old line, you don't get a second chance to make a first impression. So training these new officers from day one is valuable not only to the Corrections Department, but to all of Lancaster County. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
And for the commission, I want to present with you this plaque. And you'll be the very first Excellence Award winner to receive a pin, brand new pins from Lancaster County. And they kind of stole some of the words I was going to say, but absolutely, you have the opportunity to set the tone for this person's career in corrections and to maintain the culture in that department. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Next is the Commissioner's Award of Excellence November winner, Tara Fuller, Community Corrections, in a category of Customer Relations.
Good morning. Kim Etherton, Director of Lancaster County Community Corrections. If you want to read the submission, this would be great.
Tara Fuller has been selected as the Commissioner's Award of Excellence winner for November 2019. Tara works as a community corrections caseworker and began working for the county on December 26, 2017. She was nominated by Ryan Rowe and Glenn Trout of Community Corrections in a category of Customer Relations. In her nomination, Mr. Rowe and Mr. Trout stated on October 29th, Tara met with a client who's in our sentence conversion program. This client came to the office at the end of the day and stated that he just wanted to get high. Tara was able to determine through a series of questions that he wasn't in any immediate danger of harming himself or others. Then she devised a plan which included locating a Narcotics Anonymous meeting in the area, arranging transportation to that meeting, and planning out his time until his next scheduled check-in with our department. She also told this client she'd be willing to contact his doctor in the morning to discuss how a recent medication change was making him feel. Mr. Rowe and Mr. Trout continue while Tara performs these tasks every day. The part that makes this particular encounter special was that she was the only caseworker covering numerous programs for several days. She had spent this entire day putting out fires for other colleagues who were attending a conference and working with cases and individuals that she wasn't familiar with. In conclusion, Mr. Rowe and Mr. Trout state, Tara displays this behavior and work ethic on a daily basis and inspires her colleagues to do the same. For these reasons, we are pleased to award Tara Fuller with the Commissioner's Award of Excellence for the month of November 2019.
I just want to thank Tara for her hard work, her dedication, her positive attitude. She has been, you can't maybe see it, but she's been either in a cast or a foot brace or on crutches for literally a year. And so she's struggling with some medical issues and working as hard every day as she does when she's fully mobile. I also brought Glenn and Ryan up because they're the ones that submitted this, and I thought that the two of them might have something they also wanted to say to her.
Tara, what I wanted to tell you and such was you have like a gift to be able to communicate with people. It's a gift that I don't think you can teach people. You either have it or you don't, and you do have that. So we are very lucky to have you at Community Corrections. It's an asset to have you there, and I guess I'm very lucky to say that, I'm, happy to be your colleague and your friend. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Just another example of her commitment, even when she's really not supposed to be, and she's healing, she's still checking her emails from home and sending little things to say, hey, can you check on this, check on that with the person, but that's just another sign of her dedication.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you.
Oh, Tara.
Such kind words.
Yeah.
So not only do you have the great respect of your team workers and obviously your department director, but I know that the challenging population you work with must feel the same way.
Thank
to
you.
have you in their corner and cheering them on in their recovery. So We appreciate the work you do.
Thank you so
and
much.
present this plaque and wear with pride your Lancaster County pin.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is number 4, consent items. These are routine business items that are expected to be adopted without any dissent. Any individual item may be removed for special discussion and consideration by a commissioner or by any member of the public without prior notice. Unless there's an exception, these items will be approved as one with a single vote of the Board of Commissioners. These items are approval of amendment to County Contract C-17-63 with Intuition and Logic Engineering, Inc., for additional professional engineering services to modify the channel design for O37. Amendment to County Contract C-17-54 with Block and Company for annual supply property bags. Right-of-way contracts with the following: Connie K. Hansen and Alan Hansen, co-trustees, North 84th Street and Little Salt Road, in the amount of $1,136. Canty Hansen and Teresa A. Hansen, co-trustees, North 84th Street and Little Salt Road, in the amount of $541. Setting a public hearing on Tuesday, February 4th, 2020 at 9 a.m. in Room 112 of the County City Building regarding a street name change, 19002, renaming a portion of Nebraska Highway 2 to Nebraska Parkway between Calvert Street and South 120th Street, Lincoln, Lancaster County, Nebraska, generally located on the existing Nebraska Highway 2 within the city limits of Lincoln and the unincorporated area of Lancaster County, and naming a proposed future connection as Jamaica Avenue from the South Beltway to South 27th Street. Both street name changes become effective upon opening of the South Beltway.
Move approval of the consent items.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Number 5 is new business. 5B is a special events permit application from Scott Weiskamp for the Hickman Area Animal Run on February 1st, 2020.
Anyone here to speak on this?
I don't see Scott in the room. This is I don't know, it's got to be year 20 of this event. We joke that only animals would decide to run 5 miles in February 1st.
Right.
So, but it's a great event, a lot of fun, and they always select a nonprofit to receive the funds from benefit from the race. So I would move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. 5C is a recommendation from the Lancaster County Pension Review Committee to adopt fee leveling with a flat fee per participant, an amount to be determined from both the 401A Lancaster County Employee Retirement Plan and the 457B Deferred Compensation Program, subject to approval by all labor unions representing Lancaster County employees.
Move approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. 5D are documents related to the Lancaster County, Nebraska Employee Retirement Plan number 1 with the base plan document number 2 for the Lancaster County, Nebraska Employees Retirement Plan, summary of material modifications, and summary of plan features.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on item D? Please call the roll.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Next is termination of county contract C-17-187 with Election Systems and Software LCC due to execution of a new agreement.
Good afternoon, Dave Shively, Election Commissioner. H&I are a kind of a combined thing here. It's our ballot on demand program, which we use. If we didn't have this system, we wouldn't be able to get our absentee ballots out in a timely manner. So this is a very important process of ours. And so we only had about 2 months left of the previous agreement. And so we're just starting the new agreement with Election Systems and Software.
Great, thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. I is a contract with Election Systems and Software LCC for a license to use their ballot on demand service and related services. The term of the contract is from 1 year from the date of execution. The cost is pursuant to Exhibits A and B.
I move approval.
Second. I
Simultaneously.
think you were first.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. J is an agreement with Released and Restored for Job Readiness Life Skills classes for inmates in custody at the Lancaster County Jail. The county will pay $1,500 per 10-class program. The term of the contract is January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2021.
I move approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. K is a contract with Wayland Engineering Company, Inc. to provide public safety vehicles, accessories, LED light bars, and siren warning accessories.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay. Please call the roll.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. 5L is a contract with W.W. Granger to provide facilities maintenance, repair, and operating supplies.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. M is appointment of Danielle Buck to the Commissioners Award of Excellence Committee for a 2-year term commencing for February 1st, 2020.
I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. And there's renewal of agreement with Journal Star Printing Agreement is January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020.
Back up here. Again, this is a renewal for advertising. The advertising we do in the Journal Star is for our notice of election, our absentee ballot request form, and our sample ballot. I work with Jen on this, as well as the previous agreement, to get all the necessary things that we need for the county. So just would recommend approval of this as well.
I move approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. O is a resolution in matter of the emergency closure of Bridge Q72.
Pam Dingman, Lancaster County Engineer. As the board is aware, when bridges no longer meet the criteria to remain open as defined by the Federal Highway Administration, the bridge must be closed. One of the major definitions in that criteria is if there is a void behind the abutment of any kind. So sadly, on November 22nd, I received the radio call that's become a little too frequent in Lancaster County that I hate to hear, which is, hey, I just went over this bridge and there's a hole behind the abutment. You can see from the photo, the hole is about 2.5 feet to the surface. Of course, as we always determine, it's much larger underneath. This bridge was not a bridge that was on any of our watch lists, and so Q72 is actually located about a mile west of 148th Street on Pioneers. The bummer here also is because of the lay of the land, it's a 2-mile stretch of road now that is closed. So people are having to make significant pass around this closed bridge in our current condition. And so Q72 was actually a bridge that was constructed under emergency conditions in 1971. It's a little different than some of our other bridges in that I do think this is one that we can repair because it's not a timber back wall. It is actually a pre-stressed concrete bridge. So we do think we can get in there and repair it. I'd really hope that we would have it repaired much before now, and I wouldn't have to come to the board and ask for emergency closure. But I continue to be haunted by practices of the past, mainly that you may note the telephone line that is hung on this bridge. So what happens is we have to contact the local telephone company, and then we have to wait for them to move their line. And so that's what we're doing right now. The bridge repair on this bridge will get it back open, but it's probably, depending on conditions, maybe a 5 to 8 year fix. So sadly, this is yet another bridge that really is going to have to be replaced sooner rather than later. So that's why I bring you this bridge, Bridge Q72, located on Pioneer Boulevard, about a mile west of 148th Street.
Well, that is a bridge that is in my district. And so I do anticipate that there'll be a lot more traffic on Old Cheney, probably. Do you have any, you said it was a 5 to 8 year fix? Wow.
That is correct.
Okay.
It's not a long-term fix. Because of the construction type of the bridge, we will be able to push some steel behind it and
Okay.
get this restabilized. But this bridge is going to need to be put on our
your watch
long-term
list.
plan for replacement.
Okay. But I do have to say, I've received no complaints.
You know, that's not something, Commissioner Amundson, that we ever say in our office, but I will assure you that regardless of whether or not we receive complaints, these bridges are really important to the people that are in our communities, and I remain dedicated to keeping these bridges safe for the community. Of course, the thing for me that's always really difficult is, as a licensed engineer, I am required to use all reasonable standards of care. In the case of this bridge, the failure of it was rather random. And so it's always a concern to me when I have something that I have to close that is not on our watch list.
Okay, well, we have 2 bridges really close by.
That is correct.
So just keep me informed. Thank you. I move approval.
Second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. 5P and Q we will hold until after the public hearing. Next is number 6, public comment. Those wishing to speak on items relating to county business not on the agenda, we do so at this time.
Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on items on this agenda other than the items for the public hearing? We'll be doing that in just a moment. Seeing none, I think we can move on.
Next is announcements. The Lancaster County Board of Commissioners will hold a staff meeting on Thursday, January 23rd, 2020 at 8:30 a.m. in the Bill Luxford Studio of the County City Building. The Lancaster County Board of Commissioners will hold its next regular meeting on Tuesday, January 28th at 9 a.m. in Room 112 of the County City Building. The Lancaster County Board of Commissioners will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, February 4th, 2020 at 9 a.m. in Room 112 of the County City Building regarding County Tax Amendment Number 19010 related to animal feeding operations, also known as commercial feedlots, to amend Article 2, Definition, Article 4, AG District, Article 13, Special Permits, and Article 22, General Provisions. County Commissioners can be reached at 402-441-7447 or commission@lancaster.ne.gov. The Lancaster County Board of Commissioners meeting is broadcast live on Link TV City. For the rebroadcast schedule, visit lincoln.ne.gov. Meetings are also streamed live on Link TV and can be viewed on YouTube.
Would you like us to adjourn?
Yes, I would, well, no, we're not going to adjourn. We're going to go into recess so that we can do the Board of Equalization. So I would entertain a motion to recess in order to,
I move that we recess and go forward to the Board of Equalization.
Second.
we have a motion and a second to recess. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
and we can now open the Board of Equalization meeting.
A copy of the Nebraska Open Meetings Act is located on the wall at the rear of the hearing room. Additionally, a copy of all written material to be discussed at today's open meeting is available from the county clerk staff at the front of the hearing room. The material can also be viewed on the county's website at lancaster.ne.gov. Agenda item 1 are minutes. Approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held on Tuesday, January 7th, 2020.
Move approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0. Number 2 are additions and deductions to the tax assessment rolls.
I'm preparing for the next one, Dan. There's any
Okay,
questions on
move
the additions
approval
and
of the
deductions?
additions and deductions.
And I'll second that.
we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0. Number 3 is notice of valuation change for the following: Derek and Nicole Adkins, and Dustin and Jessica Nelson.
These are two notices we're encouraging the board to send to the taxpayers. The first one is a building permit that was issued by the Village of Hickman, but never got forwarded to our office, so this will get that property on the rolls for 2019. The second one is a clerical error on our staff's part where we estimated completion of the property at 80% as of January 1. However, in our system, we inadvertently put that in as 10%, so this will correct the appropriate degree of completion as of the first of the year.
I will move that we send the notice of valuation change as outlined.
I'll
Second.
second.
we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0. Next is number 4, a public hearing. This is for motor vehicle tax exemption applications for Wyuku Cemetery and Funeral Home, Middle Cross Church of the CNMA, Bryan Medical Center, and People's City Mission.
is there anyone here to speak on these items? Seeing none, we will go ahead and close the public hearing.
Next is number 5, action on motor vehicle tax exemption applications.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0. Number 6 is public comment. Those wishing to speak on items relating to County Board of Equalization business not on the agenda may do so at this time.
is there anyone here to speak on County Board of Equalization business?
I move we adjourn the Board of Equalization.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we will now reconvene the County Board of Commissioners meeting for the public hearings.
Okay, under public hearings, the first one is text amendment number 19009 to amend the Lancaster County zoning regulations by adding conditions to Article 13-014 for campgrounds and amending Article 16-003 for signs.
Commissioner Shore.
Okay, and before we begin, I'd like to state for the record that I will be departing this meeting at approximately 11:45 due to a scheduling conflict. I had previously committed to chair a meeting of the District Energy Corporation, of which Sean is also a member. It has been determined that he will stay here, and I will participate in the meeting at LES. And based upon advice from the county attorney, will not return for the voting portion of the meeting, as I will not have heard all the public testimony.
And then thank you, sure. Just to let the whole public know, we would not be able to convene a meeting of the District Energy Corporation Day if Commissioner Shore did not go chair it. We would have a quorum issue. So, yep. So, regarding the public hearings today, I just want to remind everybody, the first public hearing is going to be regarding campgrounds and signage in general. The second public hearing is specific to the special permit related to the campground in the vicinity of Highway 77 and Davie Road. So please try to aim your comments at those specific items. So the first one will be talking about campgrounds in general. The second one is the special permit specific to the 77 and Davie Road area. And we will be keeping individual public comment down to 3 minutes, just because there is such a high volume of interest in this. So, okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Steve Hendrickson with the Lincoln Lancaster County Planning Department. We had a briefing previously on this matter for all of you and for the members of the public. So won't go into any of the details, other than we do have a copy of the text amendment as recommended by the Planning Commission up here available on the overhead. If people want to specifically reference to that as recommended to you by the Planning Commission. I understood this morning that there will be people offering amendments on both sides, and so we'll try to take a look at those and be available for any questions.
Great.
Could I go ahead and swear you in?
Yep.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. My name's Kent Seacrest, attorney representing David and Jolene Queen, who are the applicants for this text amendment that's in front of you today. We have 4 additional presentations that we'd like to do. Plus, I have a motion to amend, and because there's so many parts to that, I would request additional time so that you understand our proposed motion to amend.
Okay.
The first thing I want to start off is admitting an error. Campaway is potentially in violation of a 30-day limitation that's currently in its special permit and lease at its current site for extended stay. So we want to just give you that background real quickly as to why that occurred. Mr. Queen, shortly after he bought the property in 2006, met with the city Parks and Rec officials, explained to them that he wanted to make a large capital investment, do a lot of improvements to Campaway, and as a result would need an extension of the lease in order to do so, to make it economical. So they asked for the modification. He also self-reported back in 2006 that I think over half of the people that he acquired were there, had already been there over 30 days. And so he expressed that pattern to Parks and Recreation. The focus back then, as it was in a subsequent meeting later on, was do we go ahead and extend the lease or maybe even sell the property from the city to the Queens and address the bigger picture before they worried about the potential violation of the 30-day clause. The city's response was consistent. They decided not to renew the lease. They felt they had future needs for that area, the present site, and as a result, the city did not follow up with the self-reporting of the potential violations. The number of violations has decreased substantially, but I just wanted to put that into the record to indicate that we do have seasonal guests over 30 days at the site, even as we speak. The current text that you deal with on this topic allows special permits for campgrounds, but there's no conditions. So it would have been fun to come in and just ask for a special permit, but we knew that wasn't the right thing to do. So we came in with a series of proposed conditions. We worked with the county attorney and the planning department on those conditions, and those were the ones that the public hearing occurred at the planning commission on. I want to start getting into a definition with you. The overnight guests I call stay up to a month. Most are days or maybe a week, but I call those up to a month, overnight guests. And then seasonal guests are what I'm calling now those that stay over a month. 97% of our users that come to a camp away are less than a month. They're the daily users. But 25% comprise what I'm calling seasonal guests, as far as nights that are stayed. So 3% are the actual numbers of seasonal guests, but the nights they comprise is about 25%. So it's a big, significant part of the business. So what we're really dealing with is an ordinance that you adopted without much definition back, I think, before 1996. And the market back then was always heavily overnight guests. We had a few seasonal guests, but not many. The trend line is camping's become much, much more popular. The number of overnight guests has increased substantially, but so has the seasonal guests. And when I say seasonal guests, I'm talking about family members that come who...
Mr. Seacrest, can you please speak up a little bit? We're having a little bit of trouble with the microphones.
Okay. I hope that's better. So what are seasonal guests? There could be a family member that comes to take care of somebody in Lincoln. They have an RV. Extended care is needed, so that type of fact pattern occurs here. We have nurses that come in for a period of time to help one of the facilities. That is a seasonal guest. FEMA, when there's a flood, can come in and occupy, bring in their RVs and stay and treat the flood victims along the way. Cleanup crews or electricians that come in tornadoes such as Hallam are examples of seasonal guests that stay more than 30 days. So right now we have a rapidly growing both daily and seasonal guests along the way. It's interesting to note that the Lancaster Events Center, which is operated by the Lancaster County Agricultural Society, of which is a JPA of which you're a partner to, allows seasonal guests up to 3 months. And with permission, a guest can stay longer if the managing director of the facility grants them permission. So your own facility is exceeding what I call the daily guest or the 30-day clause, and is allowing up to 30 months with extension opportunities by the managing director. It's also interesting to note that we don't put a time clause on hotel or motel guests in the county or in the city. And I just did a quick review, our office did, of your peer counties, starting from potential competition from Omaha, Douglas County, on the way to Hall County, maybe Grand Island, and then some counties north and south. And none of the counties that I researched, there was 3 I couldn't find their documents on site, so I don't know about Hamilton, Odo County, but Douglas, Sarpy, Cass, Seward, York, and Hall don't have a time restriction. So what we're talking about today is putting a time restriction on seasonal guests and allowing seasonal guests to occur. The other thing I want to talk about and put right on the table is the Queens listen carefully to the neighbors. Why do I know that? Well, one of the major changes we want to announce today is we asked for 240 campsites, and we're now willing to say economically our bottom line is 150. So we are willing here today to propose a 38% reduction, which in turn creates probably a similar reduction in traffic, water usage, septic usage, and all the other impacts that you're going to hear about in a moment from the concerned neighbors. The other significant change is we asked for 35% of our campers to be those seasonal guests. We are now proposing that we kind of bifurcate that into two buckets. Instead of just a 35% from going from 1 month on out to 180 days, we are proposing that 20% can stay from 31 days to 120 days, and 15% can stay from 121 days out to 180 days.
What was that percentage again in the second one?
The second one was 15% can stay 121 days to 180 days. So what this then means with the initial first statement, if it comes on, is we are able to reduce the number of seasonal guests that we originally requested. So in the first bucket, the 31-day users to 120 days, there would be 30 campers. In the last bucket, the 15, which comprises a 15% limitation, there would be 22 campers. So we've done a 57% reduction on the maximum as part of our proposal here to you today. It's also interesting to note that 46% of the nation's campgrounds in a recent study reported that they rely heavily on seasonal guests to make it work. And part of that is the economics, more competition, more amenities. If you go to the campground today out in the nations, they are so much more attractive, better run, more amenities than they used to. And part of that income, like I said, 25% of the income, the night uses, are the seasonal uses over 30 days. And the Queens, without a doubt, are in this camp of needing this. Without the seasonal guests, as we've proposed, it's not viable for us to proceed. So we've come down to where we feel the pro forma can work, and not richly, but work, and we've given you our bottom line here today. And with that, I just would like to then turn to David Queen to talk next, or Chris.
Do I need to swear in or no?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oops, there you go.
Go ahead.
All right. Honorable Commissioners, my name is Chris Queen with Campaway Campground out at 200 Camper Circle. Mr. Seacrest brought up a number of the points that I was going to mention. But basically, we want to say we're bringing this forward, this text amendment, and compromise with landowners to codify best practices based on current and future demographics of the modern traveling family and the mobile workforce. The latest reports show that 77% of these families and tradespeople are Gen Xers and millennials. You know, they're not doing the same old thing that's been done in the past. Again, the biggest thing with this text amendment is the how long someone can stay. Mr. Seacrest talked about that. Another one of the industry document shows that 54% of all national campgrounds, 59% of all national campgrounds use seasonal guests as their primary or secondary form of income. Midwest campgrounds, it drops down to 57% as primary or secondary, as this in the bottom part there. He mentioned about municipal parks being seasonal, Lancaster Event Center, as well as the South Sioux City's Scenic Park. A number of states rely on seasonal guests as a major source of income, such as South Dakota, Texas, Florida, you name it. And one of the other things is the zoning ordinance of Lancaster County already accounts for permanency of trailers by requiring mobile homes to remove axles and be secured to a foundation. As far as money-wise, what a campground brings in, and of course, we'll kind of use an example because those are the numbers that I have. I've got a lot of taxes I have to pay at my business at a campground. There's 6 of them that I have to pay each month, 6 taxes I have to pay each month. Because of the number of buildings required, a campground will pay a significant portion of an area's property tax. A park like mine pays a full third of what an entire section where we're looking at pays. Let's see here. With only 100 campsites, my park pays in sales, hotel, and lodging tax double what that property tax brings in. And to narrow it down, first, campsites have to pay sales tax no matter what, even after that 30-day cutoff, unlike hotels and lodging tax. But the county has direct control of 40% of the lodging tax collected, but only 16% of the property tax. So using our projections from our actual numbers, a 150 campsite park would give the county 186% of the contribution. And if you factor in, again, the proposed property tax, you're at 219% of what a 7% landmass would do for a whole section. But think about it, that hasn't been covered by him.
Okay.
Hey, Dan, if you wouldn't mind swearing him out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, and same with the stuff I just did.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you, Commissioners and Planning Department, for your work on our project. Before I begin, I want to state that we've been honest, forthright in all our interactions.
Could you identify yourself, please?
I'm sorry, Dave Queen, 13611 West US Highway 34. We've been honest, forthright in all our interactions with the Planning Department, in our public meetings, and when we met with individuals. And the honesty and transparency did not start this year. We've been the same with the Parks Department and the Mayor's Office for 25 years. You can see by the letter that you received for the Parks Department, letter of support, that they're very happy with what we're doing. We've also received letters of support from 2 different mayors that have been happy with what we've been doing. Every decision that we have made has been based on being the best ambassador that we could be for the city of Lincoln. One thing that we did do is we asked for letters of support. We received 1,418 responses. I'm sorry, there's one for everybody, if you want. Those are also available in electronic form if you need to send anything out to them. Out of that 1,418, 466 are from Nebraska, and 75 are from Lincoln. So the one thing I do want you to look at is when you look at that text amendment, keep in mind that camping is a growing industry. There's been 7 million new campers added since 2014 and no slowdown in sight. Half of all new campers are minorities that are joining the camping lifestyle. RVing is having a major impact on Lancaster County tourism, and that can grow. We've seen that last Lancaster County event has received the 4 years of the rodeo and 1 year of the FMC rally, and most likely another one later on. The thing is that's not the only group that's holding these things. There's Coachman, Winnebago, Good Sam all have national rallies. Airstream just had a national rally. It had 700 RVs that showed up for it. There's opportunity in Lancaster County to market itself as a regional attraction for RVing, but it's going to take more than the event center to get it accomplished. There needs to be a full-service campground such as ours. In fact, this last week we had 2 calls, one for 50 and one for 100 sites that want to come in before the rally starts in August. The thing is these are not local dollars. We bring in revenue from the outside. We have an economic impact in the millions. I think we. There's also copies of this. You see that we have a 3.1. Is it backwards?
It's
Apologize.
sideways.
There's one for everybody. We've used the figures that were used by the Lincoln's Visitors Bureau, using their smallest dollar amount, and we have a $3.3 million impact, and that's just from May to October. This doesn't factor in all the big ticket items that can be bought, such as new campers from Leach or Apache, or new trucks to pull it from Anderson Ford and those people. There's a symbiotic relationship between RV dealers and us. These campers that are being sold need a place to stay. Also, another thing is that in those same months, we paid out over $158,000 in wages. We pay out $250,000 for the whole year. And of course, Chris alluded to it, that the seasonal guests are the normal practice of the camping industry. We have no problem limiting stays to 6 months, and we do want that. And as has been said before, 93% of our reservations stay 7 days or less, and that is our core business and our focus 365 days a year. However, it does take 19 of these reservations to equal 1 monthly stay. As you can see by the figure, it takes 85 people staying for 1.7 nights to equal 145 site nights. The monthly, having 5 monthly guests stay for 1 month equals 150. So you can see how important it is to our industry. And obviously, some of the reasons for the length of stay have been given in the notes. And we also need to have the flexibility to ensure that we can meet financial obligations with banks as we develop the park, especially at the beginning of the park's lifestyle. Anyone who calls for a month is asked why they're coming to Lincoln and for a departure date. We are good at creating a departure date. Remember, these are transient guests. They are not lasting, enduring, or permanent relationships. All weekly, daily, and monthly fees are subject to sales tax. Whoever makes a reservation for a month must also fill out a check-in packet upon arrival. I think we gave one to the planning department earlier. There's another copy that can go with you guys. So everybody needs to fill that out, and then there is a departure date listed in there. Thank you.
We just pass that around.
Yeah.
And then we'll return it to the clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm coming back up just to finish our presentation and go over the proposed amendments that we handed out earlier to you. They include the Planning Commission's recommendations to you as modified in red. So if you see red, those are new changes, and most of the new changes, we heard from the neighbors that they thought we should emulate more the city of Lincoln's zoning text. And planning and ourselves, when we first met, didn't think we needed to do some of that stuff, was because we didn't think it was as important. But if it's important to the neighbors, we have added everything back except one item. And so we are willing to indicate the exact size, minimum size of the campsite, which is number A, and 2,500 square feet and things of that nature, which the city ordinance says we'll be glad to have you say it as well in your ordinance. We have added that two-tier bifurcation of 31 days to 120 days would be at 20%, and then for seasonal guests, and then 15% could be from the 220-day period up to, 120-day period up to 180-day period. We've also agreed to do the access roads so that they have a minimum width and unobstructed views on one-way and two-way streets, as the city ordinance has in it. We are glad to say no mobile homes shall be located at a campground, just like the city ordinance says. We also are glad to say that the special permit is temporary and only as good as long as we are there using the property for that intended purpose. We're glad to do flow meters for any well and give that data and make that data available to government officials. We're also glad to require skirt manufacturing for the recreational facility be professionally done from the month of November through April. And we're also willing to take any screening or fencing. You'll hear us later talk about giving that power maybe to the planning director to decide, because until we have a specific site, it's really hard to say where the fences could maybe go. And we're also very glad to limit and say we will not do alcoholic sales of alcoholic beverages. With that, that's the end of our presentation. Are there any questions at this stage?
Commissioner Vest, you indicated you had a question.
I think I'll save it, given the way this is going to play out. So I don't know.
Anybody have any questions?
I guess I do have one. This is in regard to, say for example, that a person stays there 121 days, and then that ends on December the 31st. You're talking here about calendar years. Would they be able to renew on January 1st for another 121 days?
The way I attempted to write it, I said those periods are within a 365-day period. So to me, it's rolling.
Okay, that's what.
Yeah,
I
got rid of the word. I got rid of the word calendar. It's still in the Planning Commission's version, though.
Would it be possible to put in like a rolling so that there is?
Well, you're welcome to say either get rid of my 365-day period or put it, say, rolling in paren, whatever way you want to do it. We're all for it.
We're all for it. Okay.
That language change is intended to make 180 days, to prevent 180 days becoming 360.
That's correct.
The way you're changing it.
Correct.
Okay. That was a concern that was
Okay.
mentioned earlier, so
Yeah.
appreciate you bringing that to our attention. I think I will have questions, but we'll wait till there's more information. I guess, are we getting a presentation about the water testing done at this time, Kent, or?
Right now,
Well, we're on the special permit.
You're going to hear more water than you want to hear at the special permit process, because we think that's where it's relevant.
You're right. You're right. Absolutely. We have the distinction between the countywide
But we
standards.
have our experts here if you want to hear it right at the moment, but
Okay. Yeah.
we were going to
Great.
follow your process.
All things in due time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Then we will move on to proponents. So anyone in favor of the text amendment for campgrounds and signage in general, the countywide stuff, not pertaining specifically to this site?
We
Anyone in
had
favor?
one person sign in to testify, Erica Susik.
But I think I might have signed in on the wrong one.
No, go ahead. You have to leave.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Let me pull it up. Okay,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. My name is Erica Soshik, and I am a full-time employment services person. However, early last summer, I ran across an ad that was looking for evening and weekend positions, and the starting wage was higher than most that I had seen locally. So I decided that because I needed to buy a new vehicle for myself, and I had that time available, not only did I send the recommendation down to the group that had requested looking for that, about that 20 to 30 hour position, but I also decided to turn in that application myself. And within a week, I had interviewed and had started working for Dave and Jolene. Growing up, I had spent my summers camping all over Nebraska, and we still, to this day, we'd like to take out our camper, and I get to share it with both my husband and my kids. So I thought I knew what to expect when in campgrounds, because we've been all over. However, the standard of excellence was far above and beyond any campground that I had actually ever visited. Every employee takes great pride in the campground, and we hear from campers on a regular basis of how clean the grounds are and how friendly the staff is. I have had various part-time jobs over the years. However, none of them have had a more detailed daily cleaning list, and actually the employees take pride in that list and make sure that it is done on a daily basis. Within the first week of work, back in June, I did what I never thought that I was going to do. I suggested that they hire on my 18-year-old recently graduated daughter, and because it would be a great fit for her for some summer cleaning help. Now, most parents don't want to work with their kids. However, I knew that Dave, Jolene, and Chris would treat her with respect, pay her a decent wage, and work with her for her upcoming and now current college schedule. And on a related note, she actually now cleans bathrooms way better than I do. Jolene has a very, very strict standard on that. My daughter does constantly remind me that every time we have driven by Campaway through all the years, we had never actually visited, and she's pretty sure that I have cheated her out of an opportunity. And I remind her that I didn't know how awesome Campaway was. I didn't know how family-friendly it was until I had actually started working there. Campaway has been a fantastic family camping destination for not just in-state, but out-of-state. I have met people from all over the country, and actually we've had some international people that have come in and stayed and talked about how great the place is. It's not that hard to go on and look at all the reviews and see again and again and again how people thoroughly love coming there and how they thoroughly love bringing their kids there. I will stop since I have my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay. Are there any other proponents to the general text amendment? Okay. Then we will move on to opponents of the general text amendment. I do want to just go ahead and let everyone in the public know, at 11 o'clock I intend to take a recess for 15 minutes just to give everyone a quick break, and then we'll reconvene at 11:15. So
I thought we should swear in 4 at a time just to make things go.
I think swearing in 4 at a time makes perfect sense.
So the first 4 that have signed in is Mark Felson, Phil Pfeiffer, Marlene Tracy, and Phyllis Larson. If you'd all come up and take the oath. Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mark Falson. I'm an attorney with the Rimbold Lefty Law Firm located at 1128 Lincoln Mall here in Lincoln. Our firm represents the aggrieved persons who appealed this matter and the Citizens for the Protection of Rural Life, a community organization that exists in the Davie area. First, why is this text amendment necessary? It is because the county's zoning regulations do not presently provide specific rules with respect to the establishment of campgrounds. No one, except perhaps for the developer, seems to have realized this until the present application for a special permit was filed. But the filing of such an application does not necessitate a rushed process without sufficient study, public input, and community collaboration. It is important to keep in mind that the proposed text amendment applies not only to the present application, but to future applications for so-called campgrounds as well throughout the county. Does the text amendment, whether the version that we're aware of or this version that apparently has been negotiated and presented, at least we saw it for the first time on the screen this morning, do those amendments sufficiently further the policies of the comp plan or our zoning regulations? We would contend that they do not. Does it address the numerous contingencies that could occur? No. If you would like to see what thoughtful, robust regulation looks like, we would ask that you take a look at your regulations for racetracks, drag strips, and motorsports in the AG District 13.047. The text amendment is flawed in several material respects. And again, some of these last-minute changes were an partial attempt to address some of those flaws. But the flaws continue. For example, the current definition of campground in your regulation states that it is a parcel of land intended for temporary occupancy. What is meant by temporary? Your regulations do not define that. If you look at legal authority from other jurisdictions, temporary means 30 days or less.
1 minute remaining.
However, again, the proposed text amendment, the version we last saw, would take that out to as many as 360. Would you like, for example, an Airbnb resident to live next to you for up to 360 days? Do you believe that would be temporary? I suggest that you would not. Look, if you've seen the play Hamilton, you understand that there's a key phrase throughout that musical, and that is, he wants to be in the room where it happens. Our clients have not been in the room where it happened, where the deal was cut, where the sausage was made. It is important to have community collaboration, to have input, to have stakeholders at the table to make these long-term decisions. We respectfully request that the text amendment be denied and that you form a task force to further study these issues, not only for the impact for this proposal, but those coming next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next was Phil Pfeiffer.
I'm not backing out. Please enter these documents into the public record. I'm Phil Pfeiffer. I reside at 15746 North 56th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. I'd like to speak in opposition to TX 19009 that allows the proponents of Campway to do pretty much what they want. And why shouldn't it? The applicant and their team of attorneys met with the Planning Commission for weeks and weakened the current city ordinance to fit their needs. This text amendment is a sketchy deal. There's no representation by those who will be adversely affected by the ordinance. This text amendment is not just for this RV town, which can hardly be called a campground. It is for all future worker villages, RV towns, and mobile home parks that may be proposed in Lancaster County in the foreseeable future. Why were there no stakeholders from the neighborhood involved? Is that equitable? Shutting out those who already have property investments to the benefit of those wishing to change the land use? Yesterday's late night scrambling by the applicant and at least one county commissioner further illustrates the disorganization and lack of thoroughness of this text amendment. Again, no stakeholders were involved. I urge you to allow representatives from the neighborhood who already live in proximity and own land in the neighborhood to serve on a task force. Allow them 90 days to create an equitable document. Why not? The applicant's lease is not up for 5 years. What is the hurry? Why is this being rushed through helter-skelter? Perhaps so that it is not exposed that the Queens are serial violators at their current location? By ordinance, the current limit is to stay 30 days. Some tenants have stayed several months. Campaway boldly and blatantly advertises long-term rates. Have they been given warnings? No. Have they been cited by the city? No. Any tickets issued? No. Any fines paid? No. Obviously, they are breaching the conditions of their current special permit. There needs to be oversight language in the text amendment. The text amendment is void of mechanisms for the general public to monitor such a campground. Campgrounds and dirt mines are just two examples that are currently managed only by complaint. There are no periodic inspections. They can say, oh, we want to be good neighbors, we run a tight ship, and so forth. If there is not language in the text amendment that provides monitoring and consequences, what they say means nothing. There must be consequences or penalties for violations. So is the deck stacked? Is the fix in? Or will there be a task force where all stakeholders have an equal say to create a text amendment that is fair and holds campgrounds responsible? If this text amendment is not revised, get ready for campgrounds gone wild right here in Lancaster County. Thank you for your time and service.
Is Marlene Tracy?
Thank you. Just want me to pass them down.
Good morning. My name is Marlene Tracy. I live at 17500 North 84th Street. I would like those documents to be entered into the record. I'm very disappointed that we have to be here again today to discuss this campground at Highway 77 and Davie Road. Until we were sort of surprised this morning by a change in their documents, I had already prepared this speech. I just want to touch on, they did say that they're going to address the access roads within the campground. And I just wanted to point out, before we knew they were going to put them into the code, that, why did Lincoln put it into their municipal code in the first place? Probably because RVs are getting bigger all the time, and so when you're pulling into a campground, if there's more than one that's moving around in there, you need decent-sized road. But more importantly, I personally feel it's for fire and rescue. We live out in the country. Fires happen. And if you put 240 campsites, 240 RVs out there, they are highly combustible. And I think there's a picture in your packet about that shows what an RV looks like when it's on fire. You're taking a volunteer rescue group from Ceresco that has to get together, 20 to 30 minutes. How many of these campers are going to go up in smoke? And if they don't have decent roads to drive on, they tell me they have tankers that hold 2,000 and 3,000 gallons of water that they bring onto the site. Definitely need decent roads to to carry that water in there to be able to help these people. And the same way if they have a medical event. The Queens say they want to do the right thing, so I hope that you will do the right thing, and please consider putting a task force together to get these things put together in the right way. We were not informed that there was going to be a big change in these documents today. They say they're not going to allow mobile homes. Good, We don't think that they belong there, even if they want to have long-term guests, mobile homes have no place in an RV park. And the skirting issue is yet another one, and I don't have copies for you, but some of the skirting that we have seen in neighboring mobile home parks are just atrocious. They cut out aluminum. They
might be better if you put them on the screen, ma'am. It might be better if you put them on the screen.
Okay.
And I apologize, but I am going to try to enforce the 3-minute
This
rules.
one has just some cardboard around the bottom. That one's a real fancy one.
He said 3 minutes.
Yeah.
This one has lovely aesthetics.
Oh, ma'am, I'm sorry. I am going to have to enforce the 3-minute rule.
To what?
We're out of time here.
Okay.
I am going to have to enforce the 3-minute
Okay.
rule just because
But you get the point.
there are so many people who want to testify.
Next is Phyllis Larson.
You can make copies. I can't give them to you.
There's 2 separate ones.
I have documents to submit to the record, please. One is my testimony, and one is a group of proposed changes to a text amendment. Thanks.
You can go ahead and begin.
Hi, I'm Phyllis Larson. I live at 17575 North 70th Street in Lincoln, Nebraska. I oppose the text amendment. We've been asking for a task force for months to no avail. So my question is, who's looking out for the health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens? It's not Mr. Queen. His agenda has been to serve the financial needs of his business model, even if it means violating regulations. We haven't even seen the proposal that they have before you for their text amendment, so it's really hard to respond. Making a task force makes all kinds of sense. In the absence of that, I present some proposed changes. And I also question why the rush, why the secrecy around this text amendment? Why are laws being negotiated with an applicant? I just don't know. And that's an applicant who doesn't adhere to the current regulations. Campgrounds should reflect their mission of recreational camping, not long-term housing for temporary workers. If we are trying to create a work camp, then let's be upfront about it and let's develop the appropriate guidelines for it. Here are my suggestions for length of stay regulation. On the left is the current wording as we know it for the text amendment that came forward from the Planning Commission, and in the middle is my suggested wording. On number 1, we think it's important to add the words "or RV" to prevent an RV from being parked by a client year-round with a variety of people coming and going like an Airbnb. You've got to track the RV, not just the people. I'm going to skip to this third one. We need a storm shelter added to the amenities so that campers are not running across the road to the Campbell's home if a tornado is coming. This fourth one, 10% for extended stays, I think is a very generous number. At the previous hearing with the Planning Commission, the applicant said 97% of his campers stay 1 month or less. So that's 3% who stay long-term. So he admitted at the Planning Commission that they had long-term people staying there. It's a long-time violation of Campaway's special permit. So he's increasing 3% to 35% for extended stays. That's 10 times more. That's a 1,000% increase from his current business model. So what has caused this excessive change? The staff report said there are situations where a person may need to stay more than 30 days, and it includes people who park recreational vehicles and then leave them during the football season. Do we really want to become a storage facility for empty RVs for campgrounds? There are other options for people who are visiting for more than 30 days. Airbnbs shows 238 rentals starting at $30 a night, much closer to amenities. I have one closing thought. 90 days is consistent with the Lancaster County Event Center. We must support them. They're going to lose business if we go with 90 days. So remember, the city code doesn't allow more than 90 days, so I don't know why the county should. Thanks for taking time to consider this. Really appreciate your careful thought.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next four people, if you'd come up, Brian Kaiser, Linda Shorn, Becky Keep, and Carol Sherman.
Can I give these to you?
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And the first one signed in is Brian.
And I gave you my statements for the record, please. Good morning. My name is Brian Kaiser. I live at 5590 Davie Road. I'd like to bring your attention pages 2 and 3 of Chapter 3 of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan. Number 1, general groundwater quality and quantity is higher in the southern portions of the county. Number 2, high salinity in the northern part of the county makes groundwater more difficult to acquire. And number 3, environmental resources reside within a broad range of settings that should be considered as policy and development decisions are made. The comprehensive plan makes it clear that careful consideration on groundwater is essential, especially in parts of the county with water challenges. Any campground is likely to use a lot of water, so campground developers must accept the burden of proof to show that they will not harm the aquifer or neighboring wells. That's why pump tests are essential to this text amendment. Engineer Dwight Hansen's report from January 16th states, without valid without valid test pumping data, it is impossible to quantify the well capacity or estimate maximum yield. Reliability data such as static water level, pumping water level, drawdown, and accurate pumping rate makes it possible to determine the true capacity of the well and provides the ability to follow the conditions of the well to assist planning and operation and maintenance so a reliable water supply can be developed. This data was absent in this application. If this data is absent, how do you know whether or not you're approving a project that will harm campers, or me, or my neighbors? Pump tests can also allow testing for other contaminants. If water quality deteriorates during the pump test, other users of the aquifer system may also have a decreased water supply. But without a proper water test, can we definitively say it won't cause harm? Will they be held responsible if they do impact my water, our water? Campgrounds aren't a small acreage going in. It is a community that seems to not have any restrictions. Mr. Hansen's report also states that poor water quality will also increase the estimated amount of water used. He writes, treatment will be needed for the water to be palatable to users of the RV camp. This will increase the amount of water needed to be pumped and discharged into the water system. Increasing water usage will likely be 30 to 35% of the proposed RV campground. How will this extra water usage affect the groundwater? How much water will they actually be using? For every 10,000 gallons of water they would normally use daily, this is now 13,500 gallons. Having flow meters on every site will allow for proper usage and developing a sustainability plan. Here are my suggestions. I ask that you make sure the owners know and understand what is going on in the water supply before granting any special permit. This should have an impact on any future sites within Lancaster County, and I ask that you take a pump test of at least 72 hours and the impact on neighboring wells into consideration before you approve any special permit. Section 12.4 of the comprehensive plan states individual proposals for land use changes should be evaluated using best available information. Issues such as the presence of floodplains affecting on neighbors' land uses and preservation and protection of natural resources are among considerations you should be reviewed to make specific land decisions. Getting the best available information means you acquire reliable pump tests. Please consider the effects on your neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Linda Shorn.
My name is Lindy Shawn. I live at 19595 North 14th Street, and the articles, the documents I gave you, I'd like to have part of the record. I would like to address seasonal occupants or seasonal guests, people staying longer than 30 days in a calendar year. The same amenities that make a campground attractive to campers, swimming pools, hot tub, help make this campground attractive to people living in their RVs, seasonal guests. As was stated by Steve Hendrickson at your January 14th meeting, long-term stays could be a deal breaker for the Queens if they do not get them. Why is long-term stays so important? Is it to provide RVers who are living in their RV a place to live? January 28th, 2018 article in the World Herald stated 1/3 of the campsites at Pine Grove RV Park are occupied by out-of-state workers who prefer to live in their RV. The number of RVs being used as a residence is growing. Why are people living in their RVs? Why are there so many seasonal guests? I Googled this, because you can buy an RV for under $10,000, and it's much cheaper to live in that than owning a house. The RV Industry Association states 1 million Americans, seasonal guests, live full-time in RVs. One full-time seasonal guest just stated, "It's just the way we live. Our house just has wheels under it." Two friends whose parents sold their home bought an RV to live their dream of traveling. 2 to 3 miles per gallon, and RV maintenance became affordable. They found a trailer park so they could reside at and park their RV to live. People who camp, 2 weeks is usually plenty long. 30 days in a calendar year would accommodate those campers who camp multiple weekends during the summer months.
1 minute remaining.
There are trailer parks like Skyview Trailer Park located on North 48th Street that currently has 48 RVers residing and 15 RVs being stored. The Queens have 5 years to locate a suitable campground. Text amendments being written by the Queens and their lawyer is self-serving and not in the best interest of the residents of Lancaster County. You are our commissioners. It is your job to protect Lancaster County residents from RV parks being disguised as a fun family campground. This is not part of the Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan. Say no to 180 days, 120 days, in a rolling calendar year. That is not camping. Thank you.
Becky Keep.
Good morning. My name is Becky Keep, and I live at 8601 Davie Road, and I offer my statement and the opinion of Dr. Darrell Martin into the record. I'm here to speak in opposition to the text amendment. I'm requesting additional language be included in the text amendment for campgrounds to provide a plan for mitigating material adverse impact to domestic well owners within 3 miles of the campground, and also a provision requiring the applicant to provide a detailed plan for wastewater treatment, including a plan for management of lagoon or septic failure before consideration before going to Planning Commission. I visited by phone on December 13, 2019 with Dr. Darrell Martin from the university about groundwater concerns and depletion of aquifers due to heavy pumping from new wells. Dr. Martin is a professional engineer specializing in irrigation engineering and water resources. He advised that, and I quote, "You must ask, what is the impact of these 2 new wells on area domestic users? And what is the developer going to do to mitigate damage to current domestic users when the wells default? It is common practice among irrigation pumpers that they stand the cost of drilling new wells if neighbors go dry. It's cheaper than being sued by homeowners. This independent hydrologic or environmental impact study needs to be in the ordinance and a condition of the special permit, as well as stipulate to damage relief. It needs to be spelled out. Please consider adding these protections for neighbors into the campground ordinance." Thank you.
Carol Sherman.
I'm Carol Sherman. I live at 6305 Agnew Road and have lived in that community for over 40 years. I support the proposal for changes to text amendment number 19009, which was sent to you last week. It was prepared by a group of people, and they used other local ones to come up with points that they have on that. A task force would be even better. But if that doesn't happen, then this would be the thing to follow. It is very important to include items F, G and H. They've been alluded to already. And especially to require the pump test when the campground is going to be coming into an area that has limited water supply, such as what we will see next. Dave Hum talked with you all, or a letter from him talked with you a few months ago, and he recommended that there be a 7-day pump test. In the papers that Dwight Hansen has sent to you, he recommends that a 3-day pumping test be done by a licensed hydrologist or engineer with the conditions that were mentioned, and that this must be done before a person can ever make out a special permit. Now, I've been told, oh, that would cost the applicant too much. But the thing of it is, it's costing the people that live in the community tens of thousands of dollars and tens of thousands of hours to be able to come up with the information that will help prove that this is not a viable place for the water that is available. It will cause harm to the neighbors. Just for the record, a flow meter is already required by the Lower Platte South NRD on all new wells that pump over 20 gallons per minute.
1 minute.
I think that we should also look at another thing. If a pump test is required before the special permit can be applied for, it also would save you guys tons of time and lots of dollars. It would free up tax dollars because they wouldn't be needed by the Planning Commission, they wouldn't be needed by every government office, every county office that has to respond to a special permit. And it would save a lot of papers too, because you won't have so much that you're going to be printing and all. But I think that has to be seriously looked at because it's ridiculous to go through a special permit and then find out there's not enough water, which is something we in the neighborhood already knew, and yet we were not considered experts. But yet we are experts, more so than someone that read it in a textbook. So I thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next four are Gary Sherman, Rick Ronhovda, Karen Kurbis, and Blaine Glessman.
I would like to, instead of trying to give my time to somebody else, to let it add on to their time if need be.
I would not suggest doing that. Everyone has their 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think we're going to hold to the 3-minute rule for everybody. So if you still would like to testify, sir, you're welcome to come up. But
I'm Blaine Glissman. Rick Ronhovde.
So Gary Sherman isn't
Correct.
going to testify, okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
Okay. First up would be Rick.
I am Rick Ronhovde, live at 16555 North 70th Street, which is within the same section of the proposed campgrounds. I realize that nobody has asked you questions. I don't know, is it proper? Can I start with asking you a question?
that's not the normal format for a public hearing. Normally, it's just to provide information to the board. But
The reason I asked that is one of my topics was the fencing, and I think that I guess, can I ask the question, is fencing in the new regulations now?
The proposal says may, sir. In the new proposal, the altered proposal, it says may.
Okay.
The proposal that was presented to us this morning says screening or fencing of the campground may be required for safety and/or reduce negative visual impact.
I will start there then with my concern of being local, of wanting a fencing perimeter to be required. With the map here, the red portion is actually land that I own and farm, and then farther on this is actually where I live. But with the fencing item in mind, as you see the proposed site here, my reasoning that fencing should be required, it is my feeling that once you have people camping here, that this tree line here that is off of property will be attractive to go over and look at and investigate by, campers and then my actual trees that I do not own this. I own this tree line, but same applies to those trees. So then if you do end up having fencing, I would also recommend that you clarify what fencing is. From my point of view, then the fencing would need to be designed in such a way to keep pets and or younger children from being able to pass through a fence. I mean, if you just put up a couple of wires, then that's defeating my idea of why I want fencing. And you've got, besides that, you do have Highway 77, this is right there too, so fencing would, I could see fencing as being a good safety measure there. Move on to, I do not believe you have any kind of supervision requirements within the text that is coming to you now. I would strongly urge that you put that in there, just not necessarily for this site, because the way it is proposed looks to me like there will be supervision there, but this would be looking beyond this actual applicant and having a supervision text within the new text.
Mm-hmm.
Was that my 3 minutes? Right?
That's the 3-minute mark. Thank you.
And next is Karen Kurbis.
Please begin.
My name's Karen Kurbis. I live on my acreage at 17500 North 84th Street. I'm strongly opposed to the current text amendment as it's written. We're caught off guard. It would be nice at break time if perhaps we could get a copy, so that might alter some of our testimony and save some time as we proceed to the next hearing. Please submit my documents for the record. We need a comprehensive countywide set of regulations to serve Lancaster for the years to come, not just for the campground that's before us. The Comprehensive Plan of 2040 1.5 calls to accommodate and encourage participation of all citizens in the city and the county in the making of public policies. We asked you for a task force or a work group, and were denied. I provided a spreadsheet to you with the Lincoln codes from 1963, 66, and 79, and also the TX 19009, which was updated last Friday and again this morning, and what our proposed text amendment is. Overall, from 63 to 79, there are minimal changes. Steve Henriksen briefed you last week, stating that the amendment was modeled after the municipal codes. Omitting 4 of the 9 regulations hardly qualifies. There are several important things that are left out, and I'd like to address the special permits issued under this section are temporary and valid during the period that campground and associated facilities comply with the provisions of this title and other applicable ordinances and regulations. The rationale, of course, is that we have little recourse to engage the county in following up on any non-compliance. The existing campaway facility is a prime example. I recently filed a letter of concern of compliance with David Carey, Director of Planning, regarding the provision for limiting the campground occupation to 30 days in a calendar year. I will provide you with my copy. It's kind of lengthy, but it'll go into the record. The record-keeping section should be beefed up. You know what? I don't even know that it's really in the current proposal. It's kind of hard to tell. But we need things like the license number tracked so we can see how long are those RVs really staying there, and that just another person doesn't come in. Annual reports need to be filed for any of the county people to monitor. Check-in dates, check-out, as I said, the license number, name and number of adults and children over 5 years and older. That relates to data for the school system. The report should be public access because we know that the county does not have the resources to monitor the special permits once they are issued. Other counties, such as Cass County, do call for a permanent record of vehicle registration. Sale of alcoholic beverages, that seems to, that's something that should be with every single one. Is that 3 minutes?
3-minute mark. Yeah.
Huh?
That's the 3-minute mark, yes.
Okay. We provided you with our proposed changes to the text amendment. We deserve to have input, do the right thing, and create a comprehensive campground ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Commissioner Vest, yeah.
I do have one follow-up question for you, Ms. Service. You said something about a Cass County standard. What, could you say that again?
The Cass County standard, they call for a permanent record of the vehicle registration. So we're not the only ones that are saying track the vehicles.
Vehicles that are at the campsites.
At the campsite, yes.
Okay.
Do you know who tracks that? Is that
That's
the operators?
That's their regulation that they have to comply with their record keeping.
Okay. Yeah, and I know how thorough you are at researching
You want the
things.
Cass County ordinance? I have it behind me.
You're way ahead of me again, but if you have it, it would be helpful to see
Okay,
that.
I will provide that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Blaine Glissman. I reside at 5225 Mill Road, Lincoln, Nebraska, and that's 3 miles south of the proposed campsite. I'm here today. I don't have handouts. I don't have anything to give you. I just ask for your ear. I'm here today to share the obvious. At least it's obvious to me, to those that I feel should be the best informed in our county, and that's you, the commissioners. My first obvious, I guess, is that the Lancaster County is inadequate in their zoning regulations for RV parks, campsites, just inadequate in our county, just as you recognize that we were inadequate in the CAFO regulations for planning and zoning. A second issue is the current proposal does not align itself with our comprehensive plan. It doesn't promote the health, safety, and general welfare of our county residents, especially the North Lancaster County residents. So today I'm here frustrated, bothered, this sense of urgency, this fake urgency that I'm hearing, that I'm feeling. The decision must be made. There is no rush. There is no urgency to make this decision. The RV campers that would be customers, they can go to the Lancaster County Event Center in the meantime. The Queens' own lease, I don't believe, ends for 4 or 5 years. There's no urgency. So the rush is not one. We need to kick it back and do our comprehensive study just like we did for the CAFO issue. When I helped elect you, Mr. Vest, I hope from our commissioners that you'd use sound research, sound decisions, judgment, and wise votes. And that's what I'm asking you to do today. I came across this morning.
1 minute.
Thank you. And it just shows what went on with the CAFO issues. And you see my notes. A task force was established. Amendments are made. They're working with the planning and zoning people to get terminology consistent. And this is what I'm asking for you guys to do today, the ladies and gentlemen. So again, in closing, I believe the wisest action to promote and protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the Lancaster County residents is to just say no. Put this to the commission, get it done correctly, because it will affect us for the rest of our county life. So thank you very much.
You know, it's 10:57 right now. Let's go ahead and take that break rather than having four more come up right now.
But one quick question
Yeah.
of business, that there was a request.
Having trouble hearing you, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. There was a request for a copy of the proposed changes in the text amendment. Mr. Seacrest, do you have any additional copies of?
I believe Jen's been addressing that, actually.
Oh, you,
I just brought some in. Karen has been passing them out.
All right.
Another batch fresh off the copier coming in for those who would like them.
nice to have good people working for the
Perfect.
county.
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you very much to the county staff. So we will then go ahead and reconvene at 11:15, and we'll recess until then. Okay, we will reconvene. We are continuing on with opponent testimony to the general text amendment. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the next 4 up?
Actually, I've only got 3 left that have signed in.
Okay.
If you'd come up, Dave Nielsen, Tim Kubicek, and Jerry Johnson. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
First up would be Dave Nielsen.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dave Nielsen. I reside at 7100 Raymond Road, and I wish this testimony to be entered into the record. I also have sheets that you should have received by email yesterday from my father, who used to serve on the Planning Commission and was on the original 1950 comprehensive plan that he would like. I'm not going to read that, but he would like that entered into testimony also, please. I got a simple solution for you. I think that's what everybody's looking for here today. Be a nice, simple solution. So we don't have any ordinance for outside the 3-mile limit, correct? Let's just move what we have for the city and the 3-mile limit outside into the county. And then let's backtrack. Everybody wants this long stay. Okay, well, let's allow the long stay within the city and the 3-mile limit. So we change the ordinance for that. That way, you have the infrastructure, you have the fire and rescue, you have the sewer and water. You have all that within the city, and it's growing to the 3-mile limit. That is a simple solution we need to work on here today. We don't need to adopt something in a hurry today. We got plenty of time. The Queens have plenty of time. But I'm trying to keep this to what the county needs to do today and not worry about who's involved in this. What we're trying to do right now is to get ordinance of what we need for the county and the future. So that would be my suggestion to you, is we work it like that. And that takes care of a lot of the problems that we're going to have in this next thing that we're going to talk about. So that is my simple solution for you. I hope you will take that under advisement, and thank you for your time. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tim Kubicek.
Hello, my name's Tim Kubicek, 18507 North 70th Street. And I know this isn't addressed anywhere in this text amendment, and it should be a great concern to the whole county. This text amendment would apply to all future campgrounds in the whole of the county. Normally we find campgrounds in commercial and industrial zoned areas, not agriculture. Even though it's everywhere in the comp plan, the county at times seems to ignore the parts that stress preservation of farmland. Because Lancaster County allows campgrounds by special permit in these valuable ag areas, there should be something about that in this text. There needs to be some sort of contingency plan in the event that any campground fails in time due to inadequate water, bankruptcy, or any number of various reasons. Once this land is stripped and developed as a full hookup RV park anywhere in the county, with various permanent structures, underground plumbing and wiring, septic lagoons, etc. I mean, how much is it going to cost to reclaim this, any ground, any farmland in the county, to farmland once again? There needs to be some sort of, I don't know, a fund set up by any applicant to assure that the land can once again be used as intended per comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Tim.
Jerry Johnson.
My name is Jerry Johnson,
and I live at 6333 Rock Creek Road, Ceresco, Nebraska, and I'm a nervous wreck. I don't like to do this at all, but I feel I need to. Worked decades to build a property that we can have value for, that clearly I don't know how that will be affected. But I would like to clearly say that I am in opposition of the text amendment, and certainly based on the current changes submitted this morning, that based on us who would be affected by it don't even get the opportunity to really look at it and be able to provide testimony against that. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. I think a task force should clearly be looked at. We don't haphazardly just create these. That's going to affect all of Lancaster County based on one business that's being requested within a special permit. I think it just has to be looked at thoroughly so everything can be looked at as a whole and be not setting a precedence for all of Lancaster County. Let's get it all established with that task force. I think consideration has to take place for the safety of patrons in the respect of children. And when we're particularly advertising as a family-friendly activity such as swimming pools, splash parks, I think we need to consider background checks, sex offenders. I think that needs to be looked at. If we're looking at long-term stays, currently you're seeing the news left and right about Project Child Safe House for kids who are being abused. And I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I think it should be looked at. I apologize.
You're okay.
There are just way too many people that are victimized. We shouldn't set this and pass this through in regards to the text amendment and then have a business grandfathered into a clause because it wasn't looked at right up front. Also, we'd like to mention that in regards to, I'm going to put this on the board, and I apologize for not doing this sooner. Again, I don't normally do this kind of thing.
You're doing fine.
Thank you. Is it going to come up?
Yeah, it's up.
Okay. So we would like to recommend that campground owners shall be required to conduct a sex offender background check on the Nebraska State Patrol website of an individual residing within the campground. Individuals registered as sex offenders shall not be allowed to reside in or be present within the campground. Rationale: this is consistent with Nebraska laws relating to sex offenders' proximity to residences and schools. The next thing that we need to really look at, and based on those changes submitted this morning, one of those being the sale of alcoholic beverage within the campground may be prohibited. What's the point of the word may? Why is this even written in there if it's not going to actually say must? What is the point? What is that doing for us? So I thank you all for all that you're doing and for consideration for us as citizens.
Thank you very much. Okay. Are there any more opponents? Opponents to the general text amendment? There will still be opponent testimony for the special permit as well. But I said there will still be opponent testimony for the special permit as well, but opponents for the general text amendment. Seeing none, we will move on to anyone here to testify in a neutral capacity on the general text amendment.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Hi, my name is Paul Zillig. I'm General Manager of the Lower Platte South NRD here in Lincoln. My address, 7991 Stockwell Street here in Lincoln. I believe Dick Ehrman provided a geologic report on the geology and groundwater in the area, and we also submitted some questions and answers to some of the questions. I understand the county board had a few other questions, so I thought I would answer those and then be available for some other discussion. Dick Ehrman could not make it. He was at another meeting, so you've got the second string guy as far as filling in on groundwater. There was a question concerning whether there were any irrigation wells within 1 mile of the site, and no, there's not. There's one irrigation well between 1 and 2 miles away, and then there's 3 other ones that are between 2 and 3 miles away. So there is not any irrigation wells within 1 mile. A couple other questions dealt with the variability of the groundwater in that area, and that sums it up. I mean, it's variable. in that area, so it's about impossible to make assumptions from knowing what the situation is at one point, where one well is to the other. So drawing those kind of conclusions would be very difficult, and I don't know that you could find somebody that could do that without putting down a well, aquifer test, those type of things, and then still to make assumptions as to what might be between at some other area where there isn't a test well would be difficult. So that's kind of the situation there. There's questions about how long the pumping could be sustained from some of the wells out there. You'd really have to do an aquifer test, which would be some pumping for a little longer duration to give you an idea as to the yield and the sustained yield from those that well. The NRD does permit wells, anything above 50 gallons a minute. So there's one well on site that I think right now is 50 or whatever, but if any of those wells are 50 gallons or more, then they would have to get a permit from the NRD. We'd also have a meter on those. There would not be any requirements for long-term monitoring by the NRD for that situation. So with that, I think I answered the main questions I had heard. I don't know if there's any other questions.
Commissioner Vest?
Yes, sir. Appreciate you coming down. Thank you for sharing your expertise. A couple of them. Aquifer test. Can you give us a little definition? What is an aquifer test?
This is when I need my geologist here.
Dang it. They're never around when you need them.
Well, obviously, they've got a well there, and they're going to do some variable pumping over a longer period of time, keep track of what that well yield is and how the drawdown reacts as to how much water's there. I can sure get you a little more information as to how that aquifer test might be set up for depending what the well is.
Yeah, because we're hearing a variety of time frames, and what is reasonable and most likely to be accurate. That's what I think we're going to be looking for as we go forward. So, we've had numbers, I think, from an hour to 7 days, and
sure,
we will need maybe a little help to find the best amount. And let me follow up then with one other one. You referenced that they did a well and you permit them after they cross the 50 gallons per minute rate. Is that what I heard you say?
Well, yeah, the well that's there is not permitted, but it was put in and it's registered for 50 gallons a minute, I believe. So if in that case, if that well was actually going to be set up to pump more than 50 gallons a minute, then they'd probably have to get a late well permit from the NRD to permit that well.
And there's a process they go through to.
Mm-hmm.
What about proximity then? Because what if a person has a piece of property, they put in a 50 gallon per minute well here, and then over on the other part of their property, they put in another 50 gallon? How does that work? Is there a limit on your property, or?
No, there's not a limit on your property, but if the wells would be commingled, then it would all add up. You couldn't put in multiple 50 gallon per minute wells just to get around the regulations. So it depends if they're commingled or connected or not as to what you can do.
So if they're on the same property and they're going to be pumping, then it's kind of a cumulative total that you would be looking at to see if they need the.
Yeah, if they're connected. I mean, you could have one well on one side of the property and serving a certain area and another serving a certain area here. Those two would not be commingled, so they would be okay at 50 gallons a minute. But if there was an interconnection, they were commingled, then it would count as a 100 gallon per minute well.
Yeah, see, that's what we're dealing with here, is that we have an entity that, I guess I'm trying to make sure we're dealing apples with apples here, but, if we set up a 50 gallon for this half the campsite, 50 gallon for that half of the campsite, you're saying they're not commingled in the NRD's opinion?
Yeah, that's what that would sound like. And that's why I got people like Dick Ehrman that could sit down and see how they're all hooked up. And also, Dick would be available to help for giving some input on any kind of an aquifer test or anything like that.
And he will be available when?
What now?
When will he be available?
About any time you want. I mean, we're in the middle of it, so
Coming today.
yeah.
Today, anytime
I'll
you
volunteer
want.
Dick for that.
Okay.
Sounds good. We've got Commissioner Amundson first, and then
Did you have any knowledge about the quality of the water there in terms of, like the different salts and et cetera, manganese, minerals within it?
No, I know from Dick's report, depending on the well and the depth, the Dakota sandstone, I think, is lower. So sometimes if, you get the well deeper, you maybe run into some different constituents in the, as far as your water samples. But I'm not familiar specifically, but, we could look into that too if you had a question.
Would like that.
Okay.
Commissioner Yocum.
Yeah, so I appreciate some of the specifics about these, that really would apply to this particular site, but water comes up over and over, and the ability to access enough water. We had the same challenge with the CAFO, right? So my question is, what are some good standards that we can expect that someone who wants to put in a new business would have to adhere to? What we've heard is some more extensive testing that we've been interested in seeing to establish that we do have adequate water there is cost prohibitive before they're very far into the process. But it seems to me that also may be a cost of doing business because if they get through the process and then don't have adequate water, that's not reasonable either. Do you have some thoughts about what best standards might be?
Well, the instances you indicated, whether you're proposing to put this in or you're the banker for who's ever putting it in, I mean, there's a lot of need to have good information on whether you've got kind water to do what you want to do. So from our standpoint, some kind of an aquifer test, would kind of answer that question, and that seemed like good information. There again, we can understand you don't want to put a whole bunch of requirements and cost up before you get the approval, but a lot of the questions we all have, if you don't have a test hole or an aquifer test, you really don't know.
There were several references to flow meters, and I think you referenced it earlier. Can you tell me the purpose of those?
Well, the meter, it's just a meter for the well just to keep track of how much water's being pumped. So it's a continuous readout.
Is that information provided to you? What's the purpose of maintaining it?
Yeah, it's provided annually as far as how much water's been pumped.
So you're looking at a big picture for the area when maybe the success and viability of the wells is.
Yeah, I think it's good information for any well owner to know how much water they're pumping, and especially, for like irrigation, it's the first part of irrigation management as far as knowing how much you're pumping and trying to, not pump too much water, but pump the right amount for what you need to do. So, in this case, it's information on how much water is being pumped. So it's educational value there. We don't have any limitations or anything like that, there's a regulation, but we're required to have a meter to know how much water you are pumping.
Okay, that information is provided to the NRD.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm going to follow up with one more. Just one more, sir.
Okay.
If a farmer wanted to put in a center pivot or an irrigation system, there's a process they would go through that would determine if that's feasible in this area, or probably anywhere, but in this area?
Well, yeah, if a landowner was interested, they would come to the NRD about getting a well permit. Irrigation well is going to no doubt be over 50 gallons a minute, and they would make an application and start that process to figure out, make the application. We would give them a preliminary permit, and then they would start down that process of, with a well driller as far as drilling wells, seeing what the availability of water is, and would have to follow that process for a well permit.
And that would include the aquifer test?
Yeah, it just depends on the amount of water they're pumping, but yeah, there'd be some kind of, we got some requirements in there depending on where the well is and for that.
Okay.
Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony.
You bet.
Is there anyone else here to testify in a neutral capacity on the text amendment? Okay. Comments from the staff?
Planning Department staff here, just in case you have any questions for us.
Any questions for planning department staff?
Not at this time, but I don't see our attorney.
She'll be right back. Okay. And then a rebuttal from the applicant.
Still good morning. Kent Seacrest. Just want to address some of the points that were raised. First of all, regarding a task force. A couple of things on this point. First of all, I think in the last 20 or 30 years, we've had one campground request, and it's the same operator. And the reason you have it again is because the city's asked the operator to move because the city has new use that they want to do for their land. So this is not a very common fact pattern, and task force probably are more prudent when you know it's coming and it's coming and it's coming. So you set the bar. This is not a very common land use that has required that. So the other thing I would just point out on the task force is our purchase agreement expires by March. So we do not have time. We will lose this property. And as you will learn in the next public hearing, it's hard to find these properties and that have the right fact patterns, including water. And we found one. So I'd hate to lose the property because of that type of request along the way. And, you know, there's other public interests that are probably going to be repeated on and on, motocross and or drones and or you name it, that things, new technologies that we see, the county's going to have more of the problem than a campground every 20 or 30 years along the way. The other thing is urgency. I just want to stress that we totally followed the county's process that you have on your books to amend your zoning ordinance. We did not rush. We did not ask for acceleration. We have gone through all the key steps. And so we just followed your process. And again, because of our purchase agreement, we did not know that we might need extra time to this go forward here. And so it's a much more complicated process if you decide to delay us. You could, in fact, kill us with that type of delay. The other thing I just want to point out is we have 4 years. Our lease expires March of 2015, which means really 2014 is our last season. So we have 4 years. So
2024, I mean.
Excuse me, 2024. So we arguably have 4 years, but it takes a while to grade and prepare and get the approvals we're going to need for all the things we need approvals on for this site. Number two, we need to get our financing in place to do it. Number three, we plan to phase this. We want to have 2 facilities open for a while. We don't want to go cold turkey, stop, and expect to turn up and do a new facility. We want a year or so of phasing in that equation. So that's why we are in a guarded, prudent manner trying to get this resolved here. Again, I want to stress 3% of the people are 30 days or less, but their day uses of people that are more, those seasonal, are 20%. So it's the 3% is just the numbers. It's not the days that come into play here along the way. I want to just take a second to talk about the amendments, and I don't know if you want to ask us detailed questions about the amendments now or later, but we do appreciate that your staff was willing to work with us because we are the applicant. We didn't want to present a draft that was helter-skelter and not appropriate, and so your staff was very helpful to get us on the way, and it was not intended to be exclusionary because we knew the process had at least 2 public hearings, so the public had the chance to review any draft that came forward. I'm so old now that it's been interesting to watch the process because acreages started when I was a young attorney, and farmers used to fill a room like this, fearful that what they would do to their way of life and things. And what I'm trying to say is opposition usually always assumes the very worst. In reality, I've had the chance afterwards, many years later, to run into people that opposed my ideas. And I asked them, was it as bad as you thought? No, it's not. It's just human nature. You always assume the worst. And so farmers were nervous of acreage. Acreage is now nervous of chicken farms and other things. And now they're also nervous about campgrounds along the way. We want to talk a moment here about the Queens have listened well to the opposition. You'll hear us talk more in the next opposition, but we've told you we're willing to go from 240 sites down to 150, and we're willing to bifurcate so that we do not have very many of those 180-day seasonal users along the way. It's also important to note that we're not talking about prime ag land. This is not prime ag land, but the issue is the opposition's emotion and fears, expressed today are real. They have it. But it's your job to determine if their expressed concerns have overriding merits compared to the client's reduced and compromised proposal. That's what you're trying to judge today. And I think when it comes to conflicts like this, you have your professionals to rely on their judgment as well. Governmental entities had the opportunity to come forward and say this is a bad ordinance amendment. You have not heard that today. You have not heard that from the county engineer regarding roads, health department, sheriff. They do not have expressed those concerns. So that might give you comfort that they feel this is balanced. Also, the planning department has taken all this into consideration, and their recommendation was recommend support for the motion to amend the planning commission version. And I would also state to you that the planning commission had even a longer hearing than you on this matter, and they recommended support and recommended approval on a 5-3 vote. So bottom line, the opposition had other technical amendments to offer. You saw my proposed amendments this morning. I included a lot of their amendments. Those are the ones we agree with. If I didn't include them, you can probably infer that we do not find them acceptable, and I'd be glad to go into any of those particular reasons if you would like to ask me about any of the conditions. And with that, we are just very appreciative of your extended time and patience on this matter, and we'd be glad to answer any final questions.
Any questions for the applicant? I have one, and quite frankly, it's really on behalf of the county engineer. I promised I would ask it. Is it correct that the applicant intends to pave Davie Road down to the entrance? Is that right?
Yes, we will be paving. We are not proposing to pave the internal roads. Mm-hmm. Just like, your Lancaster Event Center has gravel roads and gravel pads, that's the pattern we would be seeking as well.
Yeah, that was my understanding too. I promised I would follow up on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. The county attorney staff has asked to make a couple of comments about the process here. She assured me that she would be back in just moments and asked that we would take another recess if she did not return by now. So I'm going to give us another, I'm hoping only a 10-minute recess so that she can say something before we move on to the next item and voting on anything corollary. So
Hey, I got Val's on speed dial.
Might be handy.
we're going to call her.
I'll call order.
Thanks.
Okay. And I've got to make a vote.
You're fine.
10 minutes.
first thing we're going to do is close the public hearing on the text amendment, and then the county attorney staff will say their piece. So, is there any further testimony? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and close it.
All right. So what I'm going to suggest that kind of happens next is looking first based off of the most recent text amendment draft that was given to you guys this morning. I think what we should do is go pretty much line by line, get an idea of what you guys would prefer the language to say. That way, in account, we can go through each one. You could take into account the applicant's testimony, all of the opposition testimony, everyone that testified today. Go through each one, and then at the end, have you guys essentially direct legal and planning to come up with a more formalized or finalized draft, and then have you guys delay the vote and do so we have time to look through the language, make sure that it is appropriate enforceability-wise, make sure that no changes have outside consequences that we aren't aware of. Just more give it the time and consideration that it deserves. So if that's okay, I think we should go through and just pretty much, like I said, line by line. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question, Jen, about the task force. We've heard that mentioned a number of times today. We did choose to use that with the CAFOs.
Correct.
And I'm curious, your thoughts on doing a task force here has been requested by a number of folks.
My suggestion would to not do a task force, and that is because we essentially have the work product that would likely come out of a task force. Again, wouldn't be like the final vote version, kind of how the CAFO did, but we know what the applicant wants. We know what the opponents want. We have testimony to rely on from Planning Commission, public hearing, today's public hearing. So going through part by part what you guys want, getting your inputs, will then direct us to take into account the ideas, the intent of what you guys want, and then we will make sure the language does that appropriately. So that would be my suggestion, is we skip the task force since we already have most of the main information here already.
And we all have a copy of the alternatives, the proposed changes that we provide.
Right. Okay. And I think the value of the county attorney's suggestion here is that then, by delaying the vote, it gives the public then, much more time to take a look at these recommendations, get a feel for what they like, what they don't like, and then, things could still be altered in a week's time when we take the final vote then, if need be.
Correct.
Yeah.
We won't have testimony on
Right.
it. It would just be
Right. But they
your
can,
own consideration.
But via email or however, they can still communicate with us. It's all public, yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to say, too, that I really appreciate all of the public's input here into this process to get us to this point, and certainly then for the Queens and for Mr. Seacrest for taking that into account. So it has not really been a task force, but we've had a lot of good public input.
We have, and I guess now is as good a time as any, and it'll happen again, but to thank the two ladies that I've met with, Karen and Phyllis. They and whoever they've worked with are responsible for this very thoughtful document we're going to be using to help set standards for this text amendment. So.
Okay. So should we just kick it off with item A here on this? This is the item we're working on, right?
Yeah, now it's up here, so that way it's clear what we are looking
Thank you.
at as we go through it.
Okay. Item A, each campsite shall contain at least 2,500 square feet. The campsite shall be so designed that the required 2,500 square feet can be enclosed within a rectangle of which one side shall not exceed 3 times any other side. Is there any discussion with the board on item A?
So just to be clear, you'd like to essentially keep the requirement for having a set square footage.
This is the same as what they have with the LMC.
Okay? And the 2,500 square feet is appropriate?
Seems appropriate to me.
Okay. All right, let's move on to B. So this has, no changes were made to this that came from the Planning Commission. I will note that back up. They did have a slight change. So originally, B, well, what's now B, required a minimum of 40 campsites. If you guys are, whether you want a minimum amount of campsites in there or not, again, that's up to you guys. Right now, how it's worded is the campground shall have a water supply, sewage disposal facilities, everything else that was previously in there.
On the, one of the proposals, it was that meet all applicable federal, state, and county codes and regulations. State and county, I think, would be sufficient.
The reason that that's so general is just so you're not leaving anything out, or, and I'm pretty sure that language matches what is found elsewhere in those zoning regulations. But that, again, is up to you guys.
So then is the expectation in looking at the one you have on the screen, doesn't include the words federal, state, and county, but just says all applicable codes. Does that imply that all these standards are in play?
Yeah.
Yes, if there's applicable state, federal, county,
Okay.
yeah, all those, it not specifying just.
So all is all, inclusive of all government standards.
I mean,
Correct.
the very purpose of us doing it this way, then let's the county attorney's office and the planning department staff, they can talk out of this and make sure that it
Right.
matches the rest of our codes and is
Right.
consistent.
So yeah, what we're talking about right now won't be final. I'm just more getting your ideas,
Okay.
and then I will take
Right.
that intent and put it into
Right.
legally enforceable language.
Okay. I have no issue with B.
Okay. I just was wondering if that was, okay, but understanding that it will meet all applicable codes and regulations, okay, that's fine.
Right, and we may very well decide to add that in. We'll take a look at it.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, moving on to C. There is no change from the Planning Commission. There is, as you're well aware, there is, this does deviate from what the opponents would like to see. So again, depending on the amount, what kind of, or the length, the distance that you guys would like, we can also put that in there.
Well, 50 feet wide and, okay, I'm just trying to figure that out.
Yeah, the difference is between 50 and 100.
Right.
On the front yard. And actually, the proposed language is 60 feet on the side and rear versus, I don't see a side and rear on the
Side
alternate.
is 50.
50, okay. So the front yard is where folks drive into the campground? We're working for a definition here of front yard. I know what it means at my house.
This is
but-
planning expertise.
Yep,
That's
so
what mine
the front yard is measured from the property line adjacent to the street right away. So in this case, if you only had frontage on Davie, the front yard setback would be measured just along the frontage along Davie. In the case of a corner lot, like this one, you also have frontage along Highway 77, so we would count that as a front yard. And when you have a corner lot, meaning two of the four sides, in this case, there's actually more than four sides to this, one side opposite is a side yard setback, and the other side opposite is a rear, and so you pick one or the other. That's why we thought it was good to have, other than the front yard setback, a similar setback all the way around the site, and kind of avoid, in this case, the term side or rear, and just in terms have a similar side and rear all the way around it.
So in effect, this property has two front yards, you're telling us, Steve?
Yes, it'd be one along Highway 77 and one along
Yeah.
Davie Road, two frontages, yes.
Okay. Well,
Does anyone want to suggest a different?
Well, there was a proposal for a front yard of, side yard, and a front yard, never mind, I don't have it
So the applicant has a 50
Yeah,
yard front
yeah.
yard.
Right.
Opponents have suggested a
100.
So it's up to you guys if you would like to, what you would like.
I'm okay with 100.
I wonder what the rationale is for extending out another 50 feet.
I think the rationale stated was just additional green space in the front yard setback.
No, it's just more appealing.
The campsite's just a little further removed from the roads.
Yes, and in this case, when you have a very long frontage along Highway 77, it would be 50 feet additional along the entire length of Highway 77 and along Davy Road, so it cumulatively has more impact than if you had just a little bit of frontage.
So, yeah, so the 50 feet on that length is a bigger piece of property. Yeah,
Correct.
So,
And again, this would be your minimum. In any case of a minimum, when you have a special permit, if you find that there's a particular circumstance, you can increase the setback as a condition of the special permit. For example, if to the east there were several houses that were very close, you might say, well, our minimum setback is 60 feet. But we think due to the proximity to this and that type of a land use, we think a greater distance would be more appropriate. Or you might go with screening. It might be a cemetery is next door or a school is next door, some use that you think meets a greater setback. This is trying to establish what is the minimum.
So the rationale here that provided behind the 100 feet is, it says, a side yard of 50 feet and a front yard of 100 feet shall be maintained on the campground, provided that the 100-foot front yard requirement may be waived if the front yard abuts on a public street which has a right-of-way width of 200 feet or more. The rationale in this is that it's part of is that this matches the Lincoln Municipal Code. I am satisfied matching the Lincoln Municipal Code in this regard.
Okay, let's do that.
I think that should be our standard, and then I think we should apply certainly further setbacks on addition, subsequent permits or whatever might be appropriate.
Okay.
Sorry. I do also just want to say, just because it's in the Lincoln Municipal Code does not mean it's going to be effective here, be applicable. There might be differences, as you're well aware, between county and city.
Absolutely.
So that's fine if you want to follow that, but we may make suggestions just based off of applicability.
Absolutely, and I mean, it even notes it here, rural areas are likely to be more spacious and less dense rather than urban areas, and, so the minimums for an urban area should be good enough for a rural area, then, is the theory on that, which I can appreciate. So.
And I would assume that the Campaway folks are abiding by the 100 yard front yard, 100-foot front yard.
I would assume yes, unless they've
So if that's
had
what
issues
they're
with
doing
that.
here, then they may as well do it out
Yeah,
there.
I'm inclined to go with a 100-foot front yard, with the caveat that the 100-foot front yard requirement can be waived if the front yard abuts a public street, which has a right-of-way width of 200 feet or more.
Okay.
Can I get one clarification before we move on?
Please.
The text as recommended by the Planning Commission included that campgrounds include a minimum of 40 campsites. Was that going to be retained?
yes.
I don't see no reason to change that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't even see it, I believe you.
Okay, so just to be clear, you guys are wanting a, like the opponent's proposed 50-yard side setback and then 100 for front? Okay. Okay, on to D. So this one has a slight change. For Planning Commission, it was just 30 days. It's been changed to 31. So that's something to consider. Again, something that we talked about at the staff meeting was kind of that difference in how that's calculated. So if you're going to do 30 consecutive days, or if you're going to do 30 days in a calendar year. And so that's kind of how we talked about whether, if it's obviously consecutive, that can be repeated throughout a year. If it's just 30 days in an entire calendar year, then they can only be on the campsite 30 days in the whole year.
Right. And that, to me, seems like the issue that needs to be solved far more than whether it's 30 or 31. I have no issue with making it 31, but I think we need to then decide how are we going to determine what 31 days is, right?
Yeah.
I believe what I've heard today is that the preference is for a rolling count rather than a calendar year. It's okay to nod at me if that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I think that would be, and that does to me, that does appear to be what the applicant has indicated their willingness to do as well, farther on down.
So the language proposed here doesn't include that language there.
But it does include it on the caveats.
Right, but those will be applicable to just those sections.
I get it.
So specifically the 31 days is essentially, no camper can stay for more than 31 days as of right now. There's no calendar year, rolling year, there's nothing. So it depends, do you want them to be able to stay more than 30 days or 31?
Let's say, my recommendation is we do 31 days in a 365-day period.
Okay.
Say good by the board.
Yep, that works.
So what you're saying, Jen, is that this is the standard, and then we're going to create exceptions to the standard
Right.
with what we
And that's going to be down
Right,
here.
and that's these items directly below it.
Okay,
So,
Okay.
because I thought we might.
So again, these caveats go into what happens when there are additional support facilities provided. The applicant has proposed to break them out, and essentially like in the graph showed you, 32 to 120 days, 20% of the campground can have people staying there for that amount of time, and then up to 15% can be there between 121 days, but no more than 180 days. If that is appropriate, or if you guys want changes to those numbers, is up to you guys.
I'm looking.
I'm satisfied with the language here. I think there's a question as to the length of days.
Yeah. Hang on a second.
And so just to remind you, originally the Planning Commission had voted to approve up to 35%, could be up to 180 days.
Well, this is a significant cut, reduction.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to propose shorter durations there.
Okay. So let's.
You want to do 90 and
So
120?
I and little I.
I'm sorry.
I and little I, what numbers are you thinking?
Well,
on I here.
One eye or two eyes?
we might as well start with I, and that one is currently up to 120. And I'm thinking, this is 20% of the campsites, which Mr.
That's 30 of the current proposal then, rather than.
With the 150, which the 150 we'd have to put in the special permit. We're not putting in 150
No,
maximum
that's
sites.
special permit, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that special permit, that doesn't pertain.
Well, here's the concern that and how we address it, I guess, is the big issue here. We understand the economics of one person staying 90 days as opposed to 90 people staying one day. I think we understand that there are times and circumstances where that's perfectly legitimate that someone would stay in a camper for 90 days or whatever duration. The question is, what are we creating here that the folks that live in any neighborhood where one of these may go in, what are they dealing with in terms of all the ramifications that go with long-term stays? I'm going to propose that we leave the percentages okay as they are, 20% and 15%. I'm going to reduce the days I would propose 60 days and 90 days.
So what I'm hearing is 20% 32 to 60 days, and then 15% 61 to 90 days.
That's my proposal, yeah.
Okay.
I agree that they should be reduced from this number. That's maybe a little farther than I would have gone.
That's what I would,
I would counter with, what about 90 and 120?
I would go with 90 and 120. I do know that when it comes to visiting nurses and so forth, and sometimes even with persons building a house, some of those, I think that the 90 days would be more appropriate.
And that's 15% of the campsites can be set.
So
Right.
it would allow 20% of the campsites to be 90 days and
Mhm.
15% of the campsites to be 120 days. And that would then be the maximum. Nothing would go past that.
And we are setting that in a 365-day period again.
In a 365-day period.
The idea being that somebody coming in close to the end of the,
Right. They can't leave for a day and then come back and it resets. They can't, if January 1st ticks over, it doesn't suddenly reset that way either.
Yeah, so essentially the count of days would start whatever day they come in, not start January 1st, no matter when they come in.
Right.
And I mean, there are some real contingencies, I think, where a longer stay, a temporary longer stay is really critical.
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Well, I would just say that I understand. You know how much respect I have for all of you. I'm going to say that in front of everybody here. And I would just say there are alternatives. If their time runs out at this campsite, they can go to the LEC. There may be reasons they prefer one over the other, but they do have an option, so.
I agree. I think that we ought to go with 90 up for the little I, and then for the the two little I's, 120. That's
I,
good.
I, I think that's appropriate.
Okay.
and then,
Right.
we're not doing a final vote on this today, so, I
Right.
mean, you can make arguments against that or
Right.
to lower it again next week when we take votes as well. So,
Appreciate that.
Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it at 20%, 32 to 90 days, and 15%, 91 to 120.
I think that's appropriate.
You're right.
Okie dokie. And then the rolling year that you guys are kind of talking about.
Right, that 365 days, yeah.
Okay, proposed E, that would be the signs are allowed within the front yard setbacks. That is something the applicant was okay with, something planning commission moved forward for approval. Not sure if the opponents had something on that, so I guess take a look at that. And then if you're okay with that, we can move on.
Yeah.
I don't see anything. Okay.
Yeah, I think we can move on.
Okay. Let's see. F, what planning commission has proposed is the campground shall take access to and from a paved public road. So if you guys want to make changes to that based off testimony.
I think we want to keep that. I think we want to keep that.
Yeah.
No, we want to keep that.
Keep that, okay. All right, on to G. This kind of goes into a little bit more into the access roads. Access road for each individual campsite essentially, and then if it's a one-way, 14 feet, which these are minimums again, and then two-way roads is a 20 feet width as a minimum. If that is what you guys would like, we can go for it.
It's fine with me.
Seems reasonable.
All right. Moving on to H. No mobile homes. This references Lincoln Municipal Code. I would suggest, if you guys are wanting that to be left in there, there are specific requirements that we have in the zoning regulations that are obviously already approved and in use today. I believe it just is in the permitted use section. So this is essentially saying no mobile homes unless they are already an approved permitted use that's in the zoning code today.
I'm good with that.
I thought we weren't allowing mobile homes. What's this distinction that's being made, Jen?
So essentially, so in Article 4 in the Ag District, there are already rules as far as whether you can have a mobile home or not. And those are permitted uses, so people don't have to come before you if they want to put a mobile home in, if it fits these requirements. And if I'm saying any of this wrong, feel free to pop up. So essentially what this is saying is if there's going to be mobile homes, they have to follow the requirements in the zoning code that's already in there. No mobile homes that don't fit those already approved regulations aren't allowed.
That makes sense to me.
If that's right.
I can help explain what it means in the city section.
Yeah.
And in here, we'd obviously want to fix this to not reference a city zoning ordinance. And the city zoning ordinance, when you go to that section, it says you're allowed to have one mobile home when used as the office for a campground.
Okay.
So that's what specifically it's referencing to. I will say that one of the challenges we have found with mobile homes is as they're defined, it typically says over 8 feet wide and 32 feet in length. And it has been a challenge recently as people have come to talk to us about teeny houses, which are often over 8 feet in width, following the same width as a mobile home, so they can be towed down a public street, and over 32 feet in length. And so we hadn't specifically talked about teeny houses with this campground, but we've had other discussions about, well, could I have a campground and it would be where people could bring in their trailer, which is actually defined as a teeny house, which is actually built on a chassis and is meant to be towed, which is our definition of a mobile home. So it got just because technology has changed over time and what people do, the difference between a trailer that you're pulling behind, which might be the terminology, or fifth wheel, and a recreational vehicle, which has the steering wheel and things in it, that's a little bit easier. And a mobile home and a teeny house, it got kind of confusing as the line in between it. So that was the reason for not specifically, I understand people are trying to say it's not a trailer park and a concern about a mobile home park, but a mobile home park typically would have people staying all over 120 days. And so we weren't concerned that you're going to have a whole bunch of mobile homes. You may have some structures on a campsite that people might say, well, that's a mobile home. It was carried here on a chassis. And so that I'm just passing along the background as to why this specific section wasn't included in the county one, is that if we were redoing the city one today, it would be one that would be a bit more of a challenge. And so I'm just presenting that additional information.
Yeah, this is an add-on. So is there value in not just stopping it at no mobile homes shall be located? I mean, we've creating that exception, and I guess was the exception just if the owners want to provide housing?
Yes, it basically say no mobile home located on any campground except as for use as an office.
Okay.
Or to be used by the campground operator.
Okay, got it.
Could that be specified more distinctly rather than?
Yes, we could,
So
because that's, I think, also the
other than-
intent of the dwelling unit at the end for a caretaker. Well, it might be a dwelling unit, it could be a teeny house, it could be a mobile home.
I think we can direct county
Okay,
staff
yeah.
to
Okay.
include
Okay.
that. Thank you, Steve.
All right, on to I, and Steve, I don't know if you want to address this.
Stick around.
And just how this differs from if that wasn't in there, what would happen if something,
Again, we didn't have it in there because we didn't think it was necessary. It's basically saying as long as you follow the conditions, the special permit is valid. That is true. To me, that would be true of any special permit. As long as you're following soil extraction or drag racing or any of the other special permits, it's valid. If you don't, then you can go through a process of revoking it. So that was a specific reason we didn't have it in there. We didn't think it was.
Right, it applies to everybody.
Applies to
Yeah.
everyone, correct.
so it doesn't need to be specifically called out because it's already a thing.
It's okay to keep it in, though.
I would suggest removing it unless because then it's going to seem like we need to go in and add it to every single thing.
Better.
We want to be consistent.
Yep.
Yeah, we'd want to be consistent with the zoning code.
So that portion is in effect, whether it's written in here or not. Okay.
Correct.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. J, flow meters.
All right, yep, flow meters. I would, I mean, obviously, this is a may be required, so there's a question as to who's requiring it. And this is, again, up to you guys on what you want to make this a requirement, make it up to planning commission, up to the county board.
I
That's
would
up to you guys.
propose that we take out the may and just say flow and put will. Flow meters will
Shall
be
be.
required.
Shall be required.
Yeah, shall, will.
And again, we'll work on that language, and if it's your intent that you want them required, we'll make the language to do that.
My intent, I'm seeing nods, so yes.
I agree.
Okay?
Okay.
So if you notice in section J and section F, it kind of specifically lists out certain departments that can request this. These differ, J and F differ, the listing of departments. As you know from the staff meeting, my suggestion would be to have it just the county upon request. I know the applicant wanted that more specific, so they couldn't have any single person in a county department requesting it. But I would suggest matching the zoning code and how we don't get specific. Essentially, the appropriate parties in the county would request those documents. And it might differ of which department needs it for what purpose. So I think having it specifically spelled out could kind of pigeonhole you.
Okay, so you would just simply say shall be provided to the appropriate,
Essentially,
Department.
the county upon request.
Yeah.
to the county upon request.
I'm good with that.
And that would kind of match other language too.
So I have a question on that one.
Mm-hmm.
If the county requests this information from the owners, does that become public record then? Is it available to the public at large?
I'm not sure planning's process when we get a document. Are you aware?
Seems like.
Well, it would partly depend if it's upon request. I'm assuming if there was a complaint or something, and that would be the challenge here is, so they provide the information and it shows X number of gallons is being used per year. Since we do not have a limitation, it's just information. It is not being evaluated and might lead to a violation or something. It's just information. It's not a condition
Right.
that they have to follow that then, if you violate this many gallons, then you're in violation of your special permit.
But
And I-
basically, right now, it would provide a measurement to see how it is being used. And perhaps in the future,
Yes,
that could
it would
cause,
simply be
that could
information.
cause some sort of a restriction or whatever in the future. We have to see, it is a current measuring, evaluating process.
The main thing would be is if they later came back in and asked for an amendment,
Right.
you could say, well, we asked for this information that you had to provide, and it showed you used X amount of water, and an agency felt like that was more than what you had thought of, and so now we're going to consider that when we later look at your request to amend the application.
Right.
Yeah. And the other time, most of this, the reason for that upon request is for the complaint process that the county has. And the departments that need that information would use that to kind of keep it on record.
This is a two-pronged requirement, I think. It's not just the water, it's also the length of stay and how many folks are staying for how long. That language is included in those two areas. So I think I'm hearing you say it's not public record, or it would not be available if people individual landowners wanted to request it, or?
That's a different, that would be a public records request. It would, unless it falls into a category where we don't, it would be public record unless, like I said, it's in an exception.
So just following along, if a person had a complaint, they would go to the planning department or any agency and say, I'm concerned about this kind of behavior. And that agency could say, well, I'll request the data, and then the person would have access to it, whether it'd be a public record. They would have access to it. I'm hearing that.
I'm not sure about the specifics of a complaint process for each department. I'm assuming
The only thing I might note, since it's a good question, is that when we had Project Agate at North 56th and I-80, their water and wastewater use was deemed by our city attorney's office, at the request of the applicant, to be trade information. And trade information is actually protected, as I understand it, by public record requests. I don't know if that would be the circumstance here. I just know that was the first thing that came to my mind, is if somebody would say, well, my water use in this area. Now, they're not manufacturing a component, so I'm not exactly sure that that would be an apples to orange comparison. I think we'd probably want to look into it further, that if somebody requested.
Yeah, it's more, the public records request is more on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, so we can move on, but
Yeah.
I do appreciate some follow-up on that.
Okay, all right, on to K, the skirting requirement.
That's fine. That should be
That should be
fine.
okay.
In general, what I would say is, upon redrafting, is we'd probably make it a more global comment that skirting of recreational vehicles, trailers, I mean, the whole variety of things that might come up. In general, skirting would not be allowed, period. Only during these periods of RVs is what you're saying.
Yes, correct.
In November, April, you could have it, only if it's meant for that versus it's cardboard boxes. But otherwise, skirting is not allowed on any of the other things. It's not just recreational vehicles, it would be trailers,
Only
all
through
the
November through April.
tiny houses, the whole lot.
Sounds right.
Okay.
Okay. Screening and fencing, again, this is another maybe. That again is a policy decision.
I think that should be shall.
I agree.
Yeah,
Shall, okay.
simply because of the fact that it would contain pets, it would also contain the children, and, we have farmers in the area too. If they have animals, who wander, then they don't get into the campground either.
Okay.
Do we need to be clear on what we mean by screening or fencing? How do we define that?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you guys want to provide some guidance on what you are.
I think it needs to be something that would prohibit a child or a small pet from going through it.
Chain link or something like this?
My question, just because I saw several people motion that they couldn't hear me, my question was, do we need to define what screening or fencing is so that we can make sure that that's...
The only reason I was thinking not to limit it just to chain link, I mean, clearly chain link is exactly what you think about, but they may come up with something that would be more aesthetically pleasing, that wouldn't be chain link, but would serve the same purpose.
Or it would be actually screening then too, visual impact. I don't know, that might be something we have to talk about, but I do think that it shall be.
And again, if your intent is that, we can craft the language based on, we work with like fencing and screening and other aspects too, so we can kind of look into that and provide that language next week.
Please do.
Okay, the sale of alcoholic beverages.
I'm good with them as it is.
I will note with this one, there may possibly be some other ramifications with this. I mean, obviously, the liquor and the sale of liquor goes beyond what the county board does. So if you guys would prefer to have something like this in here, we can definitely take a look at that. If you kind of want that to be a requirement, we'll look into that and see if it is even possible. And then if it is, come up with that language.
I guess that I would actually say that I do prefer the word shall be prohibited. That does not preclude people from bringing it in, so that they would still have the opportunity to enjoy alcoholic beverages. But, at 12 o'clock at night, they can't go over to the camp store and buy more alcohol. So I think that I would like to have the word shall put in there.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We kind of spoke about N, so this would be, again, the records as to the length of time the person stays, and then making that available to the county upon request. Okay. And then O is another one that came from Planning Commission, and that is about the caretaker or owner essentially being able to have their own dwelling year-round.
And then that would also apply, there was also a mention made about supervision, and so this would be like a caretaker, owner, supervisor?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, whoever's essentially going to, I'm assuming, be in charge of running the day-to-day, they would be the one living there.
Okay.
And I would deviate from this somewhat in that, if the stages go successfully and we build a 150-unit campsite, providing we ever get to that point, but if that were to happen, it seems appropriate to me that the owners would have someone on the property.
Yeah, that's what this is for.
That's what it says, but I'm reading it, Jen, as saying, oh, this is just about the dwelling. This
Right.
doesn't say it's required, though, that they have someone present on the property.
They wouldn't need to necessarily have a dwelling if they had an employee that,
I
did a
see,
night
yeah.
shift. They
Unit's
wouldn't need a
fine.
dwelling.
Right,
If
it's-
empty.
Yeah, this is not requiring the owner or caretaker be on the property at all time, or even live there
Right.
full time. This is just saying,
There is a dwelling
But
unit.
allow that.
right, you would allow, because you
Yeah.
you have campsites and no mobile homes, but this essentially allows, if someone is going to live there year-round to take care of it, it allows them that
Right.
flexibility.
Okay.
Fine and good as far as it goes. And I guess I would say I agree with that.
But it sounds like you are potentially wanting someone for sure to live there
To
full-time?
be in there, yeah, to be available. Given the size and the amount of people we may be dealing with, it makes sense to me that some representative of the campgrounds, not necessarily the owners, would be on the campgrounds to help deal with any situations that may arise.
I think it's a difference between, they wouldn't necessarily have to live there, but it would have to be staffed, is what you're saying, right?
Agreed, yeah.
Okay, I
it
see what
would-
you're saying, yeah.
See, we have a
Then it would be
proposal,
staffed, yeah.
proposal
Right.
P on the alternatives, if you want a frame of reference, says a campground owner or representative must be present on the campground 24/7 and provide oversight of activities and safety.
Yeah, if that's something you guys would like, we can work that in there. So not necessarily require someone to live there, but essentially there is
That they are
an
there.
employee working 24 hours a day.
Right,
Well, not
right. They can
one
be-
employee, but it's staffed 24 hours.
Can be in the office or in the residence or wherever is appropriate for them. That seems appropriate to me, and I know it does perhaps add some costs for overnight or something, but, and would hopefully largely be unnecessary, but it seems like an appropriate precaution to me.
Okay? Kind of looks like you guys are all in agreement on that. Okay, we can work on that too.
Okay.
And then the last change, which I don't believe anyone talked about, but it is from Planning Commission as well, would be essentially the sign requirement. It talks about how those aren't required except as provided, which this provides a sign, or the allowance of a sign in the front yard. So that's just that change to allow this. So, okay, go ahead.
And I do have a couple of others. It was mentioned
Uh-huh.
that there should be some sort of a storm shelter or whatever. I'm just wondering, does some sort of planning need to be made in the event so that the people are aware of what to do in the event of tornado, fire?
I'm wondering,
I mean, I believe that already exists.
yeah, I feel like that might be outside of zoning, but.
Is that outside of, okay, just wondering.
I mean, the county, you can hear it's law that you have to be able to hear the signs and stuff, so.
But do the residents need to be informed as to where to go? I don't know. I just was wondering. This was something that was brought up, and I'm just bringing this forward.
Yeah, I don't know, I honestly don't know if that would be more of a building and safety kind of a thing, or who, I mean, I honestly don't know.
Okay. Well,
I
this.
mean, yeah, I think it goes for people driving, and anyone that's not in wherever people are, I guess, is,
We can do some more digging on that.
Okay.
Intervening
yeah, if
week,
you
and-
want us to look
I don't
into
want
it,
to
we
get into the
definitely
weeds on
can.
that.
I have a few additional points I'd like to have considered.
Okay.
It'll take me just a second to make sure
There was one other point that was brought up, and that was with, I don't know if we want to do this either, but campground owners shall be required to conduct a sex offender background check on people who live there.
Okay.
Shall not, individuals registered as sex offenders shall not be allowed to reside in or be present within the campground.
That's something, again, if you guys would like us to look into. I don't know how long background checks take. So if someone's coming to camp for the night, I don't know how that would impact them.
I see what you're saying.
Those background checks also, I mean, if we're doing it on every individual, those get,
They're really expensive.
they really do. I mean,
Okay. What about for long-term stays?
I mean, that, if you want us to look into that, that's a possibility. Again, you might have that situation of someone being at the door essentially, and I don't know how long that process takes.
Okay, well, that's something that we can check out.
I think checking on that
Yeah.
would be appropriate.
And so are you, just for clarification, would that be the 91 to 120 or anyone over 32 days?
Long range, 91 to
91, okay.
I don't, that's, does become cost prohibitive, that I do know.
Okay.
Okay. We may have covered this, Jen, but I just want to check. The operators are required to keep records as far as the length of time people stay. We're setting limits. They're required to monitor that and have it available if we request it.
Yes,
Correct.
that's an N.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, we're good. Thank you for that. Water.
Yes, that was the one thing I was going to bring up too, the water testing.
Great minds, Ron. Water, it seems to me that this is the place, we've had these discussions on water, and it's imperative that we do protect the water supply to the people who are already in the area. And so, again, we have a variety of standards that seem to be proposed. It seems to me that for an entity like this, if someone was going to put in an irrigation well, there would be a prescribed, because it's a significant volume of water. I realize we can still get feedback for anyone sitting in the audience who has thoughts on this, and we're open to that. But I'm going to propose that we put in a standard that includes an aquifer test. And I guess we'll find out exactly what that is, and we may amend it one way or the other, but to clarify that there's going to be adequate water before everybody goes down the road towards a project like this.
And that would be an aquifer test with their application?
Yes.
Okay.
And the other thing that I would probably suggest is that, you know, these tests were, in reading through this one particular email, that rather than domestic wells, wells should be registered as a public water safety.
Yeah, we want to follow up on that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
On those
because it's-
distinctions.
Yeah.
We can look into this a little bit more, talk to the appropriate parties, and try and come up with some better language as to
Okay.
requirements for that, and then address that next week.
please do.
Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, because that covers a lot. And we had pump tests by Mrs. Sherman and pump test by Mr.
Hanson.
Kaiser. A number of folks brought it up.
Mr. Hanson, yeah.
Okay,
Would you
so,
also do you have a certain, I know when I was out, you guys spoke about people talking about 1 hour, 7 days. I'm not exactly sure what Paul said, but.
well, let's clarify what this aquifer test
Yep.
is. And then, because I'm going to say that it has to be something of significance. I mean, 72 hours is the amount I have in mind, but I want to
Right, we
see
can.
what this standard is. If there's a standard that works, we don't need to reinvent it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that,
That's kind of what I was asking for with my question, and yeah.
yeah. In
We
this
sure
one,
missed that one guy today, didn't we?
actually, with this one, I think that they were talking about 72 hours.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
that
can-
number's
we can
in
look
the,
into
in
it.
the documents,
Yeah.
and so that, it's in my head. But
All right.
if that test satisfies, then we'll go with it. The last one I think I have is the lagoon. And Steve, are there standards related to lagoons on properties like this, or?
Yes, if you don't mind, I would rather have Chris Schroeder with the Health Department is here.
Okay.
And the Health Department really is the entity that we rely on to work on also with NDEE in terms of that, so.
Yeah, Chris is there.
Way to get Chris up front, good job.
He's been patiently waiting for his
I saw
chance.
him back there.
For his time to shine.
Looks really sharp today, too.
You wear purple very well.
Thank you. Chris Schroeder with the Health Department. Do I need to be sworn in or anything, or? No? Okay. So, relative to the lagoons, those will need to be permitted by the NDE because they're going to exceed the 1,000 gallons per day of flow. Our regulations permit on-site systems. So if these are permitted as on-site systems, then our department would also permit them. But first, again, the applicant would need to apply to the NDEE for their review and get their construction permit.
Okay.
But if they're permitted as a community system, which is under Title 123 of NDEE regs, then they would not need to get our permit because we only permit on-site systems in the county.
Boy, can you give us a little more background, what the distinctions are there, Chris? I mean.
Well, the distinction, when you look at our regs and the definition, it's systems that are actually on site of the property, or they could be on another property but directly associated with that property. So it really depends on what the NDEE does with the permitting process for their construction permit.
And they have final say in
Right.
the lagoon. Because, obviously what we're dealing with here is a situation where we're going to have a variable number of people. I drove through the campsite the other day, and there were a dozen to 24 campers. June, July, August, we would anticipate a much higher number if this does go forward. And so the lagoons have to be equipped to handle the high volume, the
Exactly.
extreme
Yep.
amounts. And then they're the experts that would
Right.
determine what category. Okay. So as far as language for our proposal about lagoons, what do we say? Do we just say the lagoons shall be appropriately evaluated?
Well, they must comply
be
with,
permitted.
Federal and state and
State
local
or not, it
regulations.
has to be redone.
Okay, so that, we would include that language then?
Okay.
Yep, we can.
Okay, I think it's nice to have smart people around, Chris. Thank you. I'll check my notes, but I think
I'm done.
we've covered it.
We covered my concerns.
Mhm.
If that's everything, then as far as steps, I would suggest you do a motion and to direct planning and legal to take a look at this and come back next week with kind of our proposed document, and then another motion to probably delay the vote for this.
Okay, I will move that we direct planning and the legal to develop the appropriate language. Okay, that would be the first motion.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore,
She's
Absent.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
I would also move that we delay the vote for a week.
Both votes.
Are you
Yeah, both
talking about on new business P?
Yeah,
Yes.
motion to delay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, motion to delay that.
Both, regarding both the special permit and
Yes.
the text amendment, correct?
Yes.
I would just do the text, separate motion for the text amendment, and we'll do the special permit
that.
Okay, well, I
after
would
the
Okay.
public
move to
hearing.
delay the vote on the text amendment until next week, until legal and planning get their words together.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Yocum,
Yes.
Vest,
Yes.
Shore, Amundson,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Okay. Jen, And when could we provide that language to the public? When will that be available?
Good question.
Would that be on the agenda for next Tuesday? So whenever that goes up on Friday?
I mean, we could try our very best to do that.
I totally get that that's a heavy lift.
Yeah, I will, yeah, we will work very diligently together to try and get that out, so it is ready for the Friday agenda.
We all know it's a priority.
Yes, it is a priority.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you both.
thank you. Mhm.
Wish you all could see the looks on the staff's face right now. Okay. So then, we are then going to open the public hearing then on the special permit.
This is special permit number 19051 to allow a campground and related accessory uses on property legally described as Lot 28, located in the northwest quarter of Section 28, 12-7, Lancaster County, generally described at the southeast corner of Highway 77 and Davy Road.
Steve Hendrickson with the Planning Department.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. So again, last time we had a extensive presentation on this, so we won't go into much detail. This is located on the southeast corner of Davy Road and Highway 77. The Planning Commission recommended approval, subject to a series of conditions. Those conditions were included in their recommendation. Certainly, some of those conditions, because it was drafted as for 240 campsites, as we heard in the previous testimony, they're going to be amending that down to 150. We would also, the text went to the 35%. That's now been split into two. So certainly there's going to be some things that we could, as we're looking to amend the text, we would come in and amend the conditions of the special permit. But with those conditions, both the planning department, the various departments that reviewed it had recommended approval, and the Planning Commission.
And what was the planning commission vote? Was it 5-3 again?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thanks. Any questions for staff? Thank you very much.
I was planning, I'll just leave this up here for the moment in case someone wants to reference it, and then we can include it in the
that's
record.
useful.
This is just page 7 off of the staff report.
I appreciate that.
Now it's good
Yep.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I knew that joke was coming.
Can I go in and swear you in?
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Kent Seacrest again, representing the Dave Queen and Jolene Queen, who are the applicants on the special permit. I would like to hand out motions to amend again that aren't going to be perfect, but based on what you just did, but they were pretty consistent with what I did earlier this morning.
Okay.
I think we'll do a similar thing where we'll have other people as part of our presentation package, and then I'll come back and talk about these motions to amend after that, if I may. We just will appreciate the opportunity to be here. We think this is a great site, both for water access, visibility, being on Highway, 4-lane Highway 77. And as we've mentioned, the Planning Department has recommended conditional approval, conformance with the comprehensive plan, and the use will not negatively adverse the surrounding property. And with that, I'd be glad to turn it over to the rest of our team.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Dave Queen, 13611 West US Highway 34. Excuse me. Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing our request on this special permit. As you know, our lease ends in 2025, March, and we need to have the next campground, if we're given the privilege and the responsibility, up and running by 2024. We spent 2 years looking for land that met all the requirements.
of the state and local agencies, and all agree that this property meets those requirements. But I want to focus on one thought. See, it's not about what the camper looks like that's being towed in. It's really about, camping's about the people.
There's a delay, it'll come up.
Okay. I did notice that the dog was on a leash. That was the campground owner in me. See, it doesn't matter if you're in a $10 or $1 million Prevost. It's about spending time developing relationships with friends and family. It's about gearing up for area events. And hope is always eternal when the Huskers are playing, right? It's about kids having fun experiences. Trying new things. Meeting new friends at ice cream socials, pancakes, and chili cook-offs. And the pancakes always taste a little better and they're a little fluffier outside. It's going on adventures together. It's another ball team that came in. It's about the experience of being in the fresh air, feeling the wind, and looking at the stars at night. See, we want to continue making memories that only come from that can only come through camping outdoors. See, Camp Away is about making magical moments. In 5 years, that stops. So. Thank you. Questions I should ask?
I have a few.
Okay.
Mr. Queen, you've been running this current campsite for how long now?
25 years.
25 years. And it existed before you started. Did you work there? Or?
It started in '67. We bought it in '95. They bought the lease in '95.
Okay, all right. And it's been kind of a family operation, it appears?
Correct. Chris and Jolene and I are the owners, yes.
Okay. During that time, and maybe you have this information, maybe you don't, but it might be helpful. How often have you had to have law enforcement on your property? Do you know, is there a record, did you bring a record of that, or?
We do, and Chris actually is going to speak about that.
Okay.
When he comes up, so.
Okay, very good.
You'll be surprised by the information.
Well, I think it'll be helpful. So just then your vision here is that you'll continue what you've been doing in a new facility.
That's correct.
We've heard some concerns, and I'm going to go ahead and ask you, sir. I mean, I don't know you. I met you briefly, and we spoke, and you were very pleasant to talk to. I enjoyed it. I actually first met you in Davie, Nebraska the first time. So.
Well, and I really appreciate you being there and, settling the crowd down.
Well, just, sometimes our darker angels get the better of all of us. But I guess, now where was I going? I've wandered off and I've lost, but I'll come back. There's been some concerns expressed, and I think we should just put them out in front of everybody. Long-term stays, accountability. It appears that prior to, at some point in time, you weren't necessarily enforcing 30-day stays.
That's correct, but we've presented that to the Parks Department years ago in about 2006, and they said they'd get back to us. They didn't get back to us. We received letters that said that, what you're doing, your operations is working very well. We're pleased with what you're doing, and so we just continue that, even in all the checks. That's been continued. We do not allow permanency. If somebody looks like that they want to stay there, then we don't allow them to stay. We won't even let them in the door.
And so it was one of those cases, and we may have all been guilty at different times. Nobody expressed concern. Nobody said it's a problem, so you carried forward under longer than 30 days, but not permanency.
That's correct.
So you've heard the proposals that they're not finalized, but the proposals we're putting forward about the 90 days and 120, I think is what we came up with. And those would be an expectation that you would be taking those seriously and abiding by them.
That is correct.
And you feel comfortable taking on that responsibility, sir?
Oh, absolutely. That's not a problem there. I will address it right now, that I would have to say that financially, it might not be able to be feasible if those are reduced down to those levels. We've already cut it from 35% and split that difference. We went from 240 sites down to 150. So at that point, now when you bring those back down farther, sorry, I'm losing my voice, it just puts a financial burden on the campground that might not make it financially feasible for that to work.
Well, appreciate you sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. You can frame it.
The top one.
Okay, can I go ahead and swear you in?
Absolutely.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony we're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes. All right. Good afternoon. Good to talk with you again, Commissioners. My name is Chris Queen with Campaway at 200 Camper Circle. Again, reminding everybody that Campaway's wanting to relocate because the city wants to bulldoze the place, essentially. Denying the special permit doesn't just shutter a business, it terminates jobs. The economic impact of closing a campground is not negligible. I talked about earlier what taxes come involved. Dave talked about the local economy and the multiplier effect and whatnot. Mike's going to talk mostly, he's going to talk about some traffic. I pulled some of that data out for you. But on that top sheet there, but he's going to talk about that. But I wanted to drop down to actualities. You know, you might see a number somewhere saying that there's going to be 7,000 cars driving up and down Highway 77. I went out with a camera, recorded it, 7:55 a.m. Monday morning, and started counting and logging the cars that were going through. Basically what I found is there's a southbound car every 12 seconds, a northbound car every 18 seconds. I watched big trucks pull out. They took 6 seconds to make the turn. Now, there might be more traffic before. I stopped counting because I was watching more empty space than I was cars. It's going to be averaged out, kind of like economic multipliers. Big guy's going to buy a multi-million-dollar bus. Somebody else buys a tent. I also got crash report data for Highway 77. Were you talking about that? Okay. Crash report data of Highway 77. There was 11 accidents in the past 5 years at 77. 7 of them were animal-related. 3 of them were caused by ice and snow, which is not prime camping season. In comparison, Waverly Road only had 9 more accidents with quite a bit more traffic in and of itself. And there's no turn lanes or stoplights or anything like that. Since the speed limit was changed and increased, that one is right here, because that's probably going to be mentioned. Since the speed limit was increased, there's only been 4 accidents that weren't slippery or animal related, and 3 of them happened at Bluff Road, which does have a right-hand turn lane. What was also listed is there was no semi-trucks involved in that. They were all passenger vehicles. And finally, Mr. Vest asked about police reports. On this page here, in 2019, in the area surrounding the campground, proposed campground, it's a little bit wide area because that's what the sheriff's patrol. There was 168 incidences, 93 that were non-traffic. They included, medical checks, fire, that sort of stuff. And I'm going to say we all believe that Davie is a very safe place to live. to go 3 years of data, Davie had 66 cases, and 13 of them were red flag, whereas assault and whatnot. In that same 3 years, Campaway had 16 total incidences and only 1 red flag incident. So that's pretty much the data. And I did pull the addresses off of there for privacy issues, so.
That's appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions I can answer for you?
Okay, that's the sheet here that we're looking at now.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I see on some of those calls on the Davie side, the animal dog at large.
Yep.
What do you do? And when there was a reference to the one picture that had the dog on the leash, how do you handle that? Because that seems to be a constant issue in camping.
By being a good person, saying, hey, one, it's campground rules. It's also a city law that dogs must be leashed. But basically, it's you talk to the person. That's the whole point of being in a campground, is you're not locking yourself away in a hotel room where you don't talk to your neighbor. Yeah. You're outdoors, you're facing people, and you have interaction, which is, why some people, as referenced in one of those articles, people eschew the house, sticks and mortar, or the hotel life, and they decide, I'm going to travel the world, I'm going to be able to pick up and move where I want to. Gas prices might be high, so I'm going to stay at this place for 2 months. I'm going to go down there for 2 months. I'm sure acquaintances who have done it. They go down to Arizona. Is Arizona better than Nebraska? They're all going down there. Why can't they be here too?
And so you've been involved with the campground. Your father said he's owned it 25 years.
Yep.
You've been in.
Yeah, he talked me into doing it. I was a
willing recruit.
Not a problem.
Oh, I never do that.
Take your time. We're all fine.
I was an engineering student, and Dad talked me into it. He said, hey, and basically, it's been my life for 25 years. So, as you could tell, I'm pretty passionate about it, but the Planning Commission meeting here. but
Let me ask a follow-up question, Chris. Relationships within the campground.
Yeah.
You guys, how would you describe your ownership? I mean, because I can see people maybe seeing them at check-in and then not knowing what's going on.
It depends on how many employees you have. And then also sometimes people might try and name drop and say, hey, I know so-and-so. But anyway, beside the point, owners being around, we're around, but we also, as a person, you need separation. So, I think you leading in, do you need someone there 24/7? Swimming pools don't require somebody there 24/7. What happens when a campground's closed in the winter? We're dealing with some health issues with family members. Can the 3 of us go to the funeral? If you have to have somebody there 24/7 in the summer. Granted, we're going to have lots of employees, but do you pay somebody to, a night watchman at some sort? Large campgrounds, we have friends with 2,000 campsites. They have nighttime security, usually never any problems or anything like that, but, 150 site park is small in the industry. Most campgrounds are going 200, 250 just to make it feasible based off of economic cost land.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a question
Yes,
for
ma'am.
you. And you just mentioned the accounts, and this was something that your dad had mentioned before, too. What is the size of Campaway right now?
The land area is about 18 acres total. I think it's 18. The campground itself, where it's at, is in about a 16-acre area because we have a field that can't be used because somebody put a major electrical line through there, so the clearances. We have 103 total sites, I believe, if you count the tent sites. There's 93 RV sites, 2 cabins, and then tent and what you would call a tent trailer site, because people have gone big, but they've also come down and gone small. So the tiny homes, the teardrop trailers and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, I just was curious, that occurred to me. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay. Is that it for the applicant? That's it for the applicant. We will move on to proponent. Are you with the applicant? Oh, perfect. Come on down.
Oh, I got more here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes. My name's Alan Mosier. I'm from Hickman, Nebraska. We're in the family business 120 years at the same address of Hickman drilling wells in the county and surrounding counties. We happened to get called by the Queen family to drill a well up there to see what kind of water supply there would be on that piece of property they were interested in putting a campground on. At the time, I had no idea for sure, what they were talking about for campsites and all that. I didn't understand all that. We made a well in July, and I don't know if you have this information or not from given to you before about the well that was made. We made 2 wells there now, and Roma, you asked about water quality.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe you guys had all this information.
It came from a different source.
I don't know how to use this crazy thing, but. Twist it this way. Light turn on. Okay, this is the water analysis done by the, used to be called Harris Labs, now called Ag Source Labs in Lincoln. This is on the last well we made in December. And you were talking about, everybody wants to talk about salt. Salt's got 2 different chemicals in it. It's called sodium and chloride. If you look down the center, you'll see sodium, 42 parts per million, and down a little bit lower, you'll see chlorides under 10, 9.6. Okay, that's the second well. The first well made a little bit further south. This well in December was made just on the north side of Davy Road. Excuse me, south side, yeah. And this first well made in July was a little bit further north, about a quarter mile, would you say, Dave? South? South. You got Davy Road, you got the December well on the south side of Davy Road, then you got the July well a little bit further south. Okay, well in that first well, you'll see again, sodium was 52.23 and chlorides were 13. So there's no issue with salt. Everybody wants to talk about north side of Lincoln, salt. North side of Lancaster County, salt. It's big. It can happen, but it's a big fallacy that it's a generalization to make.
Okay.
What are normal levels considered for sodium and chloride?
Chlorides?
For sodium and chlorides, what are normal levels? You said the first well was 42 and 52 on the second well. What's normal? I don't have a frame of reference.
I couldn't tell you about what, if anybody wants to call it something normal, but they say if you're...
What's safe?
Well, okay, if you're 200, they say if you're at a heart condition, you don't want to drink water softener, water that's gone through a water softener because it's got about 200 parts per million of salt in it, chlorides and sodium. And so if you want to go by an analysis of that, and they say that shouldn't be used on indoor plants, your soft water in your house. So anything under 200 is considered really good. And then there's some places in the county where we made wells, it was 1,200 parts of salt. And those people drink beer. Remember John Dutton?
I do remember John.
We made him a well out by Malcolm, and he was playing out in the east, and we sent him a sample of water. He says, I don't care what it is, I drink beer. And this is the well we made in July. It's 264 feet deep, and the water level is it's 264 feet deep. The water level is 138 foot, so it's basically half full of water. And we were pumping it with the air compressor, test pumping it at 100 gallons a minute. The well would do more, but that's all the test pumping would do with the air compressor. And then this is the last one that we made in December. And it's, like I say, it's a quarter mile further north of this July well. And it's shallower. It's 160 feet deep, and the other one's 264, so that's about 100 foot shallower. And it has, that's all due to the geology. We had a different geology if you look at the, I don't know if you can't see it, but there's the geology of the earth does change. There's no doubt about that you go throughout the county and you can drill a well 100 feet away from your first hole and you have totally different geology. I remember years ago, my dad tried to drill a well for a farmer, and there was nothing there, no geology to make a well out of. And then he went on to the next location, and the young guy's dad and another guy came over and said, "Hey, we witched over here, 150 feet away from where you drilled. We want you to try." And Dad drilled over there, had a lot of good geology, aquifer, got a 40-gallon minute well, just 150 feet away. And so sometimes, and we did have a good water witcher trouble is he died on us. And he was good at finding water wells when we couldn't find geology. We didn't want to drill all over creation on the farmer's property, so we got him out there. So to answer your question about water quality, and you talk about for your text, when I think of text, you're using a phone, but you're talking about here on your codes, I guess that's a better word. Somebody might want to put an RV park in the county where they don't need a well. There's rural water district in this county. So you don't have to worry about, the applicant wouldn't have to be concerned about providing a water well and information if he's going to be on the water district. Or he might even be on a community system like Hickman. They might hook up to the Hickman's water supply. You never know where somebody might have an application for a RV park.
Okay. We can take that under advisement.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, don't have to think about water wells as the only source of water for an RV park.
Right.
In the county.
Yeah.
And I want to bring this up. It might be a sore subject with you guys, but when I read in the paper that you guys approved that chicken farm in the southwest corner of Lancaster County, I couldn't believe it, because what I read, there was no requirements that you were putting out there to prove that there was a good water supply in that area where that chicken farm was going to go. And it's a very poor area for water, let alone put a chicken farm in out there. I couldn't believe you guys passed it without better testing. Now you want this to be done in the extreme, but it's all for good. I agree. And what you're talking about, an aquifer test, I can explain that real easy.
Okay.
You have a well, it's made already. You put a test pump in that well. Say that's the largest test pump you can get in that well. This is a 5-inch well. The largest test pump you get in there is a 4-inch diameter pump. And it's usually a 5-horse pump. That's because a single phase is the most available power, even with a generator. Well, we take, and there's an electrician we know, he has a whole house generator on a trailer, runs off propane. We take it out, his generator, and have the co-op bring out a 500-gallon propane tank. And we set that up to run for 4 to 5 days nonstop. And with that pump in the well, you're usually going to be pumping 60 to 90 gallons a minute, depends upon what the static water level is and the pumping water level. And so then you have all your information, like on here, your water level, static water level, and then you put the pump in, you turn it on, and you have an air line going down, and you have what's called an altitude gauge on top. And that altitude gauge, when you use it properly, will tell you what the water level inside the well is doing as the pump is pumping over this extended period of time. And then you check that out. You have to go check it.
The testimony here is supposed to relate specifically to the special permit. Most of what you've been discussing, honestly, probably would have related to the text amendment. Is there anything else that you have to say about the special permit specific here? Otherwise, I'll have to cut you off here at this
Yeah, I
moment.
have, Mr. Zilli got to talk a long time. This is, the sections surrounding the property of the Queens. And you have to go by wells that are registered, because that's the only knowledge of any wells that you can get is what's registered with the state of Nebraska. And on this little map, it shows you in the sections surrounding the Queen property, the wells that are registered, and it tells you their depth, it tells you their water level. And the one thing about the state registration, it does not tell you what the well's anticipated performance can be in output. All it tells you on their state registration is the gallons per minute output of the pump that goes in the well. And you have to, in order to go figure out how that translates to the aquifer, how good the aquifer can produce water, you have to look at the thickness of the sandstone. And so on the state registration, the driller's report has the geology listed out. And when he gets to the aquifer where the water is, which in this case is sandstone, you go by the thickness of the aquifer and you go by your knowledge over all the years of doing well drilling. And so when you have an aquifer that's anywhere from 15 to 20 to 40 foot thick of sandstone, that's an aquifer that's going to produce a good amount of water. We're not talking ag irrigation wells, because most people, when they talk about, oh, this is a poor water area, they think of a great water area as out in York County where you got center pivot pumps that are producing 2,000 gallons a minute. We don't have that in this county, except if you get to the south end around the North School and Firth.
Sorry, I'm gonna cut you off there, because again, we're getting away from the special permit. So if there's nothing else on the special permit, I think I'm gonna insist that we move on to proponent testimony. Okay, if the applicant has one more, then come on up.
Could we get copies of your stuff?
I didn't understand you.
Could we get copies of the stuff you had on the overhead?
You want me to make copies?
Well, we can make them for you.
The planning commission, I had copies for everybody.
Here, Corey back here will make copies for you, so.
Okay.
Here's copies.
And we've given a lot of time to the applicant, which is fine. I'm happy to do that, but just however brief we can make it, that's appreciated.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for hanging with us. My name is Mike Eckert with Civil Design Group. We do a lot of work in the county area as well as in the city area. And so I want to try to get through water, traffic, and sewer as quickly as possible. Alan came up to give us his perspective on his experience, and what I wanted to present was some information that actually wasn't even available when we had the Planning Commission hearing. And it is a very in-depth, I don't know how long it took him to compile this. It was a 417-page report of what is called airborne electromagnetic mapping and hydrological framework of the underlying aquifers in the entire county. And so this was published just on December 2019, and the reason I want to bring it to your attention, and we'll get to the point here quickly, that in the particular area where we've drilled the wells on this property, there's some data here that corroborates exactly what the well report showed, the thickness of the aquifer, et cetera. So just for your information real quickly, this is what basically was done was a helicopter flew an instrument over multiple routes in the county. This map here shows how extensive it was. It didn't do much east of Lincoln because there's been proven good water supply there, but north, west, and some areas immediately south of the city. Of also a particular concern there were some areas that the NRD looked at in more depth with more flight data, and one of those is near our site, but doesn't contain our site, and I just point that out because it does have some very interesting information. This map shows the more intense analysis work that was done from Davie back to Malcolm, and I drew an X where the site was. So it's trimmed off basically just north of our site. And the most important map that, in my opinion, that's evident from that is this one that demonstrates the thickness of the aquifer that Alan was speaking to. And my understanding in talking with NRD folks over the years is that there is this central area here, and Alan and I have talked about this, where it is very difficult to get water, 14th Street, North 7th Street, et cetera. Well, what is interesting is when you get past Davie and you get over here, and there's the proposed site, the thickness begins to dramatically increase and is very much more consistent. And I just wanted to show a cross-section of what's in this report, and the important element we're looking at is the Dakota area where there's saturated thicknesses, and that is that light green area. And this cross-section then shows, there's a lot to follow here, if you will. There's two elements where these cross-sections tie together. So this is the site, okay? So Davie is further north of the screen. This exhibit is running from south to north up towards Ceresco. And this was one of the flight patterns of the electromagnetic device. And so if you come down, then this is a cross-section of the underlying ground in the same area, if you will, up towards Ceresco. And it is quite amazing that if you look at the registered data that was turned in on the well, the NRD data by this device showed the exact same, basically the exact same elevation of the ground, the amount of depth to the aquifer, and the thickness of the aquifer. So it was great to see that this actually corroborated, and that this report has, I think, some very interesting accuracy to it. And so, and what Alan mentioned was, so the first well, the south well, which was pretty much down on the south perimeter, was, in my experience, what we would define as a great well. It had 46 foot of saturated thickness and was able to pump as much as we probably would have wanted to pump out of it. The northern well was what we'd call a good well. It was averaging around 30 gallons a minute. And I won't bore you with the geographic details, but what Alan says is accurate. If the geological log from the south well is much longer and different than the north one, and it's about a half a mile away. So I just wanted to also present this map, the red dot again being the campground area. This is a map that speaks to the underlying aquifers in the county. The legend to me is a little backwards. The blue areas are actually bad areas where there's not much underlying groundwater. Then you move to the skin-colored areas that are considered marginal, and then the darker green areas are considered good. And so we are in this area where there is generally the marginal aquifer to the good area, but again, that data showed that it was more likely. The other information that was presented at the Planning Commission, I just wanted to present as a second source. This is from the Lancaster County Groundwater Atlas, which was done, I think, in 2005. But this also shows the contours up here for the projected thickness of the aquifer. That you can see a tremendous difference. I think when, a lot of folks around Davie have trouble, and that's what this shows, is that their saturated aquifer goes from 20 down to nothing, and then goes back up. As you progress again towards Highway 77, and then particularly as you progress south, the saturated aquifers are projected to be much thicker, and that is exactly what the data has shown in this latest NRD report. So then, traffic, quickly. there was a lot of discussion at the Planning Commission meeting about the ability for a camper to pull out onto Highway 77 with a posted speed limit of 70 miles an hour. And so this is some data, try to zoom in a little bit here for you, that Chris spoke earlier to this. So down here on Waverly Road, you've got pretty high trip generation. Average daily trips, 2,185. And up here where we're projecting, Davie has only 107, so very lightly traveled. And so I want you to just put that in light of the information here, which again, Chris talked about, that there's really been a limited number of accidents, even down at the Waverly Road intersection, where there's 2,000 trips a day versus the 100 coming off of Davie today, where there's no right turn lanes, no signals, just as a situation that we have, that the number of accidents have been very limited. And so I just bring this up because there has been and there will be concern expressed about that ability for a camper to leave the site and be able to make that left-hand southbound movement back towards town. And so the last thing I wanted to present on that item was this, that also shows that, and I think the Queens are good managers and they will educate the people, look, if it's busy, if it's 5 o'clock, when there is a lot more traffic versus their normal checkout times that are, in the morning, that there are 3 left-hand turn lanes as you proceed north to be able to make a U-turn movement with that. It would suffice in the event that it was a peak hour time. The last thing I wanted to do is just discuss the lagoons. There were some questions. Yes, there are. We will fall into the community standard that is a different, instead of Title 123, I think it's 124 with NDEE. They regulate those in terms of the design standards, infiltration rate, all the other things. They go through the review done by a professional engineer. And we have not gotten in depth on what and how we will handle the sewer. We wanted to wait and spend that money, Dave's money on that if it did get approved. But you brought up an interesting observation that there are some peak times, and so we're going to have to evaluate how we would handle that. And it may ultimately be done with a combination of a lagoon and a treatment plant that may be utilized for those high peak periods. So the good news is we have very concrete data from their current use on the existing site that averages in the peak. For those of you that live in the city, you know that you get your 2-month bill, and so that, I think it's the July-August bill. We reviewed several years worth of those, and they're averaging about 69 gallons per campsite during those peak days. And so that all went to my overall water report that discussed that even if we just had the south well at 150 units, that well would provide enough water during the peak days of the summer and only have to run for 3 hours and 45 minutes in order to supply enough water to serve the site. So that's just with the south one. Our anticipation is that the north well could be used for the administration building, the washing areas and showers, and the south well could be used for the campsites. When it came to the regulations too, at this time we really don't have any plans to interconnect those, which would take more permitting requirements with the NRD, but that they would largely function separately. So with that, I'll conclude and be happy to answer any questions you may have on those topics.
Any questions?
Thank you. Great. Excuse me. There was some stuff that you got copies of that we don't have. Can we get copies of that made?
We will move on to proponent testimony. And I'm gonna, let's go ahead. Let's get 20 minutes in and we'll take a break
Sure,
at 2.
that's fine.
Okay.
Let's do that.
All right. It's proponent testimony. Anyone here to testify as a proponent for this special permit? Seeing none, we will move on to opponent testimony. And once again, I would like to do 4 at a time for swearing in.
Okay, the first 4, Mark Felson, Dwight Hansen, Jay Marshall, and Gary Larson. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. The clock is on. Good afternoon. I'm Mark Falson. I'm an attorney with the Rimbaud Latte Law Firm. I represent the grievance and the who appealed this matter and Citizens for the Protection of Rural Life. Let me ask this to those present today. If you are here in opposition to this special permit application, please raise your hand. Again, I ask that the record reflect that there is significant opposition to this application. I note for the record, in addition to being counsel for the individuals desiring to oppose this application, I grew up in this area. I grew up at 8800 Davie Road, 2 miles from the proposed site. I still own cattle that graze adjacent to this particular site. So I have personal firsthand knowledge of the issues that are involved in this particular application. So I am opposed to this personally, as well as in my representative capacity as well. At the end of today's public hearing, it will become abundantly clear that the proposed development does not promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the county and is not in conformance with your comprehensive plan. The applicant, on at least 2 occasions here today, has stressed that the test, if you will, is whether you can make it feasible for him. You don't put enough restrictions on it that it's no longer feasible for him. That's not your test. The legal test upon which you must judge this application is, does it promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the community? We don't care about the profitability of any developer. It's what's good for the county and its residents. The evidence you'll hear, and you'll hear from lots of folks here today, you're going to hear about that this proposed development, again, is located within the AG Ag District. Here's what your regulations state with respect to the AG District. It is designated for ag use and is intended to encourage a vigorous agricultural industry by limiting urban sprawl as typified by urban and acreage development. This proposal is directly contrary to that. This is a multi-family housing unit being dropped in the middle of prime ag land in Lancaster County. 2, you're going to hear about why it's not in conformance with our comp plan. 3, there's going to be a lot of testimony about the quality and quantity of water and how this is going to have a deleterious effect on that. You're going to hear from the testimony of our engineer, Dwight Hansen. We would ask for additional time from him in light of Mr. Mosier being allowed 11 minutes. I think you'll find his testimony informative. Next, you're going to hear about the fire and safety issues. Again, Soresco Rural Fire District, more than 6 miles away, volunteer fire department. That's who's going to have to service this. There's no provision for sufficient water within the campgrounds or fire hydrant or fire suppression facilities. Next, we're going to talk about safety issues or traffic safety issues. We'll have additional testimony on that. At the end of the day, you are being asked to authorize a significant new campground in the middle of a community. These people who have come here today in opposition to this are a community. They care for each other. You're going to hear some personal testimony about that. Maybe perhaps some of the issues in our country right now, people being divided because we need more community. By dividing the community, by dropping in this transient population in the middle of a community, I believe you are damaging the meaning of community and the benefits it brings. And for all of those reasons and the ones you'll hear, we respectfully oppose this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up.
Yes, I'm Dwight Hansen. I'm a licensed engineer. I was contacted by the group to take a look at the water available on this site, and you should have all received a copy of this last Friday, and so there's actually highlighted areas that you can click on that for some of the test pumping and some of the things that have been asked here today. So this is just a quick overall. I've been involved with several hydrologic reports in Lancaster County. I worked for Game and Parks for several years. Campground design, was a licensed well driller. I've done quite a bit of work overseas using EM and resistivity. So I took a look at the NRD survey that was just issued in December. And so again, showing where the proposed site is, and this sight line, which is now going to look familiar to you because you just saw it. And What this shows is the blue on the bottom is generally considered to be saltwater or non-producing area. The light green is the aquifer that is penetrated by that south well. And where the north well is at, it doesn't show an aquifer. And so what this is showing is it's showing the variability. So this flight line is about 1,000 foot east of where that well was drilled. So if you were to go to 1,000 foot east, you wouldn't be able to drill a well there. So that's one of the important reasons for test pumping. Oh. This is another map that shows where the area is. It's a marginal aquifer. This is a copy of the well registration. Shows it registered as a domestic well, but it's for a public water supply. So it should have been registered as a public water supply without spacing. A municipal water supply is with spacing, and the requirements are different. So there's some NRD requirements for that in state. On the pumping test, or the pump, it's supposed to show the brand of the pump here. Here it says just 50 gallon a minute, 5 horsepower pump. Can't really get any data from that to try to figure out, okay, what's the actual capacity of the installed pump. This is the water quality that was submitted with the application. And so I highlighted the contaminants of concern, which is hardness. That's about 40 grains hard. It's quite hard. Total dissolved solids. The maximum contaminant level recommended to be 500. Sulfates, 392. Limits normally 250. Manganese is 0.26, usually 0.05. Iron is 0.98. I put together a chart that compares this with the EPA level for the secondary contaminants, and so the total dissolved solids is 500. City of Lincoln put this in here just for reference, so people would probably be familiar with that. They supply total dissolved solids 256. This well is 896. So problems with that: hardness, deposits, colored water. Iron, EPA recommends 0.3. It's almost it's over 3 times the limit, so that's rusty color, staining of clothes, etc. Manganese is actually 5 times. Sulfate 250, the well's 393, and comes in a salty taste. There's other, besides sodium chloride, there's other chemicals that you can get a salty taste from. And then the hardness is, so City of Lincoln is supplying 100, and so this is almost 700 times as hard as the City of Lincoln water. With the NRD, they have a groundwater map. The colored areas are groundwater reservoirs, and all the white areas are the non-groundwater reservoirs. It's the marginal areas. And so this is located right here, so it's a marginal area. And so the permit requirements from the NRD is you go through and they have a flow chart. There's a big long written paper on this. It's available on their website too. So you come in here and you go, well, are you in the NRD? Yeah, no, yes, you are. So come down here. Is it going to be a groundwater reservoir? That's in the one of the colored areas. We're not in the groundwater reservoir. So we come over here. Will the well be designed or constructed to pump greater than 20 gallons a minute? And we've been hearing yes on that. So we come down here. Will the well be used as a domestic well supply or any irrigation uses limited to less than 1 acre? And no, so it's not going to be that. Will the well be designed to construct more than 250 gallons a minute? And no. So then will the water annual use be more than 25 acre feet? I took the numbers they presented and I added some, about a third, because they're going to need some more water for treatment due to the water quality. and did that times 200 days to get a total, and I came up with about 10 acre feet. So this is, if it's over 25 acre feet, so that's a no, so it comes down to class 3 permit is what's required by the NRD.
Okay. Mr. Hanson, I have extended you some extra time here. I believe there are a couple questions. I'm going to ask you to kind of wrap up your final statements here, and then we'll go to questions.
Yep. So my conclusions?
Yeah.
It's not possible with the data that we're given to be able to project if this well is going to affect others. The water quality is poor. The wells need to be re-registered, and we need to get the brand and the model number of the pump on the well registration, so that's useful data. Applicant needs to apply for the permits that's needed. I'm suggesting there should be a 72-hour pump test. The NRD is going to be requiring a 24-hour pump test as part of the permit, but I'm suggesting a 72-hour because as you pump longer, then if the water quality starts to deteriorate, you would know that, so you can make a judgment there. And the longest pump test I've ever involved with was with the NRD for Eagle, and we actually did a 2-week pump test. It was pretty interesting. We were measuring the effect of all the wells like 2 miles away and stuff. It was just a very interesting project to be on. So I'd like to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah.
And may we ask that his report be made part of the official record?
Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did have a question. You know, you did talk here about the water well should have been registered as public water supply, not domestic. Can you just expand a little bit? I don't have a knowledge of exactly what that means, so could you explain that?
Okay, so domestic or
That's for the
yeah,
home.
domestic wells for a house.
Mhm.
There's a set of standards, 178, that is usually called domestic well standards, but it regulates everything except for municipal wells.
Mhm.
And actually, in the very front of Title 178 actually does have a section on camping areas, the very first section in there.
Okay.
Because it's public for a regulation on public health. So then if you have a water supply that's supplying more than 25 people for over 60 days out of the year, that falls under Title 179, which is the Public Drinking Water Supply Regulations.
Okay.
But since it's not a community, it is designed to domestic standards. So they'll have testing, they have standards they have to put in. They have to, the health department has their regulations. They have to do certain testing, not nearly as rigorous as for a municipal well. When you were doing the text amendment, if you had it so that 180 days and then they could stay another 180 days after the first of the year, then in Title 179, that'd become a municipal water supply. So that'd have to be registered as a public water supply with spacing. So then that'd be a whole nother set of regulations. Their one well would be too close to the proposed lagoons they're putting in.
Okay.
Okay.
That answer?
Yeah.
I tried to make it as concise, and I put the places that you could click on, so if you need more information for specific areas, so you could.
But what you're saying is that this campground then, the way it is set up, even with reduced numbers that we may have suggested for consideration, that should be a public water supply.
It will be.
It will be, it has
Yes.
to be, yeah.
Just the health department will regulate it, but it's a transient, non-community water system.
Okay. Okay, I think I've got it.
Transient, non-community.
Transient, non-community, I'm gonna write that down.
It's in the report.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys have the copy of the report.
We do, we've got it.
Yeah, we've got
Okay.
it, yeah.
But yeah, so there's a place where it references
Yeah.
whatever, there's a place in there, and so.
Okay, we have a lot of people in that particular area, and there's going to be animals using water, and there's going to be the people and everything like this. Can you prognosticate what the impact would be?
not without a pumping test.
Okay,
It's just, you know.
that's fine. That's
The
good.
wells seem to have enough supply.
Yeah.
They took a water analysis,
Mhm.
and that's,
I mean, I just was kind of wondering how it draws down on the neighbor's water.
yeah, it's really hard to say.
Okay,
You know,
gotcha, I understand that.
And that's probably more involved, even if you were to do a pumping test, I mean, you could go out and put sensors in everybody's well and do the pumping test, but that's probably beyond the scope
Okay,
of what
thank you.
should be required.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could we get copies of all the stuff you did here this afternoon? Corey back in the corner will make copies for you, so.
Because the expert testimony on water supply has been very valuable to this board, I did honor Mr. Folson's request for additional time. Moving forward, I'm going to be enforcing a 3-minute rule, so.
Okay, Jay Marshall?
Yes, I'd like to submit this for the record as well. There's copies for everyone. My name is Jay Marshall. I live at 7931 Anna Place in Lincoln. My wife owns land 1.5 miles from the proposed site, and we oppose this special permit. Water obviously is a real concern. Today, I'd like to read a letter from an expert who is teaching at UNL today rather than being here. To whom it may concern, my name is Dr. Aaron Hacker, and I'm an assistant professor of hydrogeology at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln with a PhD in environmental geology and a background in water resources modeling. I have reviewed the public documents regarding the proposed RV park near Davie, Nebraska, as well as reports from the University of Nebraska Conservation and Survey Division regarding Lancaster County water resources and results of aerial electromagnetic surveys. My professional opinion is that the geology of the area isn't known fully enough to develop its water resources on a regular scale. Wells larger than residential scale could reduce the flow of water to nearby households, cause salty water to be drawn from deeper rock layers, or take water that would otherwise flow to streams, causing them to go dry. The geology of this area is highly variable, and this makes it difficult to predict the effects of pumping on nearby locations. I recommend that the development of the site, including well installation and pumping, be delayed until a highly detailed survey and modeling study can be conducted to better estimate the effects of large water withdrawals over the long term. Regards, Aaron Hacker, Assistant Professor, University of Nebraska-Lincoln, Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Gary Larson.
I want to enter this. This is Daryl Martin. He's a water expert. But, my name is Gary Larson. I'm a dryland farmer, and I live at 17575 North 70th Street. I do not have any irrigation and cannot have irrigation. I farm in the same section as the proposed site. I've been asked to read the testimony of Daryl Martin, an international scholar and water expert, a professor at UNL, and an irrigation and water resource engineer. He could not be with us because he's in class. His impressive list of research is included in the back of the testimony. There's several pages of citing. For the sake of time, I'll read a few important comments from this testimony. The availability of groundwater in the region is quite limited, both in terms of volume and supply capacity. The quality of groundwater may also be less desirable, especially regarding nitrate, nitrogen, and perhaps salt salinity. There is much uncertainty in the region regarding the proposal use of water both by this project and the needs of the current citizens, and great uncertainty about the ability of the aquifer in this region to meet those needs. My first recommendation is that the development be required to install a recording monitor well that would be included in the Lower Platte South NRD groundwater monitoring program. They currently operate a monitoring service, and it would seem reasonable to interface with their ongoing program. My second recommendation goes to documenting the actual water use of the project if it is to be developed. The estimate from the well driller suggests that there is adequate water for 250 gallon per minute wells. The short duration test was relied upon for that conclusion. Two issues arise from that assessment. First, the test only indicates the wells should yield the specified flow rate. It does not provide information about the longevity of the aquifer, which is really the issue here. Second, the flow rate of 50 gallons per minute is only an estimate in which happens to limit the registration. My third recommendation is that a plan be established prior to development that includes specific action to be taken if water level records indicate that groundwater is declining. Thresholds should be established that will trigger the previously established changes to the projects. This should include details on remediation of household wells that are negatively affected. A prior plan with accurate monitoring should serve all users in the future. I hope these ideas are beneficial to your group and the developer. Daryl Martin, PhD. If I have a little time so I don't have to come back up again, I would like to note that the land that is for sale, that is proposed, has been sale for 12 years. And even though they have a deadline coming up, it's not what I would consider a high risk that someone else is going to step in and buy it. I would also like to point out on the Chiron that Mr. Queen does own 40 acres of land. And it's on I don't know where I got 30 seconds. This is his land. This is a proposed site. His 40 acres that he has here is 2 miles from Pawnee and 6 miles from Branched Oak. Seems more suitable for recreation. There's plenty of groundwater, closer to the interstate, closer to Lincoln, closer to public service. Why is he not using his land for this site? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, could we get a copy of that map,
And
please?
we will go ahead and break now for 10 minutes. We will come back at 2:10. Okay. All right, we will reconvene. Mr. Clerk, please call up the next 4 opponents.
Okay, the next 4, if you'd come up and get sworn in, Dennis Swanstrom, Gary Sherman, Brian Kaiser, and Rick Ronhofty. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. First one up is Dennis.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, my name is Dennis Swanstrom. I live in Omaha. With the rank of colonel, I retired as the commander of the 185th Fighter Wing at Sioux City, Iowa in 1998 after 33 years of service. Real quickly, I just want to show you where our farm is. This is looking north on 77, and now I've got myself confused here.
Yeah, this is yours.
Yeah, okay. Right here, you see, is the property line that ours is on, and so will the new campground. And I'll talk about hunting later, and the reason it's such a good place to hunt is because there's a draw comes up here, draw comes up here, and a draw comes up here. And I have a fellow with me that's hunted there for 20 years and has gotten 20 deer. So, and this is a big hogback. That's about the highest point in Lancaster County. Excuse me. And you can see 10 towns from there. My sister and I own the land adjacent to the east of the proposed campground. The current home is over 60 years old. It has been rented after my sister moved a couple years ago. She had been there some 16 years. A neighboring farm family has rented the land, almost 50 years. With water being such a key issue, I want to make a couple comments regarding the quality. Our original well was dug in 1946 and deteriorated over time. We attempted to dig a new well 20 years ago. There was no improvement over the old well. We tried again 10 years ago by going deeper and found water. It is still not drinkable.
1 minute remaining.
Pardon?
1 minute remaining.
Oh my gosh. Adding a softener and filtration system did not work. The water remains extremely hard. Fixtures stain orange. The water smells like rotten eggs. The water is high in iron, sodium, and dissolved solids. Moving on to other concerns, the campground would unnecessarily create an extremely dangerous intersection, long-term sewer problems, along with the water issues. The community's living conditions, enjoyment, and amenities would be profoundly impacted. In 1899, my grandfather bought the farm. 7th generation is in place to own the farm. My dad took it over 77 years ago, and that's my age, why I'm losing my voice, I guess. Although we don't live on the farm, our 2 sons and family and friends have used the farm as a source of much satisfaction. The ability to hunt and target shoot have been unrestricted. When relaxation around a campfire is preferred, the farm's location has been advantageous. Unfortunately, the prime location for these activities is next to the border of the campground.
Sir, I am going to cut you off there.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
20 years of hunting and 20 deer for what I've got with me.
Excuse me,
Thank you
can
very
we get
much.
copies of your stuff
He's
there?
giving it to us.
Copies? We need to
Oh,
get,
we have,
Oh, not the map.
oh, not the map, okay.
Okay.
It's the same as what you have.
You want to come up?
Oh.
Or whoever's next.
okay, next is Gary Sherman.
will you please add that to my report?
Thank you.
For the records, I'm Gary Sherman. I'm at 6305 Agnew Road. We have lived in this community for over 40 years. We've had the pleasure to meet with the Queens sometimes and enjoy their company very much, but I'm sorry to be the one of them, of the many here that are opposing this. The following drawing shown to me by the UNL water specialist. The first drawing illustrates how the farm home well are getting their water now. The next drawing shows how the underground water could be depleted if there was an RV campground at this location. This could also cause the neighbors' farm home wells to go dry or decrease their water supply to very little. When this happens, there will not be water for nearby families, livestock, and family needs, or the farming needs. There are already many dry well holes from trying to find water in this area, and some wells are very low producing, of only 2 to 3 gallons per minute. And I would mention that's one of them that is within close to ours. What would you do if your city turned your water off for a month or more? Where were you concerned last spring when the water supply in Lincoln was very limited due to flooding of water well? When the RV campground also runs out of water because the groundwater source has been depleted, they would have to move to a different location. This would leave the campground with gravel roads, RV pads, and as it was 480, now it would only be 300 or more pipes coming out of the ground.
1 minute remaining.
It would also leave swimming pool and 2 lagoons. Therefore, the RV campground could not be used for farming again or may not be used for anything. This would leave a wood patch which would be very hard to control, and who would do this? This would also leave the land with very little value. Who would want it? The area of limited water supply is not right location for the RV campground the Queens want. I hope the Queens can find a location that has ample water and will not interfere with the neighbor's water supply. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Brian Kaiser.
Do you need those? Please submit this for the record. My name is Brian Kaiser. I live at 5590 Davie Road with my wife and 3 young daughters. In relation to the map and the proposed campground, I actually live catty corner, so right, actually, you're across the road. I want to start with by saying, can I have a raise of hands if there are any farmers in the room today? How many of you irrigate? I'd like to share the variability of of water in northeast Lancaster County. The map you're seeing are the wells in which are currently in use, as well as test and dry wells within a 3-mile radius of the proposed campsite. This data was collected from 20 area residents who are familiar with their wells. Within 1 mile, there are 10 wells. 7 of those wells are not considered consumable due to either quality or quantity. When drilling a new well, there's a 56% chance of getting water, and if you do get water, there's a 30% chance of it even being of good quality. If we expand the search to 3 miles, there's a 55% chance of hitting water, and a decreased 28% chance it is of good quality. When purchasing our property, we actually received a transfer denial letter from Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department due to our nitrates being 28.3 parts per million. The acceptable or safe rate is under 10 parts per million. Last Tuesday, I had my water retested through the NRD in conjunction with the Waverly High School, and my nitrates were still at 18.3 parts per million.
undrinkable for my family. Through research, it actually took 4 attempts to find a well that had sufficient water at my residence. This doesn't affect just me. The Campbells, who are right north of the proposed campground, have water which is high in manganese. Joyce Solonic had to dig 7 wells before a good one was found, and Danny Macera had to dig 5. I'd like to read a letter from the Burris family that you have in front of you. Linda and I live at 5580 Branched Oak Road, 1 mile south of the proposed campground, just off of Highway 77. We have lived there for the past 7 years. At times, if our water is not treated, our water stinks like rotten eggs. Shortly after we moved in, our landlord stopped by and smelled how bad our water stunk. He apologized and immediately installed a filtration system and pays for the upkeep. He constantly checks with us to make sure our water is okay. If a problem arises, he has someone come out and fix the problem. We do not drink this water. We do not put this water in our coffee maker. We do not use it for canning. We purchase our water in Lincoln and haul it home. We will not put this water in our camper. The first time we did, we arrived at the campground, turned on the water, and the smell was so bad it ran us out. It was terrible. Now we wait until we get till we get to the campground to fill our camper with water. The water is so hard it stains. Sincerely, Ray and Linda Burris. Steve Hendrickson said at the January 16th briefing, our understanding about the impact of other wells is that there is uncertainty. It's difficult to determine. Without truly knowing the potential harm to the neighboring wells, I urge you to vote no for this special permit. Thank you for your commitment. Do you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I could ask for the one map back that Dennis wants from, be a couple maps down. It would just be an overhead map too. Yes, perfect. Thank you. Rick Ronavdi, 16555 North 70th Street. My duty today was to talk about lagoons, and so I may shorten up my talk quite a bit because you went into a lot of that earlier. One thing's basically what I'm going to ask you then for now pertaining to lagoons is questions that I would like you to keep in mind to ask when you go on to looking into more of those. One would be the size that's going to be required. This map here shows an overlay of Davies Lagoon system overlaid onto the current site now. And Davie is a town of 162 people. And so it could actually be smaller than what this campsite is. But I don't know, the state will design what sizes it needs to be. But I think it's reasonable to think that it's going to be somewhat in this size range just because of the people and water that we're talking about. Beyond that, I will ask you to keep in mind that once the lagoon systems go in, there is a little maintaining to lagoon systems, and this one in particular I think is going to be a little tricky to manage because they're going to have high and low inflows of water, and I do know that lagoons kind of have to maintain a certain depth over time. So that I would ask that you would consider that somebody with the lagoons of this size, that somebody within the organization takes some training, and I don't know if there's certifications or not, but at least some training that would help them to know how to regulate the lagoons and what needs to go on. Because if they just, if your max flow comes in and you get way too deep or whatever, you're gonna be subject to failures of those. The other thing to take into consideration is the location and/or if there's going to be backups to the lagoons themselves. As they're located now, if they fail, the drainage from them will go to the west, and then we'll actually go into some fairly direct creeks that take you down into the Jackson Wildlife Management Area. So I think the Game and Parks, once this gets rolling, will probably look into it to see if they're going to have input onto mitigation. But what I'm getting at there is that there probably have to be a fairly quick response mitigation plan in place to, if there is a failure of what to do to get it stopped before it gets to Jackson anyway. With that, I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. You can have this one back again.
Great.
Okay, the next four, Bruce Tiedemann, Martha Minshew, Duff Campbell, and Carol Sherman. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I'd like this testimony to be inserted into your permanent record, please. County Commissioners, good afternoon. It's been a long day, but we're still going. The Lancaster County Farm Bureau, with a total household membership of 8,404 and growing members, stands in opposition of this proposed RV/campsite that is being proposed at Highway 77 and Davie Road. The Lancaster County Farm Bureau has concerns about placing such a high-density populated village in an agricultural zoned area. Concerns are as follows. The potential burden to the Ceresco Volunteer Fire and Rescue Department. Volunteers work other jobs and are not always available for emergency calls. Staffing of volunteers is always a worry for rural fire and rescue departments, and trained EMTs are especially a concern the Farm Bureau has. Possible adverse effects to the Waverly Public Schools. This campground is requesting long-term stays up to 6 months, but there's been some adjustment here, but up to 6 months per calendar year. This creates a possibility of students coming and going out of the Waverly District. Additional students from the park will put more pressure on existing taxpayers to cover education costs for students whose parents will not be contributing to the school district through real estate taxes, including additional transportation costs, as Waverly schools will be obligated to offer busing to RV park campsite students. Law enforcement would be the responsibility of Lancaster County Sheriff. Municipalities of this size usually have their own police force or contract with the Sheriff's Department. This RV park is requesting that service on the backs of other taxpayers.
1 minute remaining.
Safety concerns for not only the farmers in the area, but also for the patrons that will use the campgrounds. With the potential density of 1,000 people on 27 acres, and this has been adjusted, in a rural setting, mixing with agricultural production that creates smells, dust, and slow-moving large traffic is a safety hazard for all of us. The loss of farmland to feed an ever-growing world population, the shotgun approach to planting a sewer lagoon right next to Highway 77 and a cemetery, 70-mile-an-hour speed limit on 77 with no deacceleration or acceleration lanes, and crossing the divided highway if they would so desire to go south. Lastly, the Lancaster County Farm Bureau has been a very strong supporter of the Lancaster County Event Center, both financially and with leadership. The Event Center is currently developing a very large campground at its location at 84th and Havelock in Lincoln. Let's support the Event Center to its fullest potential so that it will someday be self-supportive with no need for tax dollars from the public. In closing, the Lancaster County Farm Bureau thanks all of you for your commitment to serving as a commissioner. We ask that you look over our concerns with deep thought and the effects it will have not only on agricultural producers in the area, but on our county services and local communities. Thank you. Any questions?
I actually do have one, sir. I didn't catch your address when you started.
Oh, I guess I didn't say it. Bruce Tiedemann, 21601 South 25th Street, Hickman.
Okay.
I
so you-
apologize.
Okay. Yeah, because I saw you raise your hand on the irrigation question. I was just curious what area you were
That's
irrigating.
why, I looked around, I thought, yeah, I'm kind of singled out here. I told on
I
myself
think
where
you
I'm
were a
from.
small group. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Martha Minchow?
Good afternoon. My name is Martha Minchow, and I have lived at 8181 Davie Road for 49 years. Our family owns land within 1 mile as well as across Highway 77 from this proposed site. Please submit this report into your records. I'm here today to express my concern for the safety and welfare of the potential campers at the proposed campsite at Highway 77 and Davie Road. Interesting that Chris only reported on the county sheriff's department when in the case of an incident taking place at Camp Away at 2200 Camp Circle in Lincoln, the services of the Lincoln Police Department and the Lincoln Fire and Rescue Department are requested. Statistics from the police department reports that this location verifies that a response time for the call for assistance being received and response time is 10 to 11 minutes. The campgrounds at Highway 77 and Davie Road would now place this sole responsibility on the Lancaster County Sheriff's Department. As stated in the Lancaster County Sheriff's Department website, the Lancaster County Sheriff's Department includes 76 commissioned deputies who are assigned to various duties on one of 3 shifts, which would indicate that at any time there would possibly be only 4 officers to cover the 846 square miles. Applying that fact, it becomes apparent that the response time to any incident, any place in the county, would most likely be more than 10 minutes. Earlier, I also mentioned the fire department. At the Lincoln location, the Camp Away is protected by the Lincoln Fire and Rescue Department. The department report shows an average of 9 minutes response for medical and 6 minutes for fire. The Highway 77 and Davie Road campground would be under the jurisdiction of the Ceresco Volunteer Fire Department, and the chiefs indicated only 1 EMT and possibly 4 firemen might be within 10 minutes of the station during the day. Once there, suiting up and travel time need to be added. On several occasions, the response time has been 30 to 45 minutes. This does not come anywhere near the National Fire Protection Association standards, with a response time of 6.2 minutes for fire suppression, 6 minutes for medical care calls 90% of the time, as stated in the 2016 Comprehensive Plan. The reason that you have not heard from the Ceresco Fire Department is that their lawyer said they may not take a stand on this issue. However, individual members have signed the opposition petition. In summary, due to my concern for the safety of campers and my fellow local residents, I highly recommend that when the Camp Away relocates, they consider locating where there is protection by a non-volunteer fire and rescue department, as well as water quality and quantity and sewer regulations that any town of this size in the county would be required to meet. Thank you for taking this into consideration.
Next is Duff Campbell.
Commissioners, my name is Duff Campbell. I live at 1430 208th Drive in Seward. I've listened with great interest to the numerous points presented that oppose this special permit, and I feel they're all valid. Regarding water, it appears to me that there is still not a definitive answer surrounding the water usage and its impact, and the tests that have been conducted sufficient or conclusive enough for you to make a decision. As mentioned numerous times today, there are water tests that exist that can be performed over longer periods of time that can provide more conclusive data. Wouldn't it be prudent to exhaust all of these options prior to making such an important decision? There is no more important issue for all of us than the water or lack of water that has to sustain us all. Regarding traffic at the proposed intersection, I'm still in disbelief of what I have heard at every single meeting
and that is that there will be no reduced speed and no traffic light at this intersection, even if the proposal is approved. This decision is a dangerous one, which could be verified by anyone who has any experience crossing or entering this highway. I know dozens of people in that area who do have the experience, with a trailer, with a camper, with a combine, with a semi-truck, or simply with their own car, that find this crossing both challenging and dangerous. This intersection is already an accident waiting to happen. I can't imagine what it will become should the campground become a reality, and I'm scared to death for the people that will be affected by this, and this includes the Queens and the families that would be using this campground. I would also suggest that using a U-turn would only increase the chances of an accident. Commissioners, while the traffic concerns are not your responsibility, do you really have sufficient and conclusive information to approve this permit as is?
1 minute.
Do you have any doubts whatsoever? You each have to ask yourself that question before voting. If you have any doubt, you should vote no. I simply ask you give the issue more time and consideration and just vote no. At least until some of these issues can be better resolved or have become more conclusive. At this point, voting no will affect one family. Voting yes will affect hundreds. Since there is a 4 to 5 year window to move to a new location, please do not vote yes today. Deny this a more thoroughly researched project. Thank you.
Harold Sherman.
I'm Carol Sherman. I live at 6305 Agnew Road. I oppose SP 9051. If it is approved by the board in the form that the applicant wants, the 150 pads RV campground would have the potential of having 6 people per pad, or a total of 900 people in the middle of this little farm. It would make it the 4th largest town in Lancaster County. And on top of that, it would not have any public services. This would potentially be about 5.5 times larger than what Davie has, and they do have services. The Ceresco Volunteer Fire and Rescue Department would be the one to service these 900 potential additional people. Their town has approximately 920 people living in Ceresco, so this would double the amount of people that they'd have to care for and answer calls on, and yet they would not have any additional real estate tax money to help pay for it. The campers would pay no real estate tax to help support the health, safety, and general welfare of the county. Instead, they would put a drain and a strain on the existing taxpayers of Lancaster County to pay for these services for the new members in this town. There are over 30 existing businesses within 1 mile of the area that the RV campground would like to settle in. You say, I didn't see that on the map, but every one of these little squares, as you look at it, that's a different farm. A farm is a business. There are lots of farms in the area. And we do not want one family or one business to take precedence over 30. That's just within 1 mile. You go on beyond, and you have a lot more than that. So water is not only necessary for our lives, it is essential for our livestock and farming businesses. Any interruption in the water supply can mean failure or death for some other business, and there's a lot of other businesses there. I ask each of you to vote in opposing SB 19051. I want to put another picture up here on the thing, if it shows very soon, I hope. Yes. Okay, right here is where Queens have 40 acres of ground on Highway 34. You can see how close it is to Lincoln. You can see it's got good roads going in there. It's, I think someone mentioned earlier about the lakes and other things that are around. Hey, if they don't want to have an RV town in their neighborhood, why should we have it in ours? Especially in an area of limited water supply.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll need a, excuse me, we need a copy of the map.
Some,
Need that back or?
yeah, I think there's like 12 left or something.
Can I get away from watching the ring?
Okay, great,
My
thanks.
mother passed.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know. My wife's at the hospital. Can I just watch the ring?
Okay, the next four, if you'd come up, Marlene Tracy, Linda Shawn, Ken M., and Becky Keep.
We'll say later. I would go. If it were me, I would go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to interrupt for just 1 minute. I have received news from my wife that her mother, she's been in the hospital, and her mother-in-law, or her mother, just passed away. I'm going to excuse myself, and I do apologize because all of you deserve to be heard. I give you my word that I will watch the recording of all of those of you who testify after Carol, so that I am fully aware of your concerns. Thank you for your understanding, and I will see you next week.
Yep.
One more. Too much to carry.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So 24 when we broke.
Okay.
So we've done half of
Okay.
it.
My name is Marlene Tracy, and I live at 17500 North 84th Street, 2 miles from the proposed campsite, and I am opposed to special permit 19051. I'd like to point out to you, commissioners, that you recently approved a $4 million expenditure for the Lancaster Event Center to make improvements for the National High School Rodeo that's going to take place later this year. This improvement includes 1,000 camper pads with full hookups. This is in addition to 200 pads that are currently available on the east side of the event center. Their current rate is $25 as opposed to Campaway's summer rate of $52 that's listed on the website. And they do currently have a 3-month rate of $900 for fall football season. I don't understand why you would even consider putting a campground out in the middle of prime farmland north of Lincoln when the taxpayers are already supporting a huge campground at the event center. According to the most recent staff report, I'm sorry, I lost my place. From the North American Camping Report, and that's this handout that I have included, but I just wanted to show you this is the report. It's a 5-year study that's supported by the KOA. They've talked about the recreation activities that and they say that campers are continuing to make strong connections between camping and other recreational activities. Well, as you can see on there, those include hiking, backpacking, fishing, et cetera, et cetera. And we do not see any of that at this current campground. In fact, the only thing that you see there are some hills and a few streams that are going through there with just some straggly trees that have grown up along the streams. Then I want to jump over to the staff report, the latest staff report. The comprehensive plan talks about promotion of ag land, and they also talk about the major entryways into the corridors that come into Lincoln. And Highway 77 has been assigned this status. It should be studied, protected, and enhanced to create and express community pride. We feel that we need to promote green space and farmland along these corridors. This does not mean campgrounds, which will just promote more commercial development such as gas stations or truck stops and convenience centers. I just have a couple things. The Lincoln Journal-Star, there was an article on November 2nd where the Director of Parks and Recreation quoted that the reason that the city is taking this land is because they want to put something significant, a significant architecture or an office building, because they consider that to be a significant entryway corridor. And then I just wanted to point out that in 2014, the Planning Commission denied a campground special permit 13060 because it was not consistent with the surrounding development. It did not support green space in the entryway corridor, and it did not preserve, protect, or promote the character of the unique feature of the neighborhood.
Sure.
So in summary, Highway 77 and Davie Road is not the correct spot to put an extensive campground that's going to become the fourth largest municipality in Lancaster County.
Sorry about that. I didn't know I was doing that.
Next is Linda Shawn.
My name is Lynn DeShawn. I live at 19595 North 14th. Wow. I am impressed. 100 RV campers convening at one place for 3 to 5 day stay. This really impacts the safety situation at this intersection. And I'm sure the Nebraska Department of Transportation did not know about this when they refused to install a right-hand turn lane. The Sheriff Department did not respond one way or the other to the Planning Department's checkoff sheet. This is not an approval. As you can see by the email between Captain Brookhauser and the Planning Department, he states, as long as people are paying attention, there shouldn't be many issues. As long as people are paying attention. That's the problem. We get distracted. We follow too close. We drive faster than this posted speed limit of 70 miles an hour, which really is 75, because we all know we can go 5 miles over the speed limit and we won't get a ticket. I did a simple test. I travel 70 miles an hour and drivers quickly pass me on Highway 77. There was a note on this email, of the above email, that this is not good. I agree, it is not good. The 2018 Nebraska accident reports state multi-vehicle crashes at intersections comprise 49.3% of all crashes, for a total of 17,821 crashes. Half of all accidents happen at intersections. Of the 17,821 crashes, 13,234 crashes, or 74.3% of total intersection crashes. Of that, 83.2% result in injuries occur at two types of intersections, and that is the intersections that will be applicable to the Davie Road and Highway 77.
1 minute remaining.
RVs pulling and making right-hand turns onto Davie Road and having to stop because they cannot fully complete their turn, stopping on traffic with traffic going 70+ miles an hour, or crossing 4 lanes of traffic when they leave to head south. In daylight and perfect weather conditions, the above scenarios are dangerous enough. Now add night, fog, rain, snow, and ice. Now the situation is made even worse. This intersection could become the most dangerous intersection in Lancaster County. The applicant has not met their burden of proof to make this a safe intersection for RV traffic. The checks and balances have not been met. They need to ensure the health, safety, and general welfare of this area are met. Thank you for your time, and please vote no. It could save a life.
Excuse me, could we get a copy of the speed limit thing that you had here? Did you need that?
You can go ahead and begin.
Oh, thank you. My name is Becky Keep, and I live at 8601 Davy Road. I'm speaking in opposition to the permit for a campground, and I offer my remarks into the record. I'm speaking on population density and prepared my report based on 240 campsites. But I wasn't privy to the last-minute changes, and frankly, we still don't know what the applicant will end up doing. Either way, if it's 150 or 240 campsites, you still have a population density problem. This still appears to look like a special permit for a new town on 45 acres. It's an RV town built with no public services such as water, wastewater treatment, roads, EMT services, and no planning. This town will become either the fourth or fifth largest community in Lancaster County. I do want to talk about population density, and I want to show you what it looks like. We need to care about population density when we share scarce natural resources. Can anybody see that? Let me turn it around. Pursuant to the 2040 long-range plan, the population density for Lincoln is about 3,000 persons per square mile, or 4.7 persons per acre. By this application, this site will have a higher population density than the city. At capacity, this park will have 22 people per acre, the highest density in the county. After deducting setbacks for roads, lagoons, buildings, pools, you have about 28 acres left for campers, yielding 36 people per acre, or if you go with the 150 campsites, maybe 22 people per acre. Please take a look at the, well, I guess I'm still showing you this one. I would like to compare Davie to the RV town. And, you know, you see 64 houses on 40 acres.
1 minute remaining.
Okay. Consider county zoning article 4.016 Ag Preservation. That's one dwelling on 20 acres. You created these regs. Let me see if you can see the plat map. To prevent heavy population density. If you take a look at section 28, all of a sudden you've got an extra, this was based on 240. But most of the other sections just have a farmstead and a few acreages scattered around. Davie has about the same number of acres, but only 64 homes, as opposed to this RV campground. The RV town would put a high-density village, 4 times as many homes as Davie, onto ag land with no public services. I ask that you please consider voting no on this special permit. Thank you.
Okay, the next 4, Phyllis Larson, Tim Kubicek, Karen Kurbas, and Dave Nielsen. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I forgot my things at hand. I'll get those after I do it. I'll bring my things to submit to the record after I do this. Phyllis Larson. I live at 17575 North 70th.
Let's talk comprehensive plan just a little bit more. I'm a professor emerita from the University of Nebraska, and a research methodology that I use in my discipline is called content analysis. It's an objective way to look at the meaning in documents. So for example, I could look at the words used in all the editorials about the county board and be able to identify the most predominant themes and kind of what the tone is. So I use this methodology on the 2040 Comprehensive Plan to identify the most important themes related to the special permit issues. Preservation of ag land is woven throughout these pages, and the page numbers are actually under the bar graph itself. It appears at least 19 times in 7 different chapters. Recreation, on the other hand, is mentioned in 4 different chapters, but it mostly refers to public entities. The plan doesn't address campgrounds at all. Some key quotes about recreation from the comprehensive plan. The first was in the staff report, but the underlined portion was omitted, which really altered the meaning of the quote since it was referring to downtown and the Haymarket. The second quote was also in the staff report, but it's about public-private partnerships, and the proposed campground is not a partnership. The last one's about commercial centers in cities, but it does recognize that recreation can be intrusive with light and noise pollution and traffic. A few key quotes about agriculture, and there were so many to choose from, I had trouble picking one, but the first one reiterates that agriculture is the dominant land use and an economic driver for our county. The 3 that follow mention preserving prime ag land. That's mentioned over and over and over in the plan. Now, why is that? Perhaps it's because the U.S. is losing 175 acres of ag land per hour. The study was published in Modern Farmer, and it says 31 million acres were lost in 10 years. 31 million acres. And 41% of the loss came from development like this in rural areas. Contrary to the applicant team testimony, there is prime land, ag land on this site. 43%, the red hatched portion that Gary will point to, is prime ag land as defined by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. It has the best characteristics for producing food, feed, and fiber. In fact, the corn was just harvested on that land right before the Planning Commission hearing. Another 40%, the green portion that Gary's pointing to, is classified as farmland of statewide importance. Nearly meets the requirements for prime. So 83% of this site is either prime ag land or land of statewide importance. The comp plan's future land use map shows this area, the cream color, and you can show where the campground is not for development of businesses or even green space. It's agriculture. And preservation of ag is a major theme in the comp plan because of its frequent presence throughout the breadth of the entire document. Recreation could be considered a minor theme, but campgrounds weren't even important enough to include at all. So when the planning staff says the campground is in conformance with the comprehensive plan, I say it's a flawed analysis. The comp plan says to preserve the character of the community's new and established neighborhoods, and I ask you to do just that. It's an imperative in the comprehensive plan. Thanks so much. Really appreciate your patience. Not your poison, your patience. Yeah, it's.
I'd ask that this be entered into public record. My name's Tim Kubicek. I live within 1 mile of the proposed campground with my wife and 2 kids. We raise livestock and are heavily involved in the 4-H program, which receives funding from our property taxes, as does our fire district, county sheriff, board of commissioners, and the Waverly schools where my children go. The campground proposes up to 20% of the sites may be lived on for 4 months at a time. That calculates to 30 families with kids that need to go to school. At a cost of $9,000 per student per year, that's approaching $1 million if each family has only 3 kids. None of these campground residents will be paying property taxes. That means that we, the county, will be footing the bill, and it goes the same for our other county services as well.
You had it right the first.
Thank you. The Sheriff's Department will be kept busy with so many people living in such close proximity to each other. The density is roughly equivalent to putting 3.5 homes on a typical Lincoln City residential lot, or 35 single-family homes on a typical Lincoln City block. That type of density will make it very hard for Ceresco Volunteer Fire Department to do their job when the need arises. Tanker trucks are very large and it's difficult to maneuver. And an ambulance will not readily know where to go within the campground. Keep in mind this is a volunteer fire district that depends on our property taxes. The campground residents don't pay these taxes and may or may not have insurance for these emergencies. Other nearby private campgrounds are located in commercial and industrial zoned areas. This property is ag zoned and nowhere near any zoning transition areas. I must also call attention to the cost of rural services study that was independently prepared for Lancaster County. On page 8, it states that only the ag sector generates revenue in excess of the cost of providing government services to it. And in the summary on page 30, it states, concentrating development in areas where services already exist and development has already occurred could also help support another important goal of the county, which is the preservation of agricultural land. Preservation of the county's ag sector would also help to achieve fiscal equity, since it is the only land use sector in the rural area that generates a net fiscal surplus to the county. On a final note, I'd like to point out that the lodging tax does not apply to stays of 30 days or more, and only state sales tax is collected at the proposed facility. This special permit will be a cost liability to our county in the long term. Thank you for your careful consideration in this serious matter. I also want to give you something else.
Go ahead.
My name is Karen Kurbis. I live at 17500 North 84th Street, and I stand opposed to this campground proposal. Please submit my documents for the record. They say that past behavior predicts future performance. I have a compliance concern with a potential campground based on the history of the existing camp-away permit. They received their permit back in 1966. The resolution about it very clearly defined that the operation thereof be in strict accordance with the ordinances of the city relating to campgrounds. Tom Jacob provided me with the 1963 zoning text that was in effect at that time, and that's what you're seeing here on the Elmo. The regulation that sticks out is no site or sites may be occupied by the same person or persons more than 30 days in any 1 year. We all know that special permits travel with the land, and that was their responsibility to know that. They advertise monthly rates and talk about extended stays. The extended stay waiting list document that is sitting in special permit that's being considered today talks about requests for 2 months to 19 months. A letter of support for the campground by Aranda reveals 5 instances of stays that exceed 30 days. So you can see the first one where she's got 7 months, or 7 weeks, 2 months, 3 months, 7.5 months, and 6+ months. And this is just for one person. There's probably numerous other ones out there. If they fail to comply with a 30-day limit, what would they do with a 180-day limit? The 63 regulation goes on to state that all special permits are issued or temporary and valid only during the time that they're in compliance, essentially. We need to make sure that that stays within this proposal. The reports are very, very important. We know that the compliance is very difficult in the county to watch with these special permits. Rick said that you just don't have the resources available to do that. If we had adequate record-keeping mechanisms, then we could go ahead and, as Tom Chaka said, the neighbors can monitor it. Overall, please ponder all the testimony presented today as you make your decision, and remember, there is no solid scientific evidence that our neighboring wells will not be compromised. There is no solid evidence that the safety issues have been considered in detail. We have no solid faith that the applicant will do the right thing and honor the regulations, especially compliance with the length of camper occupancy. Mr. Vest said in the Planning Department briefing last week, 35% campsites for 180 days seems like you are creating a municipality. You're right. Don't let them create this municipality and create the fourth largest town in Lancaster County. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dave Nielsen. I reside at 7100 Raymond Road. Our family has farmed and lived in that area for over 100 years. Please include this in the verbal for the record, and also the addendum. I'm already passed out. You should have received that here last week. Hopefully you read that over. My question is, how does this campground enhance the health, safety, general welfare of the existing community that we have? The present community serves on school boards. We serve on local organizations. We serve in our church. We support the local fire and rescue. We support 4-H and FFA students. We support our schools. Residents that come to this campground are not going to be supporting those kind of things. This is an intrusion into the existing community that you have. I serve as president and trustee of the Danish Cemetery. We are going to be located directly across and just a tad south of the lagoons. By God, that's what my grandma and grandpa envisioned, being buried next to the lagoons across from them. So I go in and talk to the planning department. The planning department's expertise said, well, maybe we can we can request in a special permit that trees be planted around the lagoon. You can't plant trees around a lagoon because the lagoon has to function properly with air movement over the top of it. Mr. Seacrest, who you're going to get up here in a little bit, and he gets to close because they were the applicants. And he's going to tell us all how, I've talked to people in the past, these things really haven't affected people that much. We are the people that live in this area. We are the people that farm in this area. We are the people that are part of this community. He is getting paid to say those things. And that's great. Everybody's got to have a job and stuff, and I know, and he does well at his job. I'm not going to say that. But remember who really has a heartfelt interest in this area.
1 minute.
The Queens are also going to get up. And I've been around local politics a little bit, involved a little bit, coming and going. Roma knows this. She's talked to me a few times. 240 sites, I doubt that was ever the plan. They can swoop in here at the last day and say, okay, we're going to help this people out here. We're only going to put in 135. Who says in 10 to 15 years they don't want to buy the other little chunk to the south and expand this thing? Be real careful what we're doing today and in your next week to what this does in the future. I kind of feel, and now I know how my daughter feels when I say, hey, your grades aren't good enough, you can't go out this weekend. 2 hours before she wants to go out. We got blindsided today, and I don't appreciate that. They've talked about how upfront they want to be, but we got blindsided today. That's about all I have to say. Thank you very much. If anybody wants to look at the 1961 plan, we have it right here. My father kept this. And just one thing I would like to say, it says here, the Northeast District, in which includes the village of Waverly, where a considerable expansion is anticipated, with having enrollment increases from 679 in 1960 to 2,900 in 1980. That's the number of students in the school. Present-day students is only 1920. Growth in this county doesn't always necessarily say. We are leapfrogging zoning, and we're sticking something out in a rural area. Please do not do that. Thank you.
Okay, the next floor, if you'd come up, Jerry Minshew, Phil Pfeiffer, Blaine Glissman, and Cassie Campbell. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
My name is Jerry Minshaw, and I reside at 8181 Davy Road. As a farmer in North Lancaster County, I feel I must make a response to Mr. Seacrest's remarks as noted in the video at the Planning Commission hearing on this campground permit. He said, farmers did not want acreage people. Regulations were put in. He is, of course, referring to the 20-acre rule. According to public records, there were no farmers on the county board at that time. Acreage sales had reached a pinnacle in that a developer was requesting a permit for 80 acreages on 80 acres. If this were to pass, that could be the equivalent of small towns on parcels of land scattered all over the county. The county board passed the 20-acre rule. Do farmers in this country believe that the removal of farmland for other purposes will at some point surpass our ability to feed this country? Yes. When combined with the declining sources of crop nutrients that are sustaining our present yields, it could come sooner than we think. I have some more on here, but I'll tell you what. Here on, I'm going to wing it. In our neighborhood, the neighbors have always supported neighbors through every adversity for over 100 years. And, pardon me, I am proud to say that's still continuing. In our neighborhood, there are two things that are well known about our neighborhood. Number one is neighbors stand together. Number two is water. We don't have any. We just don't seem to get that point across to you people. We're not like the green, lush circles out there in western Nebraska. We have water problems, have for 100 years. People that live along there fought the 30s. Windmill didn't have any water. But they got by because they used small amounts. These people are talking about demanding quantities that, I don't know. I know that's not going to sustain it. That can't be sustained. There's not that kind of water down there. I believe our well men and that NRD map of what water is available, which is, I saw, will support that. Don't know what else to say other than, if I got any minutes left?
9 seconds.
Okay. All I'd want to say as a person that's lost more family members than I can count, Mr. West, on behalf of my family, you have my sympathies. Anybody got any questions?
Thank you very much.
Next is Phil Pfeiffer.
I'm Phil Pfeiffer. My wife Tammy and I live at 15746 North 56th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska, and have for 33 years. I'm testifying in opposition to SP 19051. Is illegal? You've heard from a number of residents in the area of the proposed RV town, farmers, small business owners, white and blue collar workers, young couples with small children, retirees who moved from the city, homeowners with 1 to 20 acres, third and fourth generation farmers with larger parcels, a mix of many ages and occupations. What do they all have in common? They all own property they thought was out of the path of growth for Lincoln. The 2040 Comprehensive Plan does not call for a mobile home court or a trailer park or an RV park. There are people who see a forest as a pile of 2x4s. There are people who see farmland and view it as a vacant lot ripe for development. We call these people developers. There are no vacant lots in this area. There is farmland. When farmland is paved and rocked over and 16 acres are turned into sewage lagoons and a convenience store is built, that is called loss of farmland. When farmers and acreage owners in the area scrimp and save to conserve water, that's called conservation. In 2018, Campaway used more than 5,000 gallons per day annual average. At their proposed expanded new site, it is estimated they will draw from the local aquifer more than 15,000 gallons per day average. That is called a drain on an aquifer, which appears to be unsustainable. This is obviously a commercial project and not an agricultural enterprise. It should be connected to city water and sewer, or built in an area where water quantity is sustainable. This is not the proper location. The project takes 45 acres of farmland out of production. The amount of additional traffic is huge. Slow-moving motorhomes will cause accidents. There will be deaths at the intersection of Davie Road and Highway 77.
1 minute.
I can show you crosses and memorials up and down Highway 77 where people have died already. Highway 77 is an official federal expressway with a median and 4 lanes with a 70-mile-per-hour speed limit. Can you imagine a line of motorhomes waiting to turn off Interstate 80 with no turn lane or off-ramp? Current residents will have their water, safety, and quality of life diminished, all by a developer for personal profit. Please vote no on this special permit. It is the right thing to do. You can do so and know in your heart that even though this project might scrape by as a legal endeavor, voting no is the right thing to do for all who live here. Thank you for your time and service.
I'm Blaine Listman. I reside at 5225 Mill Road, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68514. You heard my address is a Lincoln address. I'm in the Raymond Fire District. I have a Davie phone, and I'm in the Waverly School District. I think I represent the area pretty well. First, I want to say thank you. I see the day's looks. You've worked hard. You've heard testimony with the same maps and the same data and the same helicopter data that have conflicted each other. And so I'm going to share with you, I guess, it makes me think about the oath that you administered to all of us. Obviously, there's something wrong when we get two different sides of the story. You heard me this morning, what I expect of my county commissioner and all of you, and I say thank you today. Today's got to be a hard one, and I appreciate your efforts. So much to talk about. 3 minutes. As an old basketball coach, I'd like to put a 3-minute shot clock right over your head, Mr. Flowerday.
Right.
Today, be lenient, please. We got so much to say. So much passion in this room. So much emotion, and I'm thankful for that. I've lived where I live for 40 years, and if you talk to 7 of my neighbors, none of which are in here, I'm the new guy. 40 years. So, and this is what this neighborhood says. So, we've all heard this puts a thumb in the face of the comprehensive plan. So we know that, we accept it. I know you guys know it, so that's my first thing. Doesn't fit. Water, I've lived there 40 years. 20 years ago, the water, we were in a dry period, water table did go down. And I have an irrigation well, about 3/4 of a mile to the northwest of me. An hour and a half after he started that well, I didn't have water. Now, Mr. Mosier is my well man also, and I've depended on him. 45 minutes after that well was shut off, I had water again. So our water is in sandstone caves, the way I describe it, very fragile, takes a long time to resaturate, not just 20 years, not 40 years, hundreds of years. So today, I ask you, doesn't agree with the comprehensive plan. And when I get well problems, I don't get to call the water guy at Public Works. I don't get to take the bill to the Treasury Department. Mr. Mosier's financed me a few times because I didn't have the money to pay for it. So vote for the people that have already invested in this area. vote for the people that have already put their money, their livelihood in this area, part of Lancaster County. Thank you again.
Hi, my name is Cassie Campbell, and I live at 6030 Davy Road with my husband and 2 kids. Our home is right across the road from the proposed campground. About a decade ago, we dreamed about finding a place to live in the country. We wanted to move away from the fast-paced lifestyle of the city. We fantasized about a place where we would raise a family, relax, and enjoy the serenity and peacefulness of country life. We eventually found that place, the acreage in the country we wanted to make our forever home. On our acreage, you will find us, along with our 2 children, laying in the hammock, looking at the clouds, hearing nothing but the birds and the wind, stargazing in the clear, dark night skies, and all you can hear is the natural beauty of the leaves and the wildlife. We enjoy hiking the trails that we have built in our trees, playing outside, and I by myself enjoy going for a walk or run down the road for exercising. On a peaceful summer night, we sleep with our windows open. All of these things will change because of air pollution, noise pollution, and light pollution. The wildlife will be scared away. There will no longer be able to sleep with the windows open. Being an avid camper ourselves, we also know that the campfires, laughter, and shenanigans go on well past 10 p.m., which is their quiet time, or so they say. I will not be able to go for a run down the road, and my children will not be able to play outside unsupervised because we will never know who else might be checking out in our trees. With no background checks, you can only imagine who those people might be. Those same people will watch our children get dropped off every day from the school bus. I am not alone in this fear because there are 3 other families with small children who their land also surrounds the campground. I can't imagine what this campground will do to the mental health of us, our neighbors, and our community, and the fears that we have. Just last year, we had a drunk man show up in the middle of the night. He parked his car, fell asleep, and his foot was on the gas pedal. After hearing the sound of a revving engine outside of our bedroom window, we called 911. It was the longest 30 minutes ever. I can't imagine the irresponsible people that might show up on our property in the future. What will we need to put up a fence, gates, and security cameras? This is not the life we envisioned.
1 minute.
We have spoken with several realtors. They have informed us that our property value will go down. Would you buy an acreage across the road from a campground? Neither would I. I would like to make this part of the public record. Let's take a look back at 1966 Resolution A55380 when the campground was approved upon the following terms and conditions: that the use will not have any serious and depreciating effect on the value surrounding the property. Let's not diminish the impact of this property devaluation. This was a concern back in 1966, and it's still a concern today. We put our blood, sweat, and tears into our forever home. Please don't change the environment that we have come hold dear to our hearts. Thank you for being a voice for your people and hearing us out. We have done our research. Now we're counting on you to vote no. Thank you.
Any more?
Okay, the next 4, Brian Campbell, Howard Newman, Rosine Isaacson, and Dan Montag. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
My name is Brian Campbell, and I live, well, Cassie was just up here. You see where I lived. I'm going to go off script too. I'm going to follow Min Chow's steps, and what a sombering moment for Mr. Vest. I'm going to do my job that I said I would do, and I have a change.org that I started the day before the Planning Commission. I printed out last night, which was over 700 people opposed to this campground. I checked it a little bit ago, it was over 800.
I could submit that along with a copy of the change.org. I emailed this to the commissioners, so you have a reference in your email for that also. I also have handwritten ones. We went old school. So after all of those said and done, we have well over 1,000 opposed. Last night when I was printing out the signatures, I decided to look at the comments, and a lot of them were all the same things we all heard. But I had one that was written within the last week that kind of caught my eye. And it says, having lived in Northeast Lancaster County for 40 years and serving as Lancaster County Commissioner from 1999 through 2011, I am quite familiar with this area and its associated water problems. There are just a few places in Lancaster County where finding sustainable water can be difficult. This is one of those areas. RVers love to be near a city center. Why not keep the current RV park where it is now? Because a lease is expiring certainly does not justify on its own merits rezoning and change of use. Lincoln is well-served for RV camping in outlying areas, i.e. Branched Oak Lake, Ashland, Lenoma, and the Event Center. In my opinion, the only successful business plan for this proposed location would be to encourage long-term rentals. Certainly not the definition of a true RV park, but more in line with what we call a trailer park.
1 minute.
Please encourage the Lincoln City Council to provide RV camping in the most appropriate spot, exactly where it is now. Creating a city in the area with no city services sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Sincerely, Bob Workman, past District 5 County Commissioner. So that kind of caught my eye for good reason. I'll finish my last little time here reiterating what my wife said. Safety on that intersection. I'm an expert. I go there at least 6 times a day, in and out. I don't want my kids or my wife and I to be 4 more crosses on that corner, which unfortunately would probably be the only way to get a turning lane there. Please vote no on this.
My name is Rogine Isaacson, and I reside at 8701 Davy Road. I'm here to let you know that I oppose the campground on the corner of Highway 77 and Davy Road. Pulling from the Lincoln Police report that was mentioned earlier, there is a report of 3 days truancy for a 12-year-old. This report is for truancy at the end of September. When one registers a student, a home residence is included. This brings up 2 issues. The first relates to the idea of residency versus camping. Registering a student indicates intent of permanency. So is Campaway a campground or a trailer park? The second issue relates to compliance on the part of the owners of Campaway. The campground regulations that this site is currently operating under indicate a 30-day limit of occupancy. If this student was at this location long enough to be registered and truant for 3 days, how could the 30-day regulation have been followed? If the owners are not following this, what other regulations are being ignored? It also points to the fact that there is no method to enforce the rules. With this in mind, how can we believe that the owners will be following the standards that they have developed for the campgrounds in the county? How will there be any way to enforce those regulations? In summary, this incident is a school issue. The Waverly School District Board members were advised by their lawyer not to issue a statement on the location of the proposed campground. Yet with the record of non-compliance by the Queens, it would make it likely that there will be students enrolled in the Waverly schools without the resident camper paying property taxes to help offset the added expense.
1 minute.
Once more, only one party benefits, and many taxpayers will be footing the bill. Thank you for serving your service as a commissioner. Thank you. Can I have this? Please submit this for the record.
Next is Howard Newman.
Hi, I'm Howard Newman, live at 405 Davy Road. I'm in the trucking business, and we probably all, 90% of us probably have campers. Is that right, or is that wrong? You know, that we like to take places. But I've been in 2 accidents with my semi-truck on Davy Road and Highway 77 when I pull off of Davy Road onto 77 to go south, because these people do not understand they're supposed to watch the highway and not their cell phones. And here about 18 months ago, there's a gal from up north. Luckily, she didn't hit me in the rear. It would have killed her, but she hit me in the side and put me off on the shoulder and put her off, and she got a cut on the finger. That was it. Lucky for her. But my whole thing about this is the campground brings a lot of people in, and it's going to be a safety issue at that intersection. And I hate to see anybody get killed. So I mean, I basically don't have anything else to say, but I'm safety orientated, and that was the extent of it. Thank you for your time.
And the last person signed in is Dan Montag.
Now this here is a picture of an RV on fire. And it says that 20,000 RV fires occur annually. And the biggest thing that is the loss of RVs is the fire. And that happens while they're driving down the road, and it happens when they're in the campground. And I was listening to this, the concern about the local fire department. It says each campsite shall contain at least 2,500 square feet. The campsite shall be as designed that the required 2,500 square feet can be enclosed within a rectangle of which one side shall not exceed 3 times the other. If there is a camper that catches fire and you're 3 campers down and the wind's blowing, and the fire department shows up with a 2,000-gallon tank of water, who are you going to sue? You going to sue the campground, or are we going to sue Lancaster County? That's what I'm talking about. It says a fire safety professional hired by a RV informational website states that if you can't extinguish a fire within 20 seconds when you're in the camper, you need to get out immediately. This is what happens when the camper is on fire. I can't believe that you could pass this thing without rural water there and a water tower and everything else to ensure the people's safety if a fire happens. I can't believe the fire marshal would even let you do this.
1 minute.
So it says, we heard today that it takes 10 minutes to respond time from the volunteer fire department in Ceresco to get to the fire. How many campers will go up in flames with a volunteer fire department? People dying all over the place. And it'll be your fault if you vote for it.
Excuse me, can we get a copy of what you had on the overhead? You need this back?
That was the last opponent testimony, is that right?
That's the last person signed in.
Okay. Moving then down the list, do we have anyone here to testify in a neutral capacity? Saying none. Does staff have any follow-up comments?
Steve Henderson of the Planning Department, just here if there's any questions.
think you're good. And then we will move down to rebuttal by the applicant.
Thank you, Commissioners, for a very long day. With this public hearing, and I think the Planning Commission public hearing, all my friends and clients and staff spent, I think, over 12 hours, and that's probably a record for me. I know, and maybe for you as well. And I sincerely want to thank you, the staff, the neighbors for their time, because it's a big commitment, and to the Queens for this process. It's been an engaging one, to say the least. We handed out a motion to amend many hours ago. I'd be glad again to go over it. What it does, it tries to get into the details based on what we proposed in the text amendment. You added a few new things, so this probably needs a little bit more updating based on what you did earlier. But the gist is, I think, here of including our recommendation to go down to 150 sites instead of the 240 that was originally asked. If you would like to give us 240 sites, we would do our darndest to fulfill it. This was not a bait and switch, folks. We just felt, for purposes of listening and to make it reasonable, the balance, we felt that this was our bottom line, and we hope you respect that decision, because that was not an easy decision by my client to make. I think it's become obvious the Queens have won lots of awards. The city themselves in their letters have said what good operators they are, so I hope that's not an issue. What I think could be an issue, very clearly, is groundwater, and I think it's safe to say the Queens will fully comply with all well, groundwater, septic, lagoons, approvals, permits, training. That's just what we have to do, and that will be done, and the Queens have a good record of following through with their staff on those things. The test results for water show no violation of state water standards. And I think that's important. Yes, there's hardness, potential, rust, sulfur. Those are what we call nuisance. You need to address them if you want to have non-nuisance water, and you need to address them in some instances to help avoid health risks to very young or very old. But those are the things that we know we are doing, just like a bunch of our friends in the neighborhood are treating their water to go forward. If the project does go forward, we will be registering the well. To go and do the formal registration of a public water non-community system is a more complicated process. We know we have to do it when we get licensed along the way. The test rates that we will be going through as part of this process, we only have 2.1 people per campsite on average. So we don't have 6. So we would ask that the test be based on 2.1. We'd ask that the south well, which tested out for 2 hours at over 100 gallons, and the north well at over 60 gallons, that's not what we'll be using. We'll be using, with the requirement, our peak will be 7 gallons a minute. So we would hope, again, that that's the type of thing, because if we did do the maximum, we could jeopardize the system. But with what we will be doing based on our numbers, we feel we will not be jeopardizing. And I think our experts have concluded that and shared that information with you. Camping is a rapid growing entity, very popular. It's popular among all ages, all income groups, low, upper, high income, and all races. And we feel that that's an amenity in a top population that doesn't always get represented here today. We feel you did get 23 letters of support and 16 letters of opposition to the planning department. You heard other petitions presented, but we also presented you a petition on online support of 1,480 people, which we think is a considerable number to consider. It was stated we are rezoning. We are not rezoning this property. This property is agricultural. Agricultural, under your ordinance, allows campgrounds, so we are not doing any rezoning. The Supreme Court has said zoning is part of the comprehensive plan. So when you zone something, you are basically putting that clarification into your comprehensive plan, and your zoning ordinance allows campgrounds and AG. So by definition of the Supreme Court, we do comply with the comprehensive plan, and that's why the staff made that type of finding. The second part is the balancing that you have heard a lot about today. We have concluded, or the staff concluded, that we do not negatively impact the neighborhood. Now, they didn't have to say that. They listened, the planning department listened to the county engineer on roads, State Department of Transportation on the highway network, Health Department on well and septics and other things like that, the sheriff on safety. They went through that process, and none of those departments recommended denial. So together, they made that conclusion that we do not detrimentally impact. Now again, do we impact? Yes. Do we detrimentally impact? We do not believe so. And finally, I just point out the Planning Commission. Those underpaid, unpaid people, they are your most unbiased people, and they got to listen to virtually the same testimony for over 6 hours, and they concluded conformance with the comp plan and no adverse impact to the neighbors, and voted 5-3 to that conclusion. We look forward to the staff's update this week on the final conditions that will be in front of you, and with that, we'd be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you so much.
With that, then we will go ahead and close the public hearing. As we discussed before, I would entertain a motion to hold the vote over.
I will make that motion to hold the vote over. We have two people who are not here. They will view the televised testimony, and we'll go from there.
And this is the vote on the special permit now.
It's the vote on the special permit.
Previously, we
yes.
held the vote over for the text amendment, so.
Thank you.
Yep.
I would second that motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Amundson,
Yes.
Yocum,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0.
Okay.
I would entertain a motion for adjournment.
I so move.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Yocum,
Yes.
Amundson,
Yes.
Flowerday.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0.
We are adjourned.